I can't hear you.
And we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones on my right hand man, my soulmate and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. Man, it tells you what to do. The boss baby, the king of all the marks. And Jackie Jones, I just want to start this show where I just want to say, I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy that you got your way. You got your way of bringing
wrestling. WWE is saved. The Savior has returned. All hail Vinnie Mac, Vince McMahon. Yeah, Vinnie Mac, Vinnie Mac, Vinnie Mac, Vinnie Mac. I see all the other marks out there, all the other wrestling journalists. They're all crying their tears, and I'm full of joy because the man has returned to save his creation and sell it off to some other company. Vince McMahon is back.
What if he sells it to Saudi Arabia? Are you going to be singing his praises in?
I will never watch it again, but not that watching it either anymore anyway. But all kidding aside, all seriousness, not that the other thing wasn't deadly serious. If they sold to Saudi Arabia, I would never watch it. Definitely would not support the company if it was owned by Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of a hard pill for me to swallow.
My question, Incher.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're saying he's worth $2 billion.
$2 billion.
Let's say he sells the company. They say he wants like $4 billion. Are you going to be any happier being worth $6 billion as you are being worth $2 billion? I mean, no.
I don't think so.
So why don't you just let your kids run this company and go enjoy your money and be happy?
I don't know. I don't think that's what it's all about for him.
No, I think it's let's destroy this. Let's destroy their fun. And I mean, while he was there, he destroyed his son-in-law's creation.
That's a factor of it, I think. There's several ways to look at this. If you don't know, you've probably been living under a rock, but Vince McMahon has returned to WWE television. Well, not television, but WWE as the chairman, because he held them up, essentially.
Yeah, so basically he had it like that they couldn't sell the company or even sign the new TV deals unless he was like part of it. Yeah. And he wouldn't do it unless they brought him back. And like, I guess he fired like some members of the board and then put in his own people to stack the deck, and bam, he's back.
So when the Ultimate Warrior held him up, he fired his ass. But when he holds the WWE up, they can't fire him.
Nope. And then his own daughter steps down the day he's back.
Yeah, that happened. And
it's just
today.
A coincidence.
That happened today.
Yeah.
Just like a couple of hours ago.
Yeah. A total coincidence. She just decided, you know what? I've had a good run here. I'm going to go and just be a fan of the WWE. It's nothing to do with my dad coming back. Maybe we don't see eye to eye. Just just happened to coincide at the same time.
So the news that we're getting is he's back to sell the company, but I don't believe that.
Well, when I was listening to Davey Boy Meltzer, he was saying that now I want people to know one thing before a lot of times people will listen to Meltzer and then they'll report, like Dave Meltzer reported this, and a lot of the times that's not what happens. He's just on his show talking about what could happen, possible, what things mean, not saying this is what it means.
Yeah.
So a lot of times if people say what Meltzer says isn't accurate, like it's because other people are saying he's saying what he really isn't. Just because it's like if we're here talking, it doesn't mean this is fact that we know this is happening. it's just like ideas. So anyway, that being said, he said part of, I think it was him and Alvarez were talking that like, it could be that he wants to sell it. It could also be his way back in, or if they did sell it, part of it could be that then he has to be, back in creative. So it could be his way back into being head of creative, running the company again. Not like selling it and then it's gone and he has no part in it again.
I was very suspicious once I first heard the news that he was coming back, whether it was he was just wanting to sell the company. But now that Stephanie has stepped down, I think that is a very telling sign that I don't think he's wanting to sell the company. He's just wanting to have control again. He's wanting to come back in.
Yeah, he wants. Apparently, he wanted to come back in before. That's when they like voted it down.
Yeah, and I think that response was like, "Oh well, I got to come up with another angle to get back in here."
Or like they're saying he could still sell it, but then part of it would be he would still actually run it. So like part of the deal, like, oh, you can buy this and own, but I have to be, the creative guy running it. And apparently he promised Nick Khan like some insane amount of money if he sells it for what they want to sell it for.
So, but if the new owner decided to get rid of him,
but I think it would be part of the deal. Like you could buy it, but you have to have me as the guy running.
But what fun's that? It's like if you're owning a wrestling company, you kind of want to run it, don't you?
Well, the thing is, if like Disney would buy it or any really like big company like that, they're not thinking, oh man, it'll be fun to run a wrestling promotion. It'll be like, oh, we'll own the brand WWE, will make a lot of money, and we might as well have the guy. In their mind, they probably don't. Well, the bad thing is like he's accused of rape and coercing women to blow him and stuff.
I don't think Disney
there's some bad elements here. But I think the idea is like, oh well, he's the guy who ran it, so he must be the guy to know how to keep running it without really knowing like what WWE is.
My feeling is like if you're the owner, can you make Vince McMahon wear a headset where you can constantly yell at Vince? So like when Vince is
Jim
yelling
Ross
at people,
buys it.
Yeah, so you could be like, "What the hell are you doing, McMahon?" Like, can you do that if he's working for you?
Awesome. My concern is if Tony Khan buys it, we're gonna have so many more titles on Dynamite.
He won't retire any of them.
No, it'll be like 100 titles. The 24/7 will come back.
Like Tony goes to Rusev and he's just like,
Raw's gonna be on a YouTube show.
You've been complaining and everything, Miro, but here's the European title. Does that make it better for you? You happy now?
So it's probably not good for anyone, but it's good for it's good for me.
For entertainment purposes.
For entertainment.
The only thing.
Right.
It's good for.
It's good for something to talk about.
Yes.
I don't foresee it, even if whoever buys it, I don't foresee that being good in the long run, because if your family owns a WWE, when you go through bad times, you're not going to be like, we give up, because it's the family business. Now, if some other corporation owns it, so like in the 90s, after Hogan leaves, before the boom period of Austin, during that period, if some other company owned it, they probably would have just like, oh, well, this run its course, it's over now. And, that's the end of it. So I don't think if it was owned by some other company, it's going to be something that just exists forever.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Maybe it'll exist in some form, like we have the old footage and you can watch it on the network and stuff like that. But I don't think it would stay around as the WWE that we know.
Yeah, it's hard to say what will happen to it in the long run, but in a way, as long as AEW is still around, I'm all right, but I don't want to see WWE go out of business.
No. Even if I don't like the product, I don't want to see any company even a non-wrestling company. I don't get joy out of seeing anyone lose their job.
Yeah.
This is like, a lot of people would be out of a job, and it would really hurt wrestling when there's only one company where you can really actually make a living.
And also, I had the thought earlier that if Saudi Arabia would buy the company, the Saudi prince or whoever, how would the workers feel about that? I mean, my God. I mean,
What would Sami
just,
Zayn? Would they just kick him out? Like,
who knows?
all the women that maybe that's what maybe there's something to it. Maybe that's why. Maybe it wasn't Mattel. They weren't worried about Mattel.
Yeah.
A-Train was like, dude, the prince is buying this. We can't have the women showing the tatas.
I don't foresee that ever. Like, I don't think that scenario is going to happen, but that would be just insanity if it did. Mm-hmm. But and like you say, I don't think I would want to watch it. Yeah. But I don't. Which goes back, I don't think he really wants to sell it. I think he just wants to pull that rug out from underneath people, because that had to make him pretty hard when he was sitting at home and all these people were talking about how happy they were that he was gone. That he was just like, yeah. He's like, yes, please tell me how happy you were, because I'm sure he's walking around the hallways and he's got it in his head. These people hate me being here, and I love it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's always been a big part of his motivation for doing anything.
He's a despicable human being, honestly, if you ask me.
I think this family has been splintered for decades, because it seems like it's just been common knowledge to everyone who had any knowledge of the McMahons that Vince and Linda haven't actually been together in like decades, since like the 90s. And I think even then it was pretty rocky. And all this stuff with, Fire getting, with Shane leaving and stuff, it was clear like they weren't on good terms. And then the last time they fired Steffi, they like buried her like publicly, and then she came back. So I think this is like, this could be this in the future, maybe a movie about the McMahon family and all like the inner turmoil and out and stabbing each other in the back. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the family that leaked out the stuff about Vince.
It's hard to say what's going on. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things that we don't know about. I think maybe Stephanie may have turned in her resignation thinking there's more and I don't want to be around for this.
Right. You don't want to be associated with this company if the guy running it is a rapist.
Because that stuff's going to start back up, because they know he's back,
They're still investigating it. It's not been, and even the stuff, okay, maybe, the actual like physical, like forcible rape, maybe, who knows, maybe there's nothing to that, but the stuff that you kind of know is true, I mean, that's bad stuff, or at least like that there is more proof of coercing, your workers to have sex with you.
Mean, the first thing that we know of is the female referee who was it Donahue that she went on to, and she claimed that she was raped by Vince McMahon. And she didn't want to talk about it for the longest time because she didn't want to upset her parents.
Yeah, but I think she even went out. She was talking about it pretty early on. It's not like people kind of talk. It was like, it wasn't decades later. It was maybe, I don't know exact time, but it was still like relatively at that time. And people said that she told them, like Mario Mancini and some people said that she was talking to them about it.
Yeah.
And, Greg Valentine just like, she didn't do it. I mean, he didn't do it because, she wasn't hot enough for Vince.
Oh, Lord. But if that, that story was back then, so has it been happening since then? I mean,
and we know you wouldn't pay people millions of dollars for no reason, because apparently everyone knew Vince and Linda weren't together. So it's not like, oh, don't tell my wife, here's a bunch of money, because why would that matter? And in my mind, I don't think Vince would actually care either if it was just like, oh, wow, this young hot girl saying that we had sex. Wow, that's really gonna, make me feel bad. I think it was because he's the boss and there's, people get raises and then they get fired when they stop doing it. And that's illegal stuff.
Oh, yeah. And
It ain't just that he had an affair. I mean, honestly, I don't think really most people care about that at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, it's just insanity. I mean, just that the balls on him to even come back, it's like,
yeah, it doesn't even make sense. He always had that idea, which for years he could get away. He got away with, I would say he's above the law, but he would get accused of things or go to court, and he would always prevail. And other companies would try to beat him, and he'd end up prevailing. But once you start to get it,
decades of poor, despicable behavior from this man, and he has gotten away with it. And I'm really disgusted that he's back and that he can pull his card and actually come back. And we'll find out more to this story as it goes along, because
and you would think in his mind, if he does like actually want things to to go well for the company in the future, be like, well, I should be away while all these allegations are being looked at, because you'd have to know it's not good. It's not a good look. It's never a good look, and especially in modern day. In modern day, it's a lot harder for that stuff to just vanish.
Fly under the radar. It doesn't happen. So
even Lexar here, diehard WWE fan, and look, I grew up. Everyone here probably grew up watching WWE, regardless if I watch it now or not. It's not like I would get any pleasure at all if it would go away. But he says he's worried about the future of WWE if it's sold, and I agree. I think in the short term it could be, maybe it'll be a boost of some kind, but I don't foresee that being a good thing in the long run. It's never good when a corporation owns wrestling in the past.
No, I mean, once Time Warner took over, or was it
because
AOL?
It was still the number one show on both the Turner channels, WCW. And they still canceled it.
Yeah, they got rid of it because they just didn't want it.
All right.
But yeah, it's not a good thing. No.
And not only the wrestling, which I hear some of this too. I'm really involved in a lot of independent horror stuff, and I hear a lot of this from that side. And the streaming stuff that everyone thought was going to be this big boom, and it is in a way, because there's all these different platforms, but none of them have made the money that they thought they would. Most of them have lost a fortune. And so a lot of things I'm like, on kind of associated with like Shudder and stuff, there's fear that that's going to go away because they're cutting all these costs, because everyone thought that the streaming sites would make all this money, and that's why they're paying crazy amounts, like billions of dollars to WWE for Peacock, and Peacock loses a fortune every year, and they don't think they'll make a profit for years. And I think they've found out that they've lost even more than they thought. So I don't know if there's if that's not there, is there going to be someone will still want to buy it, but are they willing to pay billions of dollars? I don't know.
Yeah. So, I mean, because to produce some of these things these companies have been producing is like would be quite a big expense. And then you got people.
The Peacock, I get it for free. I think you get it for free. Everyone thinks Finney gets free, and other people listen to this who don't get it for free. You pay like $5, and it's not $5 just for the WWE. It's $5 for everything on there. So think of how many people they have to get to buy that to make any type of profit when they're paying just WWE themselves like billions. What about all the movies on there, all the TV shows? They're paying like, they have a huge investment in just the content that's there.
Maybe it would be cheaper for NBC just to buy the WWE and not have to worry about paying this Peacock deal that they have going on. Maybe. But
I know some people like, what about the Raw? I don't think just one person has the money to buy it for what they want for it.
Yeah,
he's a rich guy, but he doesn't have like billions.
Yeah.
If he would have to be, him and other people would have to get together.
Well, I know they even say him and Nick Khan are friends, and maybe they're in cahoots together already, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm fine talking about maybe if he would sell it, but I really don't think he's going to. But time will tell if he does actually sell the company.
Did you think you would even come back, especially like so soon? Like I didn't. Yeah, I thought, did you think he'd be able to just weasel his way back into the company in like a few months?
No, I didn't think so.
I really thought this was the end, yeah.
I mean, I thought this would be just crippling to the company if he would like return.
I thought if anything, like in his advanced years, when people maybe, if nothing real, if he didn't go to jail or anything really came of the allegations, maybe in his advanced years, they'd bring him back and put him in the Hall of Fame and have him come out once in a while. It's like, oh, hey, it's the grandfather of WWE, Vince McMahon, like in his 80s or something. But I never thought he would just be back and actually like and stuff, possibly running the company.
Yeah, no, I want to think this was. I'm really am shocked whenever that news came out that he was back. I heard all the rumors that he wanted to, but I was like, but he just can't because, I mean, it would just be so bad for him. But
Bruce, I bet's happy.
Oh, Bruce, just
boy,
mahogany. He is just elated.
Can he bring back Johnny Ace to start sharing the women like toys, or do you think he's got to be like, I can't bring this dude back? I don't know.
So the thing is, though, he removed people from the CEO position or off the board.
He removed certain people from the board and then added his own people.
The people who were pro for him.
Yeah.
And then there was two other people who just ended up quitting. One of them was the guy
they quit because they were people who voted no to bring him back. And I think it was like we don't want to be associated with, this guy who's doing all these sexual things. GQ Ripley, if WWE went out of business, would it really be the worst thing to happen? I mean, honestly, it would be a really terrible thing for wrestling.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally don't even watch it, but it's not even that. It's like all those people be out of jobs. There'd only be AEW as a televised wrestling.
Yeah, I don't
people
like
wouldn't be able to make. There'd only be a very small amount of people that can make money in wrestling, a living in wrestling. It would probably be the death of wrestling, the start of the actual death of wrestling completely, I think. Besides, it might live on in like indies and stuff, but I think it would be the death, the beginning of the death of wrestling as we know it.
Yeah. I don't think it's the end of that one person that was over the investigations who just decided to quit. I think there may be more to that story to come, because he's got to be pretty disgruntled with what has happened. So I don't know. We'll have to just wait and see what happens with all this. It's just
this one doesn't even make sense. Was Blockbuster going out of business bad for home video? Well, actually, yes, but home video would have been gone anyway.
Yeah,
and Blockbuster didn't like create those movies where WWE creates the wrestling. So this doesn't really make a lot of sense. This has nothing to do, he keeps saying, well, you're not watching WWE. It has nothing to do with if I like it or not. The idea of WWE being out of business being good for wrestling is definitely not. It would not be good, regardless if I like the product or not. That's the same way people who want AEW to go out of business just because they don't like it. I mean, you might not like it and don't want to watch it, but the idea of it not being around isn't good for wrestling. The more companies where people can actually make living is better for wrestling.
Yeah, most definitely.
Even if you didn't like WCW when it went away, it didn't help wrestling.
No. I mean, it's been horrible, honestly. I mean, that WWE is the only product that you can watch, and that's why I'm so grateful for AEW to be around.
It reinvigorated my fandom of wrestling. I did the show because I like talking to Inchman and the fans, but I wasn't watching anything. I didn't care about watching anything that was on TV. And then AEW started, and it really made me, enjoy wrestling again.
Yeah, for sure. So it's just so crazy, though. I mean, he was gone, and now he's back. Insanity. Does he have his office back? Does he have the big T-Rex skull behind him right now already? Did they even bother taking that thing down? They probably did.
Sold it to Nicolas Cage.
Oh, I don't think I have a T-Rex skull.
So I also have a big announcement for tonight, Incher.
You do? What could it be?
And again, he says, well, my point was Netflix filled the vacuum. Well, I mean, you said home video. I mean, home video is dead. It's really just like there is no home video. So, but anyway, I have a huge announcement tonight, Incher.
Yeah.
And that is, for the first time in Headyverse history, I'm going to admit that Incher is correct. And that is, last week, Incher said it was a work with Jarrett, the whole Jarrett Max Caster, Karen Jarrett stuff. Uh-huh. And now I watched some Jarrett on his podcast, and it's an absolute work. He's a worse worker than his wife. I thought maybe his wife's doing stuff like there's something to it. But I was watching him, and it's clearly a work. He's like, he's yelling about Max Caster and about like, you can't say this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And so I'm fine with that. Mm-hmm. It's kind of an interesting concept, I think, to use the podcast platforms to further the storylines. That's actually a novel idea. And that's Jarrett's idea. And I think that could work because they have they have a lot of viewers, those different podcasts. Could it backfire in the way that if people know that you're working on the podcast, will they still watch it? I don't know. They might. I don't know. I could see it if people start to think, well, I don't want to watch this if it's a work. I'm watching it because I think I'm hearing real stories. But if I'm watching it and the guy's working me, I could see that putting people off. So I don't know, though. There's also fans who like to be worked, or at least they claim to be. So I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50. But at this point, I do think it's kind of interesting. Me, myself, I was watching it, and I respected him in a way for doing it, for using his platform to further storyline. It also was it's not enjoyable. Now, it's enjoyable on TV to watch a guy, like I know it's a work, but on the podcast platform, it's different because you're thinking you're watching and you're listening to a guy's real thoughts. But when you're watching it and like he's acting and he's in character, there's a different vibe to that, at least for me. And it's kind of like, it kind of makes me kind of roll my eyes, like when you'd hear like an old timer,
like Fidel Sierra.
Yeah, right. Which to me, that was funny, but for the wrong reasons. If that's all, it's like, even like in the early days of when I would hear guys do interviews before, like the rise of the shoot interview, and they'd be in character, or like the first Arn Anderson book, and he's talking about wrestling being real, and it's just like, it makes you kind of groan. It's like, I don't want to,
Well, I just want to say thank you for admitting that I was right. Mm-hmm. And I haven't seen the Jeff Jarrett podcast, but I did see Jeff Jarrett on Dynamite last week, and I thought he was just excellent. I loved it. I will agree. I will agree. Match. I was dead against Jeff Jarrett being on AEW, but he has won me over as a character. I am enjoying him quite a bit. And I also thought that whole group made no sense. I was actually enjoying the group before Jarrett came in, but I like it. I like all of them. I know some people are against the Giant, but I like the Giant with them because he doesn't wrestle. That's a staple in wrestling, the big muscle guy.
I don't need to see
Mm.
a big guy that sucks wrestling, but I have no problem with them being the bodyguard. I think that that's a good role for the guy. And he seems to have a little bit of personality to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some people are against Sanjay Dutt as a manager. I actually think he might be my favorite manager in AEW. I think he's very entertaining. Either him or Don Callis is very good, but he's very entertaining. He's got a lot of life to him. That whole group's really working for me, and I did not think it would. And I'm loving the feud with the Acclaimed.
Yeah, it's been very, very well done. I think the rap was excellent whenever he came out and he was talking about, he's going to blame it on Dixie Carter. That might have been from the Rampage one, but because they had a rematch on Rampage. But just both of the raps were very, very good.
I love it. I love that kind of stuff. I like the work shoot stuff on the wrestling. I like it when he's really hitting hard. He's kind of edgy. I always get a kick out of a lot of people on the internet who are always like we got to bring back the Attitude Era, and then immediately when anyone does anything remotely edgy, they want them fired or want them not to do it anymore.
Yeah,
it's like fire Mandy. Tell this guy he can't do these raps.
The fake title change though, where Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal are holding up the belt, and then Audrey, did I say it right that time? She comes into the ring and she starts telling the other referee what was going on, and Jeff Jarrett just walking in between them and pushing her away because he doesn't want her talking to the other one. That was just a thing of beauty.
It was great.
I thought that was so fucking awesome.
So I think he's got a good place there because he could still wrestle. And I always and I didn't think he would be the guy for this, but he's good at this. I like he has some veterans there who can teach. So you have the people doing the new school stuff, but you need some people there, him and Dustin and Jericho and Punk when he was there, Brian Danielson, who teach the guys some of the old school foundations. And that could be the actual in-ring work. It could be how to run an angle, how to put a match together. But I think that only, it helps everyone, helps people learn.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's fun to mix up generations of wrestling. I mean, that stuff happened when I was a kid. I would see, guys from a previous generation I didn't know would come back, and they'd, have a feud with Macho Man, like Bruto Sammartino came back. And I remember when Jimmy Snuka came back and all stuff, and it makes it fun.
But the main thing that I thought it was a work was because I watched the territories on wrestling, and the Memphis one, they're talking about how if you bring personal matters into, the wrestling ring, it can equal a lot of money. And I thought if I just based it off of reading the things on the internet, I probably would have said, I think it was real, just because it's in the text form. It was very convincing,
right?
What they were saying,
yeah.
And
the same thing with him talking about Russo's also work. I don't know if you've ever seen any of this. Russo's stuff, like going nuts, and then Jarrett on his. I'll just see the clips. They have the clips, and Conrad starts like, "Well, talking," and he's like, why do you even bring him up, Connie? Conrad, let's not even. Yeah. And it's clearly like, because if they really didn't want to, like, why would they do it? And why would they make a clip of it on YouTube? It makes no sense, which is fine. But I think that probably has a shelf life, because I think once you do too much of that, if you start working like all these angles on the podcast, I think people, or I don't know, maybe they'll be like, well, we got to tune into the podcast too to see like how this progresses. I don't know. Yeah. I could be wrong, but I don't think you could keep doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Or at least not, keep it to this one angle. Don't overdo it.
Because then they're going to be like, well, can I even listen to any of this? Because is it all just fake or what?
Yeah.
But, well, it's interesting. I mean, I know there's been rumblings.
It's a new idea, and I like it. Yeah, you using this platform, that has an audience. That, a lot of those podcasts have big audiences, and not all of them watch current wrestling. So,
And it's something that we've already done before because we've had a big wrestling match. So Conrad, once again, is just copying us.
Yeah, and I prefer that to someone using their platform to just like try to make people not like wrestling. And I know some people disagree with me, but I think a big irony of Jim Cornette being the guy who says who he hates everyone who doesn't take wrestling seriously and hates anyone who he thinks is bad for wrestling. I think the big irony is there he is a huge detriment himself to people enjoying modern wrestling. Now, I'm not saying he has to love it all. That's fine. But I mean, if you listen to him, it's like he really wants you to hate it and wants to, try to almost talk people out of liking it. And it's like a foregone conclusion that no one likes.
For the most part, I don't think he is very fair with, especially when it comes to Kenny Omega. He just doubles down on his hatred, no matter what.
I don't think he's credible, honestly.
And I haven't listened to what he said about the match. I know I've seen the clip up on YouTube, but the match Kenny Omega had in Japan with, which was just unbelievable match. I mean, my God, that maybe one of my favorite matches of 2023. I mean, it was a great match. I loved it.
I don't think Kenny Omega, he has a few times, but I don't think we see him in the same aura that he comes off in Japan.
He seems like such a bigger star in Japan.
I think his when he won the world title and he had the entourage and he dressed nicer and stuff, he did. But he doesn't do that. And when they first made their first comeback as the trio and they first came out with the music, the first time that had a big feel to it. But overall, he doesn't have that big feel like he does in Japan.
Yeah. It would be nice if AEW got the same Kenny Omega. I mean, he's still great. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way the American fans perceive him. But I mean, it's just like he does seem like a bigger star there for some reason.
And it's simple stuff like the press conference was, simple, but it really made it feel like a big deal. Before the leading to the match, and then him coming out, in front of the crowd, and it feels like, wow, this is a big time match.
I don't know if it's the higher ups at New Japan, if they handle him better and try to steer him in a certain direction, but that match was off the charts. So him and Ospreay, they really put on a hell of a performance.
That's a guy I didn't know a lot about. I always heard about, but I really like him the more I see of him. Too is Ospreay.
Yeah. I mean,
and I've grown into a Kenny Omega fan too. I actually think a lot of the praise for him is
they went all out too. I mean, I think Kenny had a footprint on his face afterwards because I didn't know where it came from, but apparently it was off of a kick from Ospreay.
And the surgery and time off has really done him well. I mean, he looks in amazing shape, and he doesn't look like he's really hurting all the time like he did there while he was champ.
Yeah. But if Cornette said that match was bad,
I don't know what he said about it. I'm assuming he probably hated it without even watching it, but I don't know.
I mean, now he did shock me with his analysis of one of John Moxley's promo. It was the one after all the Punk stuff happened, and John was trying to bring everybody together in AEW. He did say that was one of the best wrestling promos he ever heard, and I did not expect him to say that about.
Yeah.
But so I don't know what he said about the match, but I'm assuming he didn't like it.
Yeah, I haven't heard it either.
Kenny Omega's involvement.
That was I saw the match. I didn't see the whole show, but the match is amazing. I didn't need to watch that whole show.
I watched I think I started on the Kari Sane match. She was facing off somebody, and that's when Mercedes Moné came out, which is Sasha Banks, and I wasn't crazy about the hair. I thought it was a little weird looking.
Yeah, I liked it, but
Yeah, I mean, it was different. I mean, it's something I've never seen before.
Yeah.
She kind of had like flames in the front,
Yeah.
Bam Bam Bigelow-esque, but with hair.
I actually thought at first it was a peacock. But
Really?
then but yeah, it's I don't think it really came off as flames very well. I think the
Yeah.
problem was it was like red with blue, which I don't know. It seemed
Well, she kind of had like it was kind of like a Statue of Liberty-esque kind of headgear that she came out with. So maybe that was the flames for the torch. No, that she does. She has a torch and all. Forget that. I don't know. But she cut a promo. I thought she was going to be wrestling on January 4th, but that was not the case. She just said she'll.
I saw someone today was saying, I'm not sure what website it was, that she will be the partner on Dynamite. I don't think she will. I kind of think she may just come out like she did on this, but
they set up the angle where
the one Paige kept or Saraya kept saying the boss. So there, I don't think you would tease that if she wasn't going to be there.
Well, what I was saying though, they set up the angle where she looked at she had Hikaru Shida with her, and she had also what's her name, the Tony Storm.
Yeah.
And she told Tony Storm, "You are going to be my mystery opponent, or my partner." Excuse me. And then Hikaru Shida seemed like she was upset about that. Like, what the hell? I'm sitting here and she kind of just snubbed me. Maybe Mercedes Monet is going to be Hikaru Shida's partner. Maybe. I don't know.
I remember they dropped the boss a couple times, which made me think I don't think they would tease that. I do think if Tony Storm is the partner, it was wise just to say it as opposed to like having a mystery partner and it's Tony Storm coming out. Nothing against her, but I think that would get a bad reaction because people would expect someone that's not in the company.
Jonathan Jackson here in the chat room. He says Saraya meant Stephanie McMahon was her partner. I don't think that's happened.
What if Stephanie comes out on Dynamite Wednesday? does Stephanie have a would clause?
Who knows? Was she a talent? Did she have a contract as a talent? So maybe she could come out on Dynamite. Maybe. You just gotta watch and find out.
I got new front teeth. Got them today.
Really? Mm-hmm. What happened to your front teeth?
Well, they're still there actually, but these are crowns over them.
Okay. Huh. Well, that's cool.
They look exactly like my other teeth.
Well, okay. Well, what's the point?
No, I had root canals on them years ago, and I started going to a new dentist, and like, why didn't the other dentist ever put crowns on these? I'm like, oh. And they're like, well, like they'll eventually like could break or fall out. And like,
I had
like, your insurance will cover it. I'm like, okay, let's do it.
In my back tooth here, I had a root canal done on it, and I was eating like chicken wings, and it just cracked right in half. And I was just like, that wasn't even like
from that same dentist, I had another root canal that broke. So he just was not about putting crowns on them for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
He was also not about giving you Novocaine. Not my favorite dentist, but my new dentist is great. So that's very happy.
We need to get Britt Baker on and ask her what she feels about that.
Well, it is a female dentist.
Oh, really? Then your new one? Ah, very good, very good. Are you hot for the female dentist?
I told her I have a movie out.
Did you?
Showing her pictures.
Yeah. Well, did that do anything for her?
No, she thought it was very cool.
Cool. Jack
and
the dentist sitting in a tree. Okay.
Jonathan Jackson, your old dentist, like watching you squirm. That's true. I mean, he did a lot. He did several things with no Novocaine. And I've told this story before. One time he was doing the root canal, and he took out a Bic lighter and started heating this thing up. And he's like, I got this at Job Lot, which is this discount store around here for 99 cents, high-tech equipment. I'm thinking, yeah, dude, well, you're still charging me $1,400. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff with that guy. He's a military dude, which is fine, but like I remember when they're trying to pass gay marriage, and so he's working on my teeth, and he just starts going into this big anti-gay marriage spiel. I'm thinking like, this is not like appropriate to talk to your like patients with. You don't know who the hell I am. Maybe I'm gay, or maybe I don't agree with this, which I didn't agree with.
Yeah.
So it was, I don't know, that like that kind of thing you should probably just not talk about.
Yeah, just work on the teeth and just go. How's the weather?
He's retired now. So.
He was at the point of just not caring. He was saying whatever was on his mind, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
but we're not here to talk about dentistry. Dynamite's been great. I think ever since the Ring of Honor pay-per-view, they've been on a really amazing streak. The shows have been great, and the crowd has really added to them. All very hot crowds for these shows.
What do you think about the funeral for FTR?
I thought it was funny.
Was that a response to the podcast that he started?
No, I think this is leading to them either having a heel turn or bringing in a manager.
I don't know
losing all the belts and stuff.
I don't know what the deal was with them at the New Japan show, but I saw their match, and before the match, they really made a big deal about kissing the belt. They kept kissing it and then like blowing on it and stuff.
Yeah, well, Dax is kind of a bitch.
Both of them were doing it.
Yeah,
both of them. Do you think Dax brought the other guy?
Now the only problem with
Dax
that is that
is he Harwood? What's the other guy's name?
Yeah, Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler.
Cash, that's it.
So the only problem, I didn't see this match. So were they doing that before the match?
They were doing it before the match.
Now, see, people won't talk about this because they want to pretend like FTR can do no wrong, but that foreshadows that they're losing the belts.
The announcer, I'm not sure who the announcers were, the American announcers. They said that it was like an old Bret Hart saying or something like, are they kissing it goodbye, or are they I forget how it went, but he was trying to cover up for him doing that. But like they're making it pretty obvious that they were going to drop the belt.
They're supposedly these old school guys who are the best in the world, but they're out there giving away the result of the match.
I mean, they did it several times before, and I took it as, well, they're kissing their belt.
You said they were kissing it, then they started blowing it? Like they were deep throwing the belt?
No, not like that. But like blowing it away, I guess. I don't know.
Do you think they ever splooged over the titles?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
Probably in the hot tub with Jim Cornette.
I would say they did. They splooged, and then they did some Hindu squats because they shouldn't disrespect the title like that.
That's right.
They're like, but they wanted to, so and then they felt bad about it. So they start whipping themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I saw some people who were against Darby Allin winning. I thought this was awesome. It was in his hometown. And I also think having Samoa Joe go so strong over the previous week, it made it a bigger deal for Darby Allin to beat him. It's very classic storytelling in a movie or TV show where before like a character gets killed, they build them up so you actually care more about them. And this is the same way. They made Joe, he killed Wardlow. Holy fuck. He's going to destroy Darby Allin. And so when Darby Allin beat him in his hometown, it was huge. And I don't think that hurts Samoa Joe at all. Samoa Joe really, he's Samoa Joe. And I've thought for a long time Darby Allin is a guy they should really showcase on AEW because he's very popular. He's a homegrown guy. He's young. He's different. He's cool. So I love that segment. I thought that match was awesome.
They upped the ante with Joe too because he was roughing up Buddy Wayne's son. So and I thought that was a good touch to add into it because Darby was trained by Buddy Wayne.
Yeah, I like that too.
Mm-hmm. So that was good, and yeah, the match is great. Great stuff with Joe and Darby. Yeah, it was good to see Darby get the belt in his hometown. That was a nice main event for
Yeah, MJF and Bryan Danielson feud
Oh
is
my god,
this stuff is amazing. Great promos.
that
I was a little
promo.
down on Bryan Danielson for a little while, but he's awesome, and MJF is great. So they really play off each other well.
I think this feud is going to be good because I mean that promo was just off the charts. Great. I mean, and MJF let him, he set the whole thing up for him, and his comeback was just great. I mean, it's like,
and his reaction when people do get one up on him is always awesome. MJF just kind of
he sells it good. Yeah. So.
And I normally don't like an Iron Man match, and I still know I don't like about it is it's going to go an hour, so you kind of not pay attention to them. But the idea of Bryan Danielson wanting to do an hour match with MJF is a very good idea. It's a very good angle because if this was real, that would be a match that he would have, in theory, would have a much more better chance of beating MJF because he's clearly a better wrestler, and MJF is the guy who takes shortcuts. So this is a match where MJF's gonna have to try to out wrestle like the master of wrestling. So I like that, and it also makes me wonder what they'll do with it because I don't think they'll just have a straight match for an hour. I think MJF's gonna have to have some kind of like ulterior motives and have to do some shenanigans to get. So it has me interested.
I do like how he was trying to set up the whole like stipulation that Bryan Danielson.
Yeah, it'll always mess me up after the WWE.
It's too much, but I like it. And then he was just like, no, how about no? Like, I know you're trying to set me up into one of your little traps, and then just the way they played back and forth, and then eventually MJF did get his way if he agreed to letting Daniel Bryan pick the stipulation, which was the Iron Man, because he wanted to expose him as being the weaker wrestler than him.
Exactly.
And I loved how they set it up, and it was a funny promo. It was great. I mean, it accomplished everything that I think you need to accomplish in a wrestling promo. And I'm curious to see the match because I'm wondering what MJF, how he's going to hold up to Daniel Bryan.
Yeah, me too. I'm really looking forward to it, honestly. I really this feud has really got me interested. The whole show I think has been really good, doing well. I'm gonna throw that. No, you can't. If you already have a number, you can't get a number this way. But if you don't have a number and you're too afraid to zoom in, but you're in the chat tonight right now, or if you're listening, come to the chat. I'm gonna throw out a trivia question, and the first person to get it but do not answer if you already have a number. So if you don't have a number and you want to try to get a Royal Rumble number and you can't zoom in, this is kind of an easy one, but maybe not if you're a newer fan. I don't know. Who was the third co-host of In Your Head for the first several years? It was me and the Inchman, and who else was the third member? First person to answer that in the chat who does not already have a number will get a Royal Rumble number. Intra's got the smoke. Oh man, are you drinking out of the red cup?
Nah, yeah, I got some green tea. A lot of caffeine, keep me awake. I'm doing pretty good so far because I've been tuckered out around this time.
Josh got it with Barbie.
Yep. GX Ripley.
No,
hopefully there will be another opportunity within the show, or maybe other shows. So stick around. Stick around. Josh.
That's 16. What the hell? Oh no, it's 6. I underlined the 6 so I can see it. Number 6.
6. Well, Josh, it's not the greatest of numbers, but you have yourself a number.
Number there is.
So you can't win without a number.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Lexar said he's peeling his potato right now.
Oh yeah. I hope he means like he's making some mashed potatoes or something.
Do the mashed potato. Do the
Mhm.
alligator.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
you want to take some Zoomers?
I am perfectly fine with taking some Zoomers. I'm sure a lot of them have a lot on their minds about the world of professional wrestling with this craziness that's going on. But most definitely want to take some Zoomers.
All right, let me get the Zoom
Oh,
number.
and Jericho taking on Ricky Starks.
Oh yeah, that match
fun.
ruled.
Yeah,
Big
it's a good
fan.
one.
I thought it was set up really well. I'm loving Starks, and anyone who tries to twist this stuff into somehow Jericho's like actually better these guys, I just can't fathom it. I'm loving. I'm a big fan of Jericho. It's a great match. Oh man, we got Vinnie Mac is here with us.
Vinnie Mac.
Zoom in and tie. Meat.
Warrior brother. Warrior brother.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Beat that meat.
Loving it.
Oh boy.
All right. On the first In Your Head CD, Duckman for Presidente, former guest on the show and professional wrestler, had a track on that CD. Who was it? Answered in the chat. Only if you do not have a number. All right.
And I have the CD sitting right here.
Yeah.
So I can prove it if you answer correctly.
The goose is on the loose. Man, Jackson pounded the meat and fled.
I still see his icon, but maybe, yeah.
Oh, I'm not seeing him.
I see an icon, but maybe just sometimes it takes a minute to leave. But I don't know. I think he might still be there. I don't know.
So what's on
There
your
he is.
mind, Goose?
No, that's Lexa.
I want to talk
Say!
about the breaking news that shocked the foundation of professional wrestling this weekend.
The intro was right.
I'm talking about Tessa Blanchard cheating on her husband.
Whoa!
I hadn't heard about this.
Me neither.
Apparently, there was they filed for divorce, and he tweeted and deleted the phrase "cheating is the worst thing you can do. I hope you rot in hell, you dirty bitch."
Damn.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That was dog.
Maybe he just meant he
Yep.
saw her,
Daga.
pull tights in a match.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm loving the mask. Slasher man. Ooh, yeah.
Maybe he realized he was probably fucking Dolly with long hair at the end of the night.
Oh, come on.
Do you think she was
Goosey.
cheating on Lex? Do you think she was cheating on her husband with Lexar?
Now that would be interesting.
Definitely.
Or maybe he thought, maybe he meant when when she's selling like poop videos.
What?
No, that was fake.
That'd be new.
That was fake.
Oh.
That was proven to
Now,
be a hoax.
Incher, if your lady,
We're selling poop videos.
was on the internet selling poop videos to marks, would you consider that cheating, or would you just be like, no, we'll just let it fly?
I mean, it's not really cheating, but
But
How much money
that
is she
guy
making
watching
from
it, they're jerking off.
How much money is she making? Is she pulling in Mandy Rose?
Right.
next year or what?
I doubt.
Oh,
I don't
man.
know if. I wonder who like the Mandy Rosa poop videos are. Like who do you think's bringing in the big pesos for poop videos?
Who's it? Shitsy Blackheart?
I think
You think Natalia's sister has poop videos?
I don't think I'd be cool with it though. But
What if she gave you a cut?
What if they were
Of the
videos?
money, not the poop.
1 second.
What if they were videos of her doing the WB?
Oh, damn.
They're shitting her pants everywhere.
I don't know. That's craziness.
What you gonna do when the shit your pants? All right, so no one. Josh ruined that question because he answered even though he already got a number.
Josh, come on, man. You can't answer. You
Yeah.
Look what I got. Some poop.
Whoa!
Yeah.
He got that right from Tessa Blanchard.
Rocking those poop.
Did you just scoop
It's
that
like
out
fake,
of your?
fake poop.
Oh.
Nah, that's real.
I was gonna say, did you just scoop that out of your toilet?
He just pulled it right out of his ass.
Oh damn.
You need a sandwich to put that on.
Have you ever done that, Ian? Put some poop on a
buns.
sandwich?
And not notice it was in there.
Yeah.
No,
That
Tastes
would
like
suck
chocolate
if you
foot.
forgot.
that would suck.
Peanut butter and jelly right there.
So
What's the best jelly to go with butt peanut butter?
But
That penis jelly.
yeah.
I mean that Kentucky jelly. I mean KY jelly.
probably the jelly that's like has laced with cyanide. Just to kill
Laced with
yourself.
science. Jesus Christ.
Just kill yourself if you're eating poop. But Vince McMahon says you got to eat shit and learn to like it.
Yep. He's back to prove it.
And he's back.
Fair.
Who do you think the first person he fires is? I think
His
it's gonna be
daughter?
that guy with the tattoo.
Johnny Gargano.
The
I can
guy.
see that.
I was about to say that, Goosey. The
You
guy
already
with the
fired other
tattoo.
two people.
Bray
What if
Wyatt.
people think maybe he's gonna fire Regal, but what if he fires Regal's son?
Damn.
And
He's
keeps
like, you
Regal
gotta
on the
stay
payroll.
here forever, but I'm firing your son.
Don't give him that idea. You know that. Just
That's
don't put that
exactly
out
something
there.
he'd do, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he was like, "That's a damn good idea." I listen to this podcast. I don't want to do that to Regal.
Just mean.
So what's on your mind, Brucey? The
Not
Goosey
much.
and the Brucey. That's gonna be the new buddy cop movie from In Your Head.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Goose and the Bruce. Bruce and the Goose.
Nice. I don't know. Yeah, I've been watching like retro older wrestling, but yeah, I don't know. Where would I watch like the AEW shows without like having cable and stuff?
I don't know. I don't know if they have any. They have Dark and stuff on YouTube, but I don't know if they have Dynamite. And
The
stuff.
local Walmart.
Yeah, just go. Do they show TV? Do they? Back in the day, you know, like you'd watch movies and people would, like homeless people, they'd be standing there watching the video, the TVs outside. Do they still
You
do
see
that?
Bruce marking out with popcorn for MJF.
Yeah. Do you have
Dude,
Do you have a new camera, Lexar? You look really sharp.
Yeah.
Oh, same one.
Really? Maybe you just cleaned it.
Yeah, he finally
Yeah.
cleaned off the
Yeah.
grease.
Had to disinfect
New
his
input
stands
picture.
up.
You got all the you got all the you know. You looking good.
Yeah.
Bruce,
Looking
he's
good for
got
Vince's
almost his
return.
Cactus Jack gear on.
Yeah, it's like a polo like thermal shirt, but it's like all lumberjack. So
I like it.
It's
I've got
cool.
a thermal shirt underneath this. I'm like I dress kind of 90s, so like a grunge era. Back when I was in
Yeah.
high school, we got the long thermal shirt on and a t-shirt over it. But what the
Yeah.
fuck? That's my era.
I definitely dress that way. Also, I used to wear shorts with like long john like bottoms
Really?
on.
I've never done
and-
that. I
yeah,
do actually
like, long
have
socks,
I
too.
do have pajama pants on though. I've got Jetsons pajama pants on.
Ah,
Nice.
you ruined the aesthetic. We
That's it.
thought you were in your undies.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that. But whoa, you don't get us kicked off
Oh my
here.
goodness.
Showing,
The fly's
showing the
open.
ding dong. Get the ding dong off here.
Big penis.
What are those white stains?
Geraldine's calling
Whoa.
in. Then you see a little boop 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 boop
Yeah, whoopa whoopa.
boop. You have another. Here's another trivia question for everyone out there.
Don't answer if you already have a number.
Yeah.
I'm gonna answer it anyway.
Which means no, like sorry, you already got a
No,
number.
you're not eligible.
Who cares?
Damn.
Well, I'm
I
gonna go
want
off
two.
this one because Mr. Creepy says I'm still convinced Inch sucked Neil's toes in the hot tub. We said
this
hot
trivia
tube.
question. Wow,
Who sucked whose toes in the hot tub the last time Intra and I were together? Now, I'm not saying Intra and I were involved, but someone sucked someone's toes. Who was the sucker and who was the sucky? Who sucked whose toes in the hot tub?
Sucking toes.
Sucking on the toes.
Spanish now.
Ooh, boy. Bonus points if you can tell us which toe.
All right.
Mike B said Incher sucked Mittens' toes.
That is incorrect.
Whoa.
It's incorrect.
Incorrect.
Mike B.
Incorrect.
Was this a real thing?
Yes.
Wow.
I'll show I have pictures. I'll show the pictures after we hear it.
Sure.
Yeah, you gotta subscribe to the OnlyFans for the video.
Exactly. I bought a big stack of onions of underwear. One was Funyuns and all kinds of stuff. So they were all on this big clearance incher because they were all in like funny packages. So they were selling before Christmas. So after Christmas, they had them in clearance. So I bought a whole bunch of them. I was in Boston, but then I wasn't thinking because I'm like, well, I have too many. They don't fit in my backpack. So I had these 2 bags. I'm like, I don't want to walk around with fucking bags of underwear. So when I was at the movies, I go to the back and I sat in the back and I ripped all the underwear out of the packages and put the underwear in the backpack. And then I had 2 big bags of underwear packaging that I just went and threw away with, people's popcorn stuff.
Well, I thought you were going to say you put all the underwear on.
That would have been pretty cool. That would have been pretty sweet. So at the launch of my new OnlyFans, I'm going to start modeling these underwear.
Yeah.
We got like blueberry Pop-Tarts.
You need to get on the one that Mandy's on though. She's doing so well with that one.
Yeah.
She's not on OnlyFans.
She made $1 million in a month. I mean, what can I make? Easily, $2. No, I mean, it's probably $2 million.
I'd pay $10.
I could see Lord Tensai just ratting you out to Shawn Michaels after.
Fuck that bitch. That guy was never done shit. Why has he got so much power?
He's Vince's inside man.
His claim to fame is ratting out Mandy Rose.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he was trading the women with Vince?
Lord Tensai?
Nah.
He's more Triple H guy.
I don't think he was that high on the pecking order. I'm sorry.
But how does Lord Tensai? He goes for so he was the penis pierced McGee. His first gimmick was just a joke because he off of pierced dick. That was his claim to fame. Then he was what, A-Train after that?
No, he teamed with TNA or Test and Trish.
Yeah, so that was when he was the penis guy.
The penis man.
So it was always a big joke. He was Prince Albert, and people Prince Albert means a dick piercing.
He's a pierced dick.
Oh, I remember. Then he became a hip hop.
Then he another joke. It's Test and Albert, and they love that so much. Vince Russo's like, this is the greatest idea I've ever seen in my life. I'm gonna go start a whole promotion after this. That's how TNA started.
Yep. Then he gave it to Dixie Carter.
Exactly. And so then he was part of one of the biggest flops ever. It was the X-Pac group.
Howdy.
X Factor. Yeah, then he was dancing with Scotty Too Hot. That might have been the only time he was like a little bit over.
He was dancing with the Funkasaurus too.
Yeah,
he's an A-Train, Lord Tensai.
Yeah.
Tensai was
he was like he kept dancing like all the time. Like
this guy was never over, and he could barely move. So what is he supposed to teach anybody?
Yeah.
Maybe he's the
I
Matt.
don't know.
It's gonna be teach people how to be big.
Yeah, but you can't teach that.
How do you tacos?
Teach people how to be employed with having no discernible talent.
Teach people how to brown nose.
Yeah, there you go.
Mhm.
Teach people how to snitch to the boss.
Yeah. See,
Mr.
here's how you
Creepy-
get those knees dusty.
I don't think anyone's gonna get these trivias. I thought we had in your head fans in here, but they're all pretenders.
Goddamn pretenders.
Oh my goodness.
They must listen to that other show, you know?
Yeah, get in the ring or whatever. But Monday Night Mayhem.
Monday
What's on
Night
your
Mayhem.
mind, Jonathan Jackson?
Other than a whole lot of pounded meat.
Yeah, pounding the meat, pounding the meat.
As far as the world of professional wrestling goes,
I think it's pretty neat when me and Incher are pounding on the meat.
oh my. When's that OnlyFans or fan site going up? Absolutely nothing. I don't got any thoughts. I didn't watch any wrestling. All I know is Vince is back and Stephanie's gone.
Are you psyched? Are you pumped? Are you intrigued?
Yeah, you can see the excitement on my face right now.
Yeah.
Do you think Vince is back to sell the company, or do you think he's back to just be back?
Both. I know Nick Khan for sure wanted to sell the company since day one, so you know,
Day one-ish.
Yep, that's right. So he's there just to make sure the sale happens, and Vince is happy. Once they sell it, they'll say he's the creative guy.
Like, where did this guy come from? He just came out of nowhere. He's like
The Khan family, obviously.
he's friends with The Rock, and he was like, "Hey, guy, you should holler at my daddy Vince." He's like,
He's-
"All right."
he's just like Scatman Carruthers, who just shows up with the can in Twilight Zone. Just like, where did he come from? But he's got the can, and everybody starts kicking it. you
Like
know?
the Scat Man, except less talented.
Exactly. Much less talented.
All right, new trivia. You need another trivia since no one knows who was sucking on the toes.
Yeah, I think they need a layup at this point.
Yeah.
Just give
Lame ass.
the answer.
What?
first.
Who?
Oh,
What wrestler do I have the greatest merchandising idea for, but I never want to say it on air because I don't want other people to steal it?
I got the answer.
Yeah, but you already have a number, and you're on
Who
the
cares?
show right now.
yeah.
You
This is
only
just
answer if you don't have a number, and you're in the chat.
this is to help people out. So,
Yeah. And if you answer when you have a number, you're getting your number taken.
There you go. Boom. Taken away. What's on your mind, Lexi, Flexi, Sexy? Just a Lexi
Oh,
boy.
how about we make, if they got a good number, they have to trade with somebody who has a lesser number.
Yeah, but you don't know what the good number is until it's all over.
That's true. Forget it.
They'd be like, holy shit, I traded 27 for 2 and then 2 fucking 1. I worked out in the deal.
Yeah. Well,
Now, if we made people actually get in and have to wrestle, that would be different.
or
Yeah, that's
like
what we really
a
need.
person can steal the other one's number.
That's what we need. We need the heady
They
rumble
go in the steal pool.
where we give all the Zoomers numbers and like we count down 10, 9, and then like we add someone in. You don't know who it's going to be yet. And they're like, holy fuck, it's Bruce's Bruce's number 2.
I always wanted to be a wrestler.
What would your gimmick been?
Oh,
Serial
gimmick.
killer.
Serial killer. Nah, like they're too like quiet. I don't know. Like, yeah. Chris Jericho-y type, like Shawn Michaels-y. Like pin people with flexing and shit. Like,
Hell yeah, you a
Be a
sexy
dickhead.
boy?
yeah, I'd
Woo,
shake around
woo.
and like
Bruce, I think
Yeah.
I'm cute.
I thought you
I
were gonna
know I'm
say
sexy.
since you got the lumberjack outfit on, you were gonna be a lumberjack. Your name's gonna be Tim Burr.
Hell yeah, I like it.
timber.
It might be. Look in the chat.
Is it
I'd be
the
the-
boogeyman? It is the boogeyman.
Good job,
Yeah.
Mike B. Mikey B. Mike Bessler.
Whoa!
Number 30. Oh, wait.
Number 1.
Oh, that's
Mike
the one.
Bessler got number 1.
Bam. Number 1.
He's number 1 in our hearts.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, that's peeing intro. Number 2 is the old pooping. What's number 30?
That's when you like vomit blood.
Hey, vomiting the blood. All right, what's on your mind, Lexar, besides vomiting blood and ass?
It's amazing to me with all this drama with Vince McMahon. And
That's what comes out of that ass behind your head, Lexar. The poop.
Mhm.
Does that turn you off or turn you on? Thinking about you looking at that sexy ass, and then you think, what comes out of there? That log of poop.
No, I just like jiggling the ass cheeks.
While
That's
it's
what turns me
pooping.
on.
While they're pooping?
But besides all that, it's amazing to me with all the Vince drama and the WWE selling drama that is still making profits. And with WrestleMania making $1 billion gate is setting a new record.
$1 billion
for this year's
gate.
WrestleMania WWE.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
I'm just thinking like Jack would be the worst guy to take to a strip club if he's just like the girl, he'd like poop comes out of there.
No, I was just being an ass because I'm an ass man, so.
Oh, I see. So you want to just like
But
stop
I
everybody?
do enjoy. I mean, there's a little Vince in me. I do enjoy, ruining people's good time. So I probably would do that.
But why? Why do you enjoy ruining people's good things?
Because I'm an asshole.
You gotta like the taste of it.
No, because it's funny.
One time I was in a life drawing art class, and the model woman, she had a tampon string coming out. Like I drew it in my picture too.
I thought you would say
hey,
you pulled it out and used it to color it.
Nice.
I think you just call in.
There were like 20 other people there. That would be. Yeah.
And you didn't point out, look at that tampon string.
Look at
I
this.
did to the person sitting next to me. I was like, check out my drawing.
Look at this. You want to super chat some money tonight? $12, and I'll send this out.
We'll send you a tampon.
Sir Oliver Humperdinck.
Yeah.
This was made
That's
and
kind of
worn
one of a
for
kind.
one of the fan fests, no longer being
Awesome.
produced. Sir Oliver Humperdinck, drawn by my brother Troy and colored in by me.
With the tampon?
With the well, the shirt was dyed with a tampon that I pulled out of Big Mama.
That might get people to buy. That might get even more than 20. That'd be like
Size 3X. Boom, $12 tonight. Only one of these left. Pretty rocking. All right. So I've always found that curious that like a fan would care. Like, are you a fan of them making money? Because like to me, like besides the fact like, well, that's like if a company made money, like I don't want it to go out of business, but like the money they make makes literally no difference to me if I like the show or not. Like it's weird to me to wrap my head around like getting excited that WWE made a bunch of money off a show.
So if AEW did the same thing with Double or Nothing,
I wouldn't care. I mean, no, it would have literally no effect on my enjoyment of the show or not.
You'd be hooping and hollering. Holy shit! Tony Khan's even bigger of a billionaire now.
Yeah, that would not. That is definitely not my deal. I mean, they ain't giving me a cut. Besides the fact, like, oh, it's cool, like the show's going to continue. But I mean, but WWE, I mean, it's a big company. I don't know. I just don't. I don't understand that. Like, it's odd to me that you care that if that a show makes a lot of money.
I don't know.
Aren't you more concerned if the show's good?
Yeah,
and
it's
enjoyable.
It's like the internet.
I don't care anymore. I just give up all hope a long time ago.
Yeah, it's like, holy
I
shit,
just
look at
watch
the
it.
new Avatar. Think
Why
about
would
how
you
much
even watch
money it's
it?
making.
I just watch it. Just like a regular wrestling fan, a regular sports fan who will support his team no matter what.
Yeah.
Don't say that, Lexar. You're proving Vince Russo right when you say
They support the NFL because they know it's making money.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, you're not even supporting it just because you want to watch it. You support it because you want them to make money. Doesn't even make that. I just don't understand. I honestly just don't get it. I don't understand that logic.
Lexar knows. Once he finally meets Vince McMahon, he'll say, I supported you. And he'll say, thanks, pal. And his life will be worth it.
Very true.
And I'll take that hardened penis to the strip club.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Vince will really show you a good time there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you met Vince, would that get you more erect than seeing a sweet ass at the strip club?
No, I'll just have like stargazing in my eyes. Oh my God, you're Vince McMahon.
So your eye penis will get hard.
Exactly.
I'll shake his hand. Maybe get a picture.
Oh,
would you sign an NDA?
I probably will have one of those programs and have him sign it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You know what you should do? You should tell him, hey, pal, you should get on In Your Head.
He doesn't listen to podcasts, I don't think.
Yeah, but if his number one fan told him to do it, he'd be like, all right, pal, I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Not even WWE's own podcast.
Yeah, but fuck that. We don't give a shit about that. We're talking about In Your Head.
Yeah.
I got some.
You're talking about supporting all these billionaires. How about you support In Your Head? Tell Vince McMahon to come on the show. Bruce wouldn't you, Bruce? If you ran into Vinnie Mac, you'd be like, do the show, asshole.
I'd be like, he has to be senile at some point. So like,
I
just
think
hit him up like
past.
hardcore. Like, so like, you just got to be like, hey, come with me, old man.
Now that you bring that up, could, Stephanie, Triple H, somebody be like, this man is unfit to run the company. He's all fucking, mind of madness.
No, because the entire board unanimously voted him as the executive. So that ship has sailed long ago.
Hey, fucking
maniac. It's crazy, dude.
I think it's great that Vinnie Mac is back. I'm pumped. Me and Lexar is pumped.
I got some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
A lot of different websites, including Fight TV, are saying the deal is imminent. Vince is selling to Saudi Arabia.
What?
That'd be
Is that really out there?
That's all over Twitter. Bodyslam.net, Fight TV.
It's like
Sean Ross Sapp is from Fightful saying he can't confirm it yet, but rumblings are that it's close.
Damn.
That'd be so weird.
There's been a lot of
another territory.
Honestly, I kid a lot about stuff, but that would not. I would not be happy about that at all. Even Lexar, you couldn't be happy about that, would you?
Yeah,
you a big fan of the Saudi Arabian prince? The women are gonna have to wear beekeepers outfits,
burlap sacks.
Sami Zayn's gonna get decapitated.
Showing skin.
They get boners from looking at ankles.
Jeez.
Their boners get chopped off. None of that.
Yeah, any gay character is going to get beheaded. That's the ring.
They're going to bring back Yokozuna.
47 seconds ago, no DQ. They actually just reported. They reported that it's been sold. WWE sold to Saudi Arabia's public investment fund.
Right. So when are they going to delete that?
Wizhausen tweeted the following Tuesday night. They just tweeted this. Source: WWE has been sold to Saudi Arabia's public investment fund. The company will go back to being private. Unknown if Vince will return to head of creative, but it's expected by some people.
Well, Dave has been saying if it goes private, he could just go back to.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier.
Being the CEO. Yeah.
How did they get this news at 9:00 or wherever they are?
fucking called the Prince. They were like,
Time
"Hey,
zone.
buddy, we got the Ultimate Warrior here in Yokozuna. They're trying to get in the nuke if you own it."
And maybe
Well,
the Prince, he
and
just
he's
put
like,
it on Twitter. He's like, "Holy shit! I just purchased WWE."
You think Stephanie shows up at AEW as Stephanie Levesque?
That would be
so.
something. Maybe,
He's
you
the
know
boss.
where I think you know what?
Goes to work for Tony Khan.
I think all this has shown her it's finally time that she controls her own narrative.
Oh,
Here we go.
Boom.
Oh, shit. She walks out in the manifesto like, I own CY.
She walks out like this little basketball court, like, I own this place.
Yeah, some little bar with 15 people in the crowd. I own.
Some drunk, hey, not there, Stephanie McMahon. I gotta call up Steve. Hey, guess who's down? And the guy's like, you're drunk again.
Go to bed, Earl.
That would literally be the talk of the town, of that, of that town.
That particular town. Guess who spent hundreds of dollars for CYN?
She tipped the bartender $25.
So Vince would sell to Saudi Arabia just so he could be
just to fuck over his own son.
Yeah, his son-in-law and his own son and his daughter. Like,
yes, the answer is yes.
I mean, and if this is, it seems like this is the case. But if that's the case, I mean,
this is out too by someone
Americans
else.
Are going to want to watch it. I mean,
I mean, some people who just don't no, really.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who don't read it all on the internet and wouldn't even know who owned it, but I do think it is something that would. I mean, honestly turned me off. I'm not going to watch
Big Daddy
it.
Dave Meltz just got quote tweeted. Oh, Big Daddy, that was a cat knocked down the fucking something.
I'm seeing a lot of people posting about it now on the Twitter.
Big Daddy Dave Meltz just tweeted that that's the belief that the sale is final.
Fuck the Dave Meltzer.
I mean, he's my personal messiah.
Huh.
Yep, that is the belief.
My goodness.
And when they're all wrong, they're gonna say, "Well, obviously the sources were wrong."
Well, the thing is, Jonathan Jackson, sometimes plans change.
It's true. And sometimes things just don't happen.
You like Saudi Arabia? No, it's Disney.
I don't think Disney is touching WWE. If Vince wants to remain in control of it, but I could see like that would be the only way that like they would agree to take it just private again, But what would happen to all the stockholders? Do they just all like?
I don't know. I don't know enough about that stuff. Like, do they just get their money?
Do they just all instantly sell because the company's going private?
Yeah, I don't know how that kind of thing works. Or they're
okay,
like, oh wow, now I own stocks in Saudi Arabia.
I wonder if they'd be forced. Vince would be forced under, the trade rules that he'd have to, buy off everyone.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how that stuff works.
Well, no, they'd still be stockholders. The thing is, since Vince is the majority holder, he'd sell all his stocks. So whatever company buys that will basically own the WWE. That's the way it works. And the stock prices will either rise or decrease depending on how the stock market goes.
But what if it goes private? Is what we're saying.
I mean,
for it to go private, then they'd have to pay out.
It goes private.
If it goes private, then they'd have to pay out the amount that everyone's stock is.
But think about the TV deals too. Are these companies even going to want to renew?
Some won't, because the last time, especially if something else happens with Saudi Arabia, because the last time when he killed the reporter guy, I mean, almost everyone besides WWE, stopped doing business with them.
Yeah. My goodness.
The Grand Pooh Bear just tweeted that Saudi Arabia bought it.
The Grand Pooh Bear?
And he's saying he'll never go back to a WWE house show. I agree with the Grand Pooh Bear. And if Grand Pooh Bear says it, you can't deny it happened, Jonathan Jackson.
All these marks are lying. I'm gonna call it right now.
It's an echo chamber.
Was it January 10th? They're all a bunch of liars.
WrestleTalk.com saying it.
Yeah, well, everyone's saying it. At 9:00 at night, Central Standard Time, they found out that the Saudi prince bought the company. That makes a whole lot of sense.
But this
I'm gonna go see
well, I mean,
the car guy has to say
it is. You know, it is in the morning over in Saudi Arabia right now.
That's true. I'm gonna call it Melts right now.
There you go. Call up that idiot.
We're breaking it on the internet right now.
We're not breaking it. We're
Dave. Yeah, man. What's up?
We're purporting dumb rumors.
On video.
So the Saudi prince is like, I like to
no, we're breaking it like everyone else.
So what's going on, man? What's going on, Big Dave?
Big Dave, he's a moron.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm sure it was 6-star. Yeah.
It's on speaker, man. It's cool.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't care about the Tokyo Dome. I was wondering, like, no, I don't want to offend you, dude. Yeah, I know everyone in the card was Hall of Fame.
See if he wants a Humperdinck shirt.
Yeah, you want a Humperdinck shirt?
Tell him to clean his room.
Tell him to fuck off.
No, I don't have a Grand Funami shirt. Fuji who? Mr. Fuji?
I need to open a Twitter account and say I bought WWE so everyone can be like, holy shit.
Tell him to do a helicopter.
Well, really, 7 1/4 stars. Whoa.
For the helicopter?
Right, well,
breaking news.
All right. Well, what I want to ask you about, though, Dave, is what do you think about this Vince McMahon story? Did he actually sell the company to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, I saw him do it.
Oh. Really? Dave told me that he heard that it's possible, and if it didn't happen, then the story isn't true.
So do you think like they were working on the deal, and they're like, well, you can't have Stephanie as a CEO because she's a woman?
He's saying, Karen is saying that Kurt Angle was banging one of the girls over in Saudi Arabia.
Wait, can Vince even do that now? Like, will they let him bang the girls over there?
Oh, that's probably legal because women don't have rights.
You got there, Vic.
All right. Well, I'll let you get back.
So somebody has gone on to Wikipedia and done this.
What the hell?
They're gonna bring back Colonel Mustafa.
Yep. Commander Aziz, Colonel Mustafa.
Apparently Sami Zayn won't be long for the company.
Yeah, I was saying he's just
that's gonna be the next breaking article.
He's legitimately banned from being. I think he's been banned by the company but the country from performing.
What if they moved the Titan Towers to Saudi Arabia?
To Jeddah.
They did move out of the building, so maybe they will. In Connecticut.
I gotta save that picture. That's great.
Jeez Louise.
All right, I'll believe it if the next thing I see is Sami Zayn was released from WWE. That's the only time I'll remember. I'll believe it.
Satan be cashing in on oil.
So that would be the answer to the question: who does Vince fire first? Sami Zayn.
Well, no, the Saudi prince fired Sami Zayn. Vince fired Stephanie.
Tazo, your boy, the Prince of Saudi Arabia bought WWE.
Look, he's so happy now.
We're celebrating here in Saudi Arabia, baby.
Hell yeah!
Oh, watch out! From
Jeddah.
Hold on. Let me do a little bow here to the Shah. Shah, yes. All your camels have many babies.
Okay,
that's not pointing to Mecca.
Andrew Tate and the Jeffrey Epstein of State have now joined together with Saudi Arabia. We've bought the WWE, baby.
Hell yeah! Good family entertainment.
What the hell?
And Jack says he doesn't like when wrestlers get on podcasts. Pretend to not leave it on our record.
What the hell? I don't even know what the hell he said that time. But...
He said something about
Saudi Arabia. He's having the time of his life.
Are those real teeth?
We're gonna be decapitating people. We're gonna be throwing gays off the roofs.
My other show is the Station of Decapitation. Maybe I can get it on this deal.
No, seriously, this is like the worst possible thing.
Agree.
Yeah, it's probably the death of professional.
Who would have ever thought the WWE would be sold their mind to Saudi Arabia? And it's fact because Grand Pooh Bear posted it.
How pissed is the prince going to be when he finds out like Yokozuna's dead?
Well, they're good. What if I got to see if that fake sumo dude got signed?
I think once he figures that out, the deal's
Yokozuna too.
He's gonna be like, "Wait, Yokozuna's not here anymore? Oh no, I don't want it anymore."
Hey, you could chop up all the reporters you want and cut them up into little pieces and put them in suitcases and throw them in the river, boy. And you start messing with professional wrestling, buddy. That's when the kid gloves are off. Ain't that right, boys? Let's go get those sons of bitches.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Fuck.
I mean, we've been calling them the Blood Money shows for years here on the show. I haven't watched. I watched the first couple, but then I stopped watching them.
Once they start messing with women's wrestling, we got to go kick some ass.
Yeah, that's stupid, man.
What do you think about all this, Vic?
Are you intrigued?
Well, now I'm even happier. I didn't go to the house show that was in Huntsville on Sunday night. So,
damn, it was the last non-Saudi show.
Yeah, it's probably true. I mean, I was glad before when I heard that they pulled a bait and switch and took Kevin Owens out of the main event and replaced him with Braun, but now I'm even happier that I didn't go.
Man.
Went to Memphis instead. So
how was that? Did you go to a wrestling show there? Or?
No, it was my kids had told me for Christmas, they said, we can't tell you what we're getting you, but make sure you take the 9th and the 10th off. My boys did. And they took me to a basketball game. So that was fun. But speaking of Christmas, I've had this for 2 weeks and hadn't shown it. My oldest daughter got me this cool fanny pack.
Sweet.
Hell yeah.
I love it.
Nice.
I'm a big fanny pack fan.
Now, the entire Headyverse.
I am full support of this.
Does it say made in Saudi Arabia on the label?
Filled with sand.
No, it's made in China, just like everything else. So.
You could wear it like different champions like wore their belts. Like
exactly. They should have like little Velcro plates that you could put on different wrestling names on.
It's a fanny pack, and I thought that was the coolest thing. And I said, my kids know me.
Yeah, that's sweet. What are you going to carry around in there? Are you going to carry around your gimmicks?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I walked by Jerry Lawler's restaurant. I posted.
Oh, really? I didn't know he had a restaurant.
Yeah, it's a barbecue restaurant. But I mean, by the time the game was over at 9:30 and it was closed, so, or else I would have gone in there.
Yeah.
But that was good times. So all the boys were saying we need to do this again. So some of them are even talking maybe taking a road trip to Marietta in March.
Oh, nice.
We'll see what happens there. So,
do you have a trivia for the
yes,
chat?
I have a trivia. In the earlier days, Jack made a spin-off show with Buck Winchester. What was the name?
And only guess this show? If you don't have a number and you're in the chat. Go on, intro.
Yes. So what was the name of the show that was hosted by Jackie Jones and Buck Winchester?
Which
only if you don't have a number. Mike Hulk Hurts, he says that breaking news, Mandy Rose has been brought back as head intern. I don't think that would be the case though.
In Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Is that why Stephanie McMahon resigned as CEO?
That's what I'm thinking. If she knew that Saudi Arabia was buying them, they don't want a woman as a CEO.
Yeah, and if I was anybody, I wouldn't want to do it. But if I was a woman, I especially wouldn't want to be.
Oh well, you wouldn't want to be there anyhow. Yeah.
This is really nuts.
There you go. read it, and weep. That's the new.
What a sad day.
Logo.
This is great for the show, though.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, it
looks like the Headies are going back to Saudi Arabia this year, Incher.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's good for AEW, though. I mean,
Or is it though? I mean,
Yeah, they're gonna have to go into cahoots with like North Korea or something.
yeah, to compete.
I
don't think that's what they want.
I don't think they have the money actually.
They'll just go to Brazil.
We'll never see a Yemeni heavyweight champ. There you go.
Yeah.
They'll just go to Brazil.
Mike Paul Kurt says
that be a big
Sasha
deal?
Banks has to be so happy she left when she did. Can you imagine people in AEW now that they're like, oh,
Yeah, what about all the people went back?
I know, right?
Regal's like, oh, great.
put on the brakes. Yeah, really.
How do you feel?
Wait a minute, Tony. I don't really want to train my son.
Yeah.
He just leaves his kid there.
How do you think Cody feels right about now?
He feels he's always loved Triple H. And
that's what you get, you turncoat. You were in control of the company, and now you're working for the.
He's gonna go there and defeat racism, just like he did in AEW.
He better not bring Brandy, because then he's not gonna defeat sexism there either.
She has like a hair trigger. Like that'd be bad.
Does anyone know the answer to interest trivia? What was the spinoff show hosted by Jackie Jones and Buck Winchester? Here in the chat.
Get yourself a Royal Rumble.
X Ripley classic moment. Glad that In Your Head was live to cover it. This is a historic show.
It is.
It is.
You were today years old when Saudi Arabia allegedly purchased WWE.
I'm gonna go get my turban.
Uh-oh.
It's why I called. It's why I zoomed in. It's historic. In fact, I don't think you're gonna understand. We're gonna understand the repercussions of something like this for another.
We're going to Saudi Arabia, boys.
Yeah. See,
road trip.
We're going to see the WWE plummet. I mean, I don't think this is good for them.
Jackson will segregate minorities.
My cock hurts. Get it? My cock hurts. Whoa!
I didn't even think about it.
You didn't think about it till I kicked you in the dick.
We're going to Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
But
you got the goods for Saudi Arabia.
He's got the Neo Geo MVS as his icon. Is Neo Geo, because they're also owned by Saudi Arabia. Are they going to be making the WWE games from now on?
That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
That probably would be better in a way.
Here's your opponents.
You think The Rock's all about coming back now, and Cena's glad he came back?
They're tools.
Like,
they don't even give a shit.
Saudi Arabian WrestleMania.
They're like,
so Cena's last appearance was
money.
Everybody making fun of his bald spot.
Yeah, but I don't foresee The Rock going back. I mean, he's loaded, and he also likes to protect his image a lot. So
yeah, not for the blood money. I don't think he needs it.
Yeah, because he's turned down the Saudi Arabia shows before, and actually Cena did too after he did the initial ones.
Yeah.
Here's a breaking news from NFL News 24/7. WWE has been sold to Saudi Arabia's public investment fund for around $6.5 billion with a B dollars.
Damn, Nick Khan is getting paid. Woo!
He's like, yeah.
That's 10% of 6.3 billion.
GX Ripley. The answer to the question is Friday Night Fever. That is correct.
Man, GX.
I think this will be the final year of the Women's Royal Rumble, though.
The final year of the women, period.
It's the final year of women. GQ. Yeah, Charlotte came back a good time. GQ Ripley.
The last world champion.
The answer to the question. Oh, we got that one. Number 19. GQ Ripley.
Mike Hulkert says, I'm an old school SNK fan, but not so much of the current ownership, which is the Neo Geo.
I didn't know what that
Isn't
meant.
it just a license or something now, and not just like anything to do? And
they're like the main stockholders of the SNK company. So.
Rumor has it Triple H has also stepped down.
Wow.
Really?
I mean,
Yeah.
if his
coming
life
out
is
now?
gone.
That's the newest rumor that's out wrestling.
Damn. Everyone was all pumped like a month ago. Now everyone's like, this fucking
All hell
dead.
is breaking loose in like 45 minutes.
Well, here you go, Vince. This is our carpet being pulled out.
Now, what about all those guys he resigned?
Hey, I see another rumor here. Lord Tensai is now executive coach.
How long before Johnny Ace returns?
Give it a few days.
Oh my goodness.
And him and Vince are gonna have fun in Saudi Arabia. So much fun.
Is he Vince is going to get himself in trouble somehow, I'm sure.
He doesn't care.
He kind of already is.
Yeah. He's like, I already dug my grave, you know.
This is like when he brought in the NWO and he's like, I want to kill my own promotion, only it's real.
Yeah.
Lethal dose of poison.
Yeah.
I'm gonna inject a lethal dose.
What a miserable old
penis.
bastard. I mean, really. Why would he do this? I mean, it's just like spitting in the face of all the fans.
Yeah,
I typed
he's like
this in
just
the
an
chat
old
earlier.
billionaire guy.
But
You
he did
know,
it.
like I said earlier. I mean, this is what I really think too. If you're worth billions already,
Yeah.
are you gonna be any happier being worth more billions? Like, is it there just amount of money that I mean, you're not gonna be able to spend it anyway? All that money, and he's like 80 years old. Well, why do you? If you're worth $2 billion, why do you need $8 billion?
He doesn't give a damn about the money. If the sale to the Saudi prince is true, the Saudi prince told him you can come here and do whatever you want.
Yeah, and that ain't just running the wrestling. Like,
yeah. So
you don't even need the NDAs here.
I know, right?
Because instead of NDA, it's that machete time.
Yeah. This is the NDA.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of wrestlers that quit too. I mean, could you?
Don't worry, they can find new wrestlers. They're not worried about.
I mean, on one of the trips they were there, they were like holding the plane like over there for a while.
Yeah, Carl Anderson's gonna be like, "Hey, I'm here. Hey guys, I'm here."
Now it's not even hostage, Joe. They just own them. So
yeah,
they're gonna push Mansoor to the moon, and he's gonna win the championship.
He's gonna beat Roman Reigns.
Yeah, he's gonna end the bloodline
single-handedly. First he's gonna storyline kill Sami Zayn. Then he's gonna pin Roman Reigns.
Are you gonna be pumped for that, Lexar? Mansoor?
Mansoor.
I haven't seen him on TV in years.
We see how pumped Steven is for all this.
Yeah.
He's so pumped.
Trading of WWE stock has been halted on the New York Stock Exchange.
It's night.
Oh
everything's halted.
No, futures
not
trading.
Night in the world.
Okay.
Futures trading.
I'm gonna go buy some stock right now.
I don't think it's a good idea to do that.
I'm gonna put my life savings into WWE.
There was like a
Light
lot of
my
people
money on
jumping
fire.
on it, though. Wasn't there a lot of people jumping?
Oh
on it?
yeah. Well, the thing is, it went up because when McMahon came back, it wasn't like they love McMahon, but the idea was it's gonna sell, and then if it's sold, like I guess the idea is you get a lot of money off.
But that ain't gonna happen. I guess. I don't know. I really don't know.
I'm actually not seeing anything here about Triple H yet, but
don't worry. The rumor mill, it'll get going. Just give it a few seconds.
Yeah, it just seems like it would have taken a lot longer than this, or like, because it only just started happening like this week. Or like,
well, I guess I was wrong. I was saying at the beginning that I don't think he's trying to sell. That he just wants. Well, I guess.
Well, I've got even bigger news now.
What?
Tiffany Stratton returned to NXT tonight.
And her gimmick is that she's a Twitch streamer.
Oh.
nice.
Damn, fuck Saudi Arabia buying WWE. Tiffany Stratton returned.
Fuck Tiffany Stratton. goddamn.
Tiffany.
I'm gonna write her
Tiffany.
name down, and
Tiffany.
I'll go on her stream and like I'll talk to her.
And
Isn't that
Jinder
that
Mahal.
promo?
Yeah, Jinder Mahal.
You know, Mandy
Hell
Rose.
yeah.
Don't
is
hinder
really
gender,
upset.
motherfucker.
Mandy Rose is really upset about getting fired.
Jinder Mahal's hot too.
Oh wait,
Jinder Mahal. Jinder Mahal.
Nick
Mandy
Khan is the
Rose-
sole CEO of WWE. Meltzer tweeted that out.
I could
Andy
see if
Rose
Jinder
was-
could measure his veins like with a ruler. Just like see how big his freaking he's like weird.
Yeah, it's like
Veiny.
that's why I don't take my shirt off because I don't want all the veins involved.
Yeah.
What?
Andy Rose appeared on Tamron Hall earlier today to talk about her departure from WWE.
She don't want to go back now.
Yeah, I don't want that job back now.
Kazo, do you have a trivia for the chat room in your head trivia?
You want me to come up with fucking trivia for the In Your Head chat room?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the name? What? No, actually, I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. I could have solved all those. I could have solved all those.
I got one.
Very easy
Oh, wait,
questions
wait.
you had them.
I
I got one.
Okay,
All right.
go ahead, Lexar.
What year did Lexar first called in? to In
Oh,
Your
that's
Head?
getting tough. I
Hmm.
bet.
That's going to be a hard one.
So if anyone knows here in the chat, if you don't already have a Rumble number, what year Lexar called in, take a guess. Maybe you'll get it.
Jeez, I don't even know.
I
1992.
remember
Oh, wait.
every year. I remember when everyone debuted. I remember. I have Lexar's rookie card that year.
QX Ripley says, I doubt anyone will quit. I think there will be a lot of people quit.
You doubt anybody will
yeah.
quit? Stephanie
Well, I've got-
McMahon's gone.
I
I've
think
got
there's going
more
to be a
breaking
mass
news.
exodus.
Yeah, actually,
of it.
people have quit already. Like, people behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Even
I've got
before
more
that.
breaking news.
I'm talking performers, though. I think a lot.
Yeah,
of
I think so
performers.
too. Maybe not like half the roster, but I think there'll be people who do. What's this, Goosey?
The Saudis are also in talks with Tristan Robinson to buy it without your head.
Oh.
WWE and without your head, same thing.
The station of decapitation.
Yeah.
True
Oh,
to
this
its
is
name.
very good show. Yes.
We learned a thing or two about our beheading of gays.
Number one pastime here.
Yeah, Mike B in the chat room. He says, "Oh, I bet people are going to quit. I bet quite a few people are freaking out." I would say so. Yeah, for sure.
What a bunch of Islamophobes, right?
I know, right?
Jeez.
The hell?
Yeah,
Oh,
God.
what the hell?
This is a couple of Saudi Arabian oil sheiks who, on the weekends do a human Dubai porta potty on a bunch of chicks, decided to buy your wrestling company, all boo-hoo. Oh.
Sad times. What was your trivia intro if they don't know that one that in the Lexar posted? So
who-
we'll have dueling trivia here.
Who was the first guest on In Your Head Wrestling?
And
That's
no,
it.
it wasn't the Saudi prince.
He's the last guest.
Yeah, the final guest.
It's the final guest. Yeah. I think nothing else to do now, but get to the Raw report. What's on your mind, Lexar?
I have one better. What time did Stephen Butler woke up from his sleep?
How could you sleep through this historical moment?
I know, right?
Oh.
History in the making.
Does he even know what happened?
No.
WWE's been bought.
Yeah, did
Like
you know
Saudi
Vince
Arabia.
McMahon came back?
Did you hear if WWE's been purchased?
By this guy here. Wait, there he goes. Yeah.
Saudi Arabia now owns the WWE. We're serious.
Yeah, dead ass.
100% serious, Steven. This isn't a hoax.
You look at
No.
what- that's what
Allegedly.
the
I'm going to keep saying
prove.
allegedly
See?
until I see Sami Zayn gets released.
Until you see the prince walk out on.
Yep, on
Yeah,
TV.
Until you see Sami Zayn hanging from the
I
hell
want
of
to
a
see the
cell.
prince walk out on Raw like, yeah.
Man.
All right. So what are we we are here once again for the Raw report.
I kind of want to see the Walt Disney Company buy WWE make the show even.
Well, it looks like Saudi Arabia bought it.
Yeah,
It's too late for that.
the news is out that Saudi Arabia has purchased the WWE. We're not lying. That's the real thing. We're not.
Don't
not,
listen to him, Steven. Have hope.
we're not. It's all over the internet.
Have faith.
Right now.
It's all a hoax. It's a lie.
Yeah. No, I think that's Disney-fied WWE. Have Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse have a cage match live on Raw.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of just beheading people in the ring.
Yeah, I think Steven thinks we're trying to like pull the wool over his eyes or something.
No, either he's just waking up and he's not processing what we're saying, or
exactly.
Or,
I'm with you on this, Steven. This isn't real.
You wish it was.
Let's
I don't know. Scott's blog of doom says it happened.
What? Scott said it.
Scott's blog of doom. See, Jonathan Jackson.
Now he's
not Scott. Oh no.
And Wrestling Edge, the Sportster, YouTube, all of YouTube.
Fuck that bitch. But Scott, whoa.
Fuck that.
Ringside News, Wrestle Talk, Wrestling Inc. It's everywhere.
The Dave Meltzer.
Jim Cornette podcast.
Cornette didn't comment on
the great Brian Last.
Yeah, and his no attraction to Mandy.
I agree with Steven Simmons. This whole situation just isn't very oozy.
Yeah, especially for Sami Zayn.
Sources close to the Monday Mayhem.com.
I think I have a Monday Night Mayhem T-shirt. You sent me one, didn't you? It's probably around here somewhere.
Super chat $12. You can get
super chat $12. Get this right here. This is really sweet.
That is sweet.
It is.
Oliver Humperdinck.
I'm broke.
$12.
All right. Raw report.
I watched Raw, Steven.
Did you really? Oh, by the way,
I
I'm wearing
did
a
watch
pretty
Raw.
sweet Owen Hart shirt.
Heck yeah, Owen Hart.
All right.
And my AEW hat. I was gonna wear Punk, but I don't want to get intro all riled up.
I don't hate Punk. I just think things could have been handled better. On both sides.
You could be handling this instead.
Oh my.
Okay, whatever.
I'll admit that made no sense. All right, Raw report.
This week, Monday Night Raw comes from Birmingham, Alabama. And Monday Night Raw begins with Kevin Owens coming out. And he gets in the ring, and basically I don't think he got one single sentence out. Maybe he got about 4 or 5 words out before he's interrupted by JBL. And JBL comes out onto the stage, and he said something about how he's going to introduce the last person to pin Roman Reigns in the ring. Baron Corbin. When he said this, I had to look on YouTube to see, did this really happen?
Yeah.
Sure enough, I even put it on Jack's request for questions. 2018 or 19, Baron Corbin had a match with Roman Reigns and actually pinned Roman Reigns 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring. And I thought, oh my God, is Corbin?
Bad time.
You see,
bad times indeed.
The thing I was thinking, and like they say Vince isn't over creative, but here, the first episode of Monday Night Raw, Baron Corbin has a big spot on it. I mean, he loves pushing some Baron.
They should have given him the belt heading into the Saudi Arabia deal. What more would the Saudis want than Baron Corbin?
Got Baron Corbin.
so Corbin comes out, and Corbin comes out, and he and Owens go back and forth, and then Owens wants a match.
The Saudi Prince goes, "I love Baron Von Raschke."
Well, he is bald.
I like Baron.
So they have a match. Kevin Owens and Baron Corbin have a match, and I don't know why. They must be paying JBL a lot of money to just stand at ringside and promote this guy, because Corbin just sucks. And, Corbin, Kevin Owens quickly dispatches him. I think he gives him one of those stone cold stunners, pins him 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring. Winner of the match, Kevin Owens. Excuse me. So as soon as Kevin Owens wins the match, right away the Usos come out. I think they came from the crowd, and Kevin Owens starts actually handles himself pretty well against both Jimmy and Jey Uso, and then I think Solo Sikoa super kicked him into the timekeeper's area, and it looks like they're all gonna beat him up when Kevin Owens gets up and he starts throwing chairs and things at them, and he gets a chair, and then he just starts swinging this chair.
Hell yeah, beat his ass.
And so he gets into the ring, even though actually he hits each of them with a chair, and he gets into the ring, holds the ring. Meanwhile, the Usos and Solo Sikoa are retreating, when finally Adam Page and some officials show up, and it looks like Solo Sikoa wants to go back into the ring and fight, but the Usos hold him back, and they all basically take a powder. Next up, so we get a backstage segment where Adam Pearce basically says, basically tells the Usos to get out of the building, but Solo Sikoa's got to stay and face Dolph Ziggler. And at this point, I had a good laugh. It's like, oh, Ziggler's gonna get his ass kicked again.
Yeah.
Poor Ziggler. Poor Ziggler. But so next up we get Alexa Bliss. So they who are the people? The British guy or the Irish guy, Kevin Patrick and Corey Graves are doing a segment. They're looking into the camera. They're talking about Bianca Belair and Alexa Bliss, when Alexa Bliss just shows up and climbs onto the commentary table. She's got a microphone in her hand, and she's cutting a promo on Bianca Belair while standing on the commentary table. And I was just thinking, as I was watching this, she's doing this right in front of Kevin Patrick and Corey Graves and all the fans behind her. And I was just thinking, as I was watching this, they're probably just standing there, got a nice close-up view of Alexa Bliss's ass.
Whoa! Oh my! Jack, tell him what comes out of there.
Poopy.
I don't give a damn.
I have the prop today.
So anyway, she cuts this promo on Bianca Belair when she's interrupted by something going on the Fighting Titantron, and it's some sort of playground thing, black and white playground pictures, and it's Uncle Howdy. Now
Uncle Howdy, soon to be Uncle Ghani.
The prince,
Uncle
I do
Saudi.
not like this. This
Do
is
not
very
like- no.
satanic.
Get it out.
He's gonna be Uncle Saudi.
Uncle Saudi.
So it doesn't stop there, unfortunately, because as soon as this video ends, then Uncle Howdy comes out onto the stage. And Alexa Bliss, they keep doing this back and forth from throughout this whole thing. You just see Alexa Bliss's blank stare, like she's trying to look mean. And I don't know, this just is, you know,
Yeah.
bad idea. I mean, bad idea. But anyway, they just as soon as
I'm so sick of this Uncle Howdy stuff already. I mean, had this guy do something already, but doesn't look like it's ever going to come around to doing anything.
yeah, they just cut to commercial. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't do anything. He's just standing on the stage, and then they just cut to commercial.
I mean, what's his story? I mean, give us some backstory or something. I mean, they're giving us nothing with this stuff. Uncle Howdy. That's
because
all
when we
need.
come back after commercial break, Bailey's going to have a match with Michin Mia Yim. So apparently, I guess that's her name now.
Michin.
No, it's Michin Mia Yim.
Michin Mia Yim.
Oh God, is that just like Bearcat Keith Lee? Jesus Christ.
Bearcat.
Gotta thank a Bearcat. No one likes to see a colored fella who can speak proper English. Gotta be an animal.
So I was thinking, I forgot to mention this. I was thinking the theme of this show
KFC.
could have
That's
been
what I had for my birthday. Goosey was KFC.
The Colonel.
Yeah, I went with the Colonel. Sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking the theme of this show, in the immortal words of Bobby the Brain Heenan, the theme of this show should have been win if you can, lose if you must, and always cheat, because there was a lot of cheating going on, including in this match. Bailey and Meech and Mia Yim. Bailey, like a good old fashioned heel. She wins with her feet on the ropes. Referee doesn't see it and pins Meechin 1, 2, 3. Good old fashioned cheating, like that from a heel. Just, actually, I think even our Corey Graves even said this after the match. I think he attributed it to I don't know. I think he said it word for word too. But he said it so fast. I mean, it was. I almost missed it, but I know he said it. They update. Oh yeah, they give an update on Johnny Gargano. Apparently, he's got an AC sprain. He's that's why he hasn't been on the show in the past few weeks.
Yeah.
Everyone's favorite announcer, everyone's favorite backstage interviewer, Kathy Kelly, is there with Candice LeRae, his wife. So Candice is there, and I think she's interrupted by was it Rhea Ripley? Yeah, it was. And they promote a match. They're going to have a match later on. Next up, I think, okay. So I don't know if this is a tease for a later match, but Austin Theory comes out.
Yeah.
And the first thing that Austin Theory says, he's got a microphone, he gets in the ring, and the first thing he says is, "The champ is here."
Hell yeah.
An exact quote of John Cena. So I don't know if this is just he's just goofing around in there, or whether this is a tease for the next time John Cena comes back. But We'll see. We'll see.
Apparently, Vince didn't share any of his secret plans to sell the company to Saudi Arabia whenever he was out with his buddy John Cena at the double date they had going on there.
Yeah. So that's gonna be never.
Yeah. That match just isn't happening, so probably not.
So Theory gets in the ring and he says, well, where's Seth freaking Rollins? And on cue, Seth Rollins comes out. The crowd's singing his song, and they do another back and forth, and Rollins comes out. For some reason, he comes out with a crutches, or I think it was one crutch.
He was like Tiny Tim, but not the one that sings about Elvis Presley tiptoeing through the tulips. But Pepe Poteet, he says he's over the Uncle Howdy stuff too. I just wanted to mention that.
I do enjoy this kind of post. So this guy said that wrestling's been going downhill since the 80s. I can't stand it, and I left it back in the late 60s. Like, that's all well and good, but if you haven't watched something in 60 years, like, you can't really say like you like it or not at this point.
That was back when the men would hang themselves to prove how tough they were.
I haven't watched it in 60 years. I've hated it for 60 years, but I still follow everything that happens. How old is this dude anyway?
He's 20.
Probably.
So I don't know why Seth Rollins came out on with a crutch, because he immediately starts dancing, and he never uses the crutch. He never attacks Theory with it.
He must have watched Willy Wonka or something. He come out like he's limping, and then he just does a roll, and he's all right.
But basically, so Seth Rollins comes out. He gets in the ring and he does a nose to nose with Austin Theory, and he says, and he's really over because he doesn't even have to say anything, and the crowd starts singing his song. And oh yeah, this really Theory was whenever he's the latest guy to get annoyed by all the what chants. Because when he was cutting his promo, the crowd was doing the what chants, and he was I don't know whether
he gets pretty distracted by that, because then he stopped instantly and was like, "Don't you guys start that!" So he really doesn't like that one, which is like the thing you don't want to do if you don't want that to happen.
What?
No, don't you start that.
What?
So
what?
Rollins, again, this was just sort of this really was just a time waster, because Rollins just comes out and says, I wanted to hear the crowd sing my song. And then he gives Theory the crutch and then bails. And then as he's walking up the rampway, Bobby Lashley's music hits, and Bobby Lashley comes out. And he starts
flexing his ass.
I wish he did. Bobby Lashley comes out.
You're like, whoa, look at that ass. Tight.
Vince is back. Give it a week.
And he's shirtless. And I guess he must have lost his shirt on his way to the arena. And he's got a mic, and he basically says that he was suspended. And his suspension is over. But I seem to recall when the last time he was on Raw, Adam Pearce actually fired him.
Yeah, what the hell?
They just dropped that entirely, and he just said, I was suspended and it's over. And so Theory says, don't come in the ring, Bobby, don't come in the ring. And he tries to attack Lashley with the crutch that Rollins gave him, but Lashley ducks and hits him with a spear, and then picks up Austin Theory and tosses him over the top rope. And
toss his ass. Toss
pointed
him
to the
out just like
WrestleMania
Incher
sign?
tosses the salad.
Oh,
What?
What? I mean, you're eating healthy, tossing the
Yeah,
salad.
you gotta get the dressing on all of the
What's
salad.
your favorite dressing when you're tossing the salad, Incher?
I'm a Thousand Island man.
Man, always gets my butt really greasy.
Oh,
What? I don't know. Raw report.
so Bobby Lashley basically says that he's going to win the Royal Rumble. Next up was pretty much a squash match. This was Rhea Ripley versus Candice LeRae. Rhea just squashed Candice. I mean, just woman handled her and pinned her. I think she gave her the riptide, pinned her 1, 2, 3. Really didn't have all that much of a problem beating.
Vince ain't over creative.
not yet, buddy.
Candice LeRae, not even in a competitive match. Just squashed.
Next up, we get a piece of cardboard known as Byron Saxton interviewing Bobby Lashley. And before he can get too far into this, MVP just shows up, and Byron Saxton takes a powder, and but MVP basically says he's taking credit for Bobby Lashley getting his job back, and he wants to remember last week, I think it was last week, I was telling you about how he was I saw in the background there MVP with the Hurt Business, and Cedric and Shelton.
Yeah.
So he makes a reference to Cedric and Shelton, how and I'm wondering, and obviously they were a tag team later on in the show. So I'm wondering if he's trying to basically MVP is trying to reunite everybody again.
Yeah. That seemed like what he was trying to do to me, that he was trying to get the Hurt Business back together. So
because there was no mention of and no appearance of Omos. He wasn't on the show. So it looks like it'd be better, quite frankly, for MVP.
Yeah.
Well, with Vince back, that ain't happening.
No. Vince is like, that's not happening.
I could have sworn I broke you guys up.
Yeah, but maybe the Prince loves it.
If the Prince loves it, possibly. See, Vince ain't gonna like answering to the Prince all the time.
He's not. The Vince knows how to sweet talk the Prince. That's why he could trick him into thinking Yokozuna's still alive.
Yeah. Oh, of course it's Yokozuna, pal. Let's look at him. I don't know.
So
hey, Banzai.
So Lashley, he's not ready to reunite the Hurt Business or get back together with MVP, but MVP says, you know my number. It's the same. Next up, we get next up was this another sort of like video.
What happened to Almas? Where the hell? Why did he just dump Almas all of a sudden? And like, is Almas just went back home and he's staying there? I mean, I know nobody cares, but I mean, I was just wondering. I'm sorry, Steven. Go ahead.
So next up, we get this great another video entry in the recovery of Cody Rhodes, talking about his recovery.
You hate him too.
I really like this because I mean, he even had Brandy on there, and so his recovery continues. He had his surgery and all of that, and I really liked it. I know you guys are down on Cody Rhodes, but at least
I say every week I'm still a fan.
But telling the story of his recovery is, every week. I mean, in anticipation of him coming back. So when he does come back, like either live on Raw or at the Royal Rumble, he's gonna get a big, huge pop, I think. So they're saying that Money in the Bank this year, the Money in the Bank pay-per-view is going to be from the O2 Arena in London, England. The first pay-per-view in over 20 years, I think, for the WWE going over to England.
Yeah, that'll be neat if it happens.
So ahead of another squash, Kathy Kelly is interviewing Dolph Ziggler, and I was just thinking, classic babyface promo from Ziggler, and but I think they were building towards a match against Mustafa Ali, because he's interrupted by Ali, who basically says that Adam Pearce offered them a spot in this tag team turmoil match, but Ziggler turned him down, and instead he wants to get his ass kicked by Solo Sikoa. So let's get to that. Solo Sikoa versus Dolph Ziggler. Basically, yeah, again, another squash. So at least Solo is doing all of the Umaga spots, throwing his butt into throwing Ziggler into the corner and throwing his butt into Ziggler's face, and using the Samoan spike. But this time he got him in midair. He's been doing these midair shots with the Samoan spike.
There's Bruce.
That's Bruce's ghost.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
Where's the knife?
Yeah, you could always draw it in. I could. Here's the
Go on. I'm sorry.
Reference.
But anyway, Solo Sikoa hits a midair. It's a midair Samoan spike on Ziggler and pins him 1, 2, 3 and wins the match. Another win for him. And so, okay. Next up comes the newest member of the Latin American Exchange, Dominic Mysterio.
Oh,
Are those the glasses Vince wore whenever he sold to all the fans?
He's like, hey, Stephanie, hi, Hunter.
He wore those when he returned. He's like, hey,
yeah,
you know what time it is.
Big strut.
Hey, all the fans that loves WWE, look at my glasses.
Say goodbye.
Dead now, forever together. Even Stephanie had to put that stupid shit in.
I know, like, it's like, how are you going to be together forever? And like,
it's part of the letterhead.
quitting.
She didn't really have a choice.
I guess.
Whoever wrote it, put it in.
I'm quitting, but we're together forever. All right, Steven, I'm sorry.
So, like I said, Dominic Mysterio comes out looking like the newest member of the Latin American Exchange, like Conan or Homicide. He's got this thing over his face, and he's looking all like the baddest thing on the planet. Anyway, he's gonna be on the next segment, Ms. TV. And in fact, remember last week, all of the Judgment Day people except Dominic weren't on the show. Well, on this show, they were all over the show. Especially the final hour, the tag team tournament match.
It was all them.
It was all them. So, Ms. TV, we get Dominic Mysterio and Rhea Ripley and Finn Balor and Damian Priest, and it looked like they were teasing something here, but I think they were just because I think Dominic made a reference to Maurice.
Yeah, holding Mrs. Balls. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, again, I really don't like Dominic. Again, there's a lot not to like about Dominic Mysterio, but these segments are just so entertaining.
Yeah, it is funny that they're trying to like present him as like this real like hard guy that from doing time in jail, and he was only there for like it's a funny angle. It is funny.
Man.
Excuse me.
No problem.
So next up, I think this was about the third hour because this thing went on forever. But it was entertaining. I mean, they had like a tag team turmoil match, and basically you had all these tag teams. The Judgment Day. The first one was the Judgment Day and the OC. Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows come out, and they're gonna take on Finn Balor and Damian Priest.
Yeah,
and they had the first match, and again, win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. And this is exactly how the OC beats Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows. Because I think which one was it? Was it Carl Anderson?
I'm trying to remember.
I'm trying to remember too. He was it Anderson who took the pin.
I'd say more than likely it was Anderson. I can bring it up if you want to know.
Oh yeah. So was it Balor got the pin on Anderson, but it was Mysterio who helped out with beyond the referee's back, I think. And they cheated to win, basically. Good old-fashioned cheating from a heel. Gotta have that. So before they can even take a breath, out comes the return of the Hurt Business, Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin, and that's immediately the next match. The Judgment Day take on Cedric and Shelton. They were there by themselves, and I was really kind of rooting for Cedric and Shelton. I wish that we can get more of them on TV now, singles and tag team. At least it's something new and different. Well, I know Cedric and Shelton aren't new, but they haven't been on TV as a tag team in a long time. But so they have another match, and once again, I think it was Finn hitting the coup de grace on Cedric, and they got eliminated. And so next up was the Alpha Academy, and so you had two heel teams going at it, Judgment Day and Alpha Academy, and for this match only, I think it's probably for this match only. The Alpha Academy were the fake baby faces in this team, in this one.
I think they were trying to present them as the baby faces, especially when they had the
intro. Gonna bash his brain.
Is that the Saudi Prince on the show? Who is that?
Gonna kill the intro.
Bruce's ghost.
I'm gonna eat his remains.
You don't support this, do you?
What?
Bruce's ghost.
Well, I didn't know anyone could hear me.
I'll write down the lyrics. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll write down the lyrics. Sorry.
I do think that the whole caterpillar spot they gave Otis, I think that was kind of setting them up as the baby faces.
Yeah, so it was cool first time because as a heel, as a heel, Otis hasn't been doing caterpillar spot.
Don't interrupt the caterpillar spot, Jack.
Kill the intro.
You can kill me, but don't interrupt
eat his
the
remains.
Spot. No, don't eat my remains. That's just not right.
It's a pretty good song, I think. I think it's working into something. Do you think, Bruce?
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah, it's got some. I think it's gonna be going. All right, Raw report.
I need a therapy session. I got like, my co-host is writing songs about killing me and needing my remains. I mean,
Yeah, but it's
That's
a metaphor. It's a
traumatizing.
metaphor.
That's traumatizing.
It's not like
What
you're taking it
matter with you?
literal.
Why are you
It's a
such a
metaphor
psychopath?
for world peace and for the environment.
Well, when you die, you'll eat his remains so you could carry
Exactly.
on
It's about
with his soul.
Exactly.
Steven, I'm not buying
Chew
it.
on his fingernails with a finger.
Yeah. See,
You believe they interrupt the Raw report with this
Sorry.
bull crap? I mean, really?
it's about recycling.
Steven ain't got all night.
No, I don't. So
Go ahead.
anyway, yeah, we
Trying
were
to bring you
get
some good music.
So anyway, Otis breaks out the caterpillar spot, and but this one had a finish where I think Otis was doing the Vader bomb, and he does the Vader bomb on Finn Balor, but Finn Balor is actually, I think it was Chad Gable and Finn Balor ended up on top of each other, or Gable ended up on top of Finn Balor and whatever. But Otis hits the Vader bomb on both of them, and Finn Balor rolls out onto the ring, in front of the I think it was the announce table, and he has an injury or something, and so Adam Pearce comes out and basically says that Finn's got to participate in the next match, or I guess Pearce introduces the Freebird rule and basically says that if Finn can't continue, then Dominic Mysterio has to take his place.
Greatest mind in the business, Michael P.S. Hayes.
So Finn can't continue, and so Dominic realizes he's got to continue on with Damian Priest, and so after a commercial break, we get the final match in the tag team turmoil, and it's the Judgment Day versus the Street Profits. Only this time, the Judgment Day is made up of Dominic Mysterio and Damian Priest.
Because Dominic had to take over for Finn Balor.
So yeah.
But I did like that whole exchange whenever they were like, because even like Priest was like trying to tell like Finn to get up. He was like, "Come on, get up," and he didn't want to have to take Dominic as his partner, and he was like, "Are you going to be good?" And then Rhea looks at him and slaps Priest, and he's like, "What? You know what I mean?" And yeah, it was kind of funny. That was pretty funny. And then Priest starts singing a song about killing Dominic and eating him.
What? Oh shit! I missed something good.
There you go. And Rhea Ripley just crapped on the floor.
What? That's what? Well, it was out of her butt.
Where
I was
else
telling
would
you all this time. That's what the butt's for.
She
You
doesn't
think
crap
it's
out
for
her mouth.
looking at the sexy times, but I'm telling you, it's for the booty, for the poopy.
I think it's for cushion for your to sit on.
Cushion for the pushing.
I apologize, Stephen. Please carry on.
I do not.
So again, this was a pretty entertaining tag team match. Montez Ford, very again, a lot of spots for Montez Ford, even Dawkins as well.
That's why Intro was drinking out of the red cup when we started.
But
got it right here, but it's empty.
But this match had the same ending as the Bayley versus I can't remember who the hell did she
Bayley took on
Meechin. The same finish. Dominic, he's rolling up Montez Ford, and he behind the referee's back, puts his feet on the ropes for leverage. Good old-fashioned cheating. Just do some good old-fashioned cheating. That's fine. And he gets the 1, 2, 3. So the winners of the tag team turmoil match, and I was impressed. Well, at least with Damian Priest, he was in there for the full hour. And so they earn a tag team title match. And
I did. I did like Finn kind of cheering him on, like while he was hurt on the outside. I thought that was a good touch to the whole match.
So the show goes off the air with the Usos coming out, and you see this stare down between the Usos and the Judgment Day, and it certainly seems like, even though the Usos are going to be the baby faces in this, because they just I think the fans are, they're going to boo the Judgment Day, and they're going to cheer the Usos whenever this match takes place. The Usos come out, they hold up their tag team titles, and the Judgment Day stares down Jimmy and Jay, even though they've got the man advantage because, well, they got Dominic with them. Nobody fights them, but they're just staring at each other as the show goes off the air. I'll give this show a thumbs up. I mean, there was a lot of wrestling.
Yeah.
And I heard Davey Boy and Alvarez, they didn't like it.
Well, our man is Stephen Butler, Toronto Stevie, and he says he liked it. And what the hell do those two know? Toronto Stevie liked it. We're giving it a thumbs up.
Yeah. Did you watch it too, Inch? Were you loving it?
It was all right. It was all right.
Well, yeah, it did have some. It did, like I said. I mean, please end this Uncle Howdy stuff with Alexa Bliss. But
not everyone was loving
keep it on
him coming back.
SmackDown.
I mean, if they're gonna make us watch it, at least make it somewhat interesting. Give us some backstory or something. They haven't told us crap.
I was hoping it was like Barry Windham. Like, I want it to be Barry Windham. It's really bad.
That's his real life uncle,
sweet.
Ain't it?
Yeah, and like I watched documentaries and people always are like, he's the most naturally gifted athlete I've ever seen. Like, people will still to this day.
Didn't he have a heart attack or something?
Yeah, he just had a heart
attack. He did, yeah.
Well, he's hanging in there. They haven't said he's passed away, so.
Jeez. Good.
Yeah, he's Uncle Howdy.
He just faked it probably.
It's not all that makeup. It's like, can't tell. I don't want to talk bad about a guy who just had a heart attack.
What? How can you make that? How can you make that? What's the matter with you?
What?
Just dropped that whole bit. He just sold the company to Saudi Arabia.
I'm not saying they're number one. I'm saying they're Kenny McMahon.
Well, how could you feel that way after the news tonight?
Maybe it's just all the work.
Yeah. It's all storyline.
Hopefully. But I mean, are you gonna want to give them money anymore?
I don't give them any money now, but no.
Like, are you going to a house show? Are you going to any event? Are you?
I mean, we're gonna fly over to Saudi for the headies.
Mm-hmm.
They love the headies over there.
Stay at the embassy.
Speaking of the headies, Jack, when is the ballots for the headies going to be?
Finn Balor. Well, I was doing it today, but then I got a call about all this stuff going down with Saudi, and I was like, man, I have to do the heady ballot here after the show. There's just too much news going on.
Too much news.
So much breaking.
Man, I wonder what the cart guy thinks of this.
Should go ask him.
I think it's closed. I haven't seen him for a while. Hope he's all right.
He's in Saudi Arabia.
ComingSoon.net reporting it. Wrestling Inc. reporting it. That DraftKings Nation reporting it.
What? There's still none of them got anything on Scott though.
Has Sports Illustrated reported it yet?
John Alba.
Sports Illustrated is still too busy interviewing Brian Myers.
The WWE.com just reported.
Yeah, right.
That Jinder Mahal says it's time to give back. by showing Veer and Sanga how to win.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Sports Illustrated's got Stephanie McMahon resigns as WWE CEO.
They don't know. They're back in the times. Gotta get with the now.
Well, I was wrestling on the Sports Illustrated.
Dave Meltzer still, he hasn't posted anything for an hour. He just wrote, "That's the belief."
Because he knows it's bullshit.
Oh, Jonathan Jackson's whipping now. He loves the Dave Meltzer.
And the original tweet has now been deleted.
Of course.
The original tweet has been deleted. All right, how are we? Don't tell us we've been wrong about this the whole time, have we?
We'll find out.
Goosey
didn't tweet it. I mean, it was out there.
Goosey's the one who broke it to us.
We gotta blame Goosey though if it's incorrect.
I think that's a good way to do it. If it's wrong, we do not take the blame. We just pound down the Goosey. We whip him and beat him with bats, poke him with sticks. Nothing to like damage him permanently, but just to show him that, bruise him good. Maybe leave a little permanent scar just so he remembers, because if you just beat him a little bit, he'll forget. But if you leave a little bit of, some permanent markings in a few years down the line, he looks down, he's like, and he's like, well, I remember the day I ronned in your head. He cut this chunk of meat out of my flesh.
Damn.
Well, maybe not that bad, but
Yahoo News, they've reported it. Vince McMahon reportedly
that's
sells
where I get all my
WWE
news.
Saudi Arabia.
What do you think Alex Jones is going to think about this? They worship Moloch in the fucking globalists.
Did you see it, Steve?
Vince McMahon reportedly sells WWE to Saudi Arabia.
Yahoo News.
We're not making this up. It's being posted everywhere.
Barstool Sports just reported it.
Damn.
Barstool Sports.
Bite pizza guy.
Jonathan Jackson's reporting it.
Yep. It's right here.
Double J.
That's Vince and Triple H with the Saudi Prince now.
My goodness. This is insanity.
This is WWE.
All right. What do you think? Is it time once again for the questions? We still got a lot of numbers out here. You losers in the chat, you don't know shit.
Damn. Bunch of fake fans over here.
They don't know. They didn't know who said on In Your Head, who you suck one dick and it makes you a queer. It's a famous quote on the show.
They could look mine up if they wanted, the one that I gave.
What was yours? Like
who was the first guest on In Your Head?
Oh, yeah, right. Well, someone did think they knew it, but they did think it was a trick question because was it the first guest on the first episode or was it the first, like,
wrestler? Mm-hmm. I was thinking wrestler.
It's not like you only get one guess. I mean, go for it.
I was thinking wrestler.
Yeah, right.
I can see. Yeah, they can say either. They can say both if they want, but
sucking on the toes.
Mm.
No one knew who was sucking on toes either.
Can you say just to clarify on that one?
Trying to find the picture.
I don't give it away. Somebody might. Nah, they probably won't.
I don't think.
When we said it by now.
When we go into the questions, the show kind of dies. Everybody leaves. There's nobody in the chat room.
Yes, 18 people watching.
10 minutes.
Do we really? Everybody liked the show then. I need to like.
Only 10 minutes left until Stephen Butler deports.
Yes.
What's your trivia question, Stephen?
I can't find maybe it's under hot tub. I couldn't find under sucking toe. I'm trying to find the photos.
Stephen Butler, do you wish Canada will buy WWE since they have a Niagara
Canada?
Falls?
Oh yeah, let's have what's the name of that company that owns Impact Wrestling?
Anthem.
Anthem Sports and Entertainment. Let's have them buy WWE.
Yikes. Put them on Axis. That would be pretty sweet. See WWE, the whole catalog on Impact Plus.
I'm trying to find these pictures.
Their servers will crash because they can't handle just like their servers just aren't big enough because they're Impact.
Oh, here we go.
Someone said the photos never existed. You're stuck in the Mandela effect.
That looks real to me.
Howie Mandel?
Yep, the Howie Mandela
I
effect.
love how he like would blow up a balloon or blow up a glove with his face.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Damn.
classic.
Look at him sucking on some toe.
Whoa.
And look at the guy in the back like, hell yeah, this is in your head.
This was this, and then Incher wouldn't get in with us. I can't
Because he didn't know who the hell the dude in the back was.
So who in this? So this is helping out. So anyone in the chat, who's sucking the toe and whose toe is being sucked?
He doesn't have a very good beard.
Yeah, it was pre beard, I think. Pretty rocking though, don't you think, Incher?
Yeah, pretty rocking.
Oh, man, it's good times, Incher. Here's I think this is pre toe sucking photo here. The dude's still in the background.
Right. He's just photo bombing you all the time.
Can you believe that Incher wouldn't get in the tub with us? He just does not enjoy good times.
What a homophobe.
I didn't feel
What a
like
hot
getting in
tub
the
phobe.
All right. Any other trivia for these posers?
Let's see.
They're not listening. How many people are in the chat right now?
That's an easy one. If you can get that, Pepe Petite, you will win yourself a Rumble number. All right. Here we go.
Here we go.
Alexa. I want to know, despite Vince McMahon returning to the WWE board of directors, Triple H remains in charge of creative. Are you relieved? I'm not
so
sure
much.
how long this is happening. It's a dated question and it was posted a few hours ago. WWE Money in the Bank is going to be at the O2 Arena in London, England. Are Dobbs, Mia, and Nikhil excited? Nikhil said he's going to try to go. That'd be cool.
Cool.
Oh, I thought Goosey was wearing a BWO shirt for a second.
Thunderbolt. Yeah.
Alexa, Dominic Mysterio proposed to his long-term high school sweetheart and now is engaged. What does this mean to him?
Are
and
you
Rhea
intrigued?
Ripley? I say run him out of the business for breaking kayfabe.
Butt fuck him to death.
And maybe she'll be the next Pam.
Yeah.
He could have waited. Waited.
Yeah.
Gotta put a ring on it, Incher.
Yeah.
He proposed to her, now he's gonna marry Rhea.
That's a good one. Steven Simmons, my trivia question. Who is Jack's bouncing baby boy?
That's a good one.
The Prince of Saudi.
I thought you were the family man, Incher. You should be all about Dominic getting the the engagement.
Yeah, but
babies,
not
having
when
fame.
it ruins wrestling storylines.
That's right.
Cheating on Rhea, goddammit.
Mick Jim Cornette would have run the man right out of business.
Mm-hmm. At least slap him around a little bit.
That what Lana did when she was in this storyline feud with Rusev. Just announced they got
Exactly.
married.
Well, just because he's getting married don't mean he might not have a chick on the side.
Yeah, that's the reason why Rusev got buried by Vince.
Yeah,
because she did that.
I'm starting to think he's just annoying. Because I don't know, he's kind of seems kind of like an ass and I'm a big fan of his. Lexar, GCW is going to be in Toronto on Sunday, March 19th. Will Steven Bootler be going?
Oh.
Whoa, why not?
He's scared of the COVID.
I'm like Jim Cornette. I don't like this hardcore shit.
Oh,
Damn.
GCW.
Yeah, Lexar's pissed.
Lexar loves blood.
Oh, shit.
Is that why you always wear the white? So hopefully you can get some blood on you and it shows up good?
I might wear a white t-shirt at a wrestling event, deathmatch wrestling show to get some blood spatter. And then if it does, I'll wear it on in your head.
That's pretty sweet. I got Moxley's blood on me at a Dragon Gate USA show.
Yeah. Lexar, what would you do if you went to a strip club and got a lap dance and you got blood on you?
I'll wear it right here on the show.
Yeah. Boy.
Period.
He didn't
Tell my
miss a beat on
experience
that
about
one.
it.
And this was before Lexar killed her.
Bruce, what do you think about all this, Bruce?
Oh, yeah. It's good. Like, I had this girlfriend. Yeah, the stripper could grind for the blood stain. But
oh man.
Yeah. This girlfriend would sit on my lap and she would fart. And then I'd be like, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Was that like what you're into?
No, she was into it, I guess. I was not impressed. Anyway.
You should give her Intra's number. Intra's into the fart.
It's interesting. It's nice.
I'm good.
That's also what comes out of the butt, Intra. Poop and farts.
Poop and farts.
Oh, you don't say.
Just in case anyone was wondering.
They're getting y'all hot.
Dutch oven.
All hot for the poop and farts.
What does Jack think of the all new AEW Dynamite? Oh, that was interesting. I'll be perfectly honest, it looked cool. There's an improvement stuff, but that kind of thing means very little to me. Like the ramp and all that stuff. But I mean, it looked cool.
Looked nice,
yeah. But that kind of thing doesn't have a lot of meaning to me if I enjoy the show or not.
Mm-hmm. Maybe if they had a Wildcat Willie.
Sure.
Really,
I got a Willie for you.
No, I'm good. No.
Alexa, AEW's been using the NBA on NBC theme for the Elite versus Death Triangle in various Dynamite episodes. Are you intrigued? I think it's kind of cool, kind of neat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I bet you're pumped because you like that kind of stuff, Lexa. You like the CBS Sports.
Like watch NBA basketball games pre-internet. There was nothing on, so I just watched NBA and NBC, and that theme stuck in my head.
Dude.
Along with the NFL on NBC theme.
Give
Pep
a
comeback too.
You want to just give him a number?
Give Pepe Poteet a question while he's coherent because he's all stoned and spaced out.
Here's my question for Pepe Poteet. Do you want a Royal Rumble number?
Nice.
Are you intrigued, Pepe?
Alexa, Greyhound or Amtrak? I've never been on a locomotive, but I've never been on Greyhound either. But I've been on buses.
Delta Airlines.
Yeah, the thing is, a couple times I looked into taking a train somewhere, but it costs more than flying, so it makes no sense to do it.
Spirit Airlines.
They must capitalize on that crowd that doesn't want to get on like a plane.
Yeah, people who are scared to fly.
Yeah.
Lexar's looking pissed.
Pepe Poteet says yes.
All right. Let's give it. We'll give these chat room marks some love and give them a number. I think. What do you think?
All righty, sounds good.
So, anyone else
Give
in the
them
chat,
marks what they want.
speak up. If you're not getting a number, it's number 15 for Pepe Poteet.
15.
Good
Will
one.
we even have enough participants in the Royal Rumble to fill out the whole 30?
We still have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We still have 10 more.
Damn.
10
more. I meant just in the actual Royal Rumble.
Oh, you mean like WWE wrestlers?
like are they all just gonna quit?
Oh,
no.
I don't know. Well, yeah, you can always find some J Bro who wants to.
Or you could like have a double entrant, like one come out, get eliminated.
Incher
but
watches
then come
those
back.
kind of videos all the time.
Yeah.
Double elimination. Wow.
Double ejaculation. But no, yeah, you could have like Uncle Howdy comes in, and then Bray Wyatt comes in, then the Fiend comes in,
then Bo Dallas,
and then Top Hat McGee, and the Buzzard, and the Pig Man, and they just the whole thing is nothing but people from the fantasy, whatever the fuck he called it.
Yeah, the crazy thing would be when Bray Wyatt eliminates himself.
Exactly. And then there's just no winner.
His hologram comes out and eliminates him.
That's the big swerve. That would be cool though if Vince won it.
Yeah, he comes out number 30 and just get out of my ring, Jay Bro.
I saw Flair saying he's dying to do another match. What if the Prince
looked like he was about to die in his last
match?
match.
I was believing, he's dying.
What if the Prince is like, let's have one more, run as Flair's champ?
He might want it. You never know.
He wants to see that hot Flair Sting run again.
Mm-hmm.
He got pissed that Shane got all the spotlight about Rumbles.
Exactly.
He wants to take back the thunder.
Exactly. How come Dave E. Meltzer's not posting anymore? He knows
Maybe he got
everyone's
silenced by the
looking.
Saudi Prince.
He's like, make them wait. Make them wait.
He says, I know he's watching.
Pepe Petit says he likes Mick. Oh, like Mick Foley, right? The three faces of Foley.
Mm-hmm.
This is the new face of Foley here, Bruce.
Mm-hmm. I didn't. Yeah. Nice.
Joe Biden is running for re-election in 2024. Will you vote for him? Not in the primaries.
Only if Hangman Page does.
What?
I don't vote at all. So.
I saw a Hangman Page figure in Walmart, and it had 3 different kinds of beer and a solo cup in the package.
Yeah, I have that figure. It was like the Walmart exclusive, I believe.
I should get that.
He wants the smoke.
Jack says he hates him, but he's got his action figure.
Yeah, Jackson is all a lie. He's saying he doesn't watch wrestling, and then you go in the other room and it's just filled with action figures.
Yeah, you're not supposed to know that though.
Look at this old goof.
I don't watch wrestling for kayfabe.
Can Incher look into why the PlayStation Portable didn't last long?
The PlayStation Portable?
PSP did last long.
My brother had one.
It was out, like Peace Walker came out in 2011. That was a really big game for it.
Yeah, I remember I beat it.
Yeah, he beat the PlayStation Portable. I remember that.
Yeah.
It was pretty historic. It's almost historic as when WWE was sold to the Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Now, if you're talking PS Vita, that one didn't last very long. That wasn't out for too many years.
Yeah, the Vita was a dud.
Yeah, the
Vita.
PSP, they even did the PSP Go. So
Yeah, PSP was a good system.
yeah, PSP was pretty good. I like the Vita too, but they didn't support it very long.
The La Vida Loca?
Yeah, PSP Vita Loca.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Vita.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
It is a cool system, but
It's like a PS1, like.
Mm-hmm. The Vita, I'm not sure what it would be equivalent to.
Living La Vida Loca.
Probably close to
Her lips are ruby. What is that called? Ruby red. I don't know.
Her lips are cherry red. Living La Vida Loca.
Skin the color mocha.
Oh yeah.
Just like my baby Geraldine.
Want to steal my nephew and take him away. that should be the lyric. You remember that? That's like that Ricky Martin did that or something.
No,
you didn't know that.
There was this big scandal where they say he did some things with his nephew.
He did some very bad things.
Now Vince is going to use his song for the WrestleMania theme.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Hawkhurt says Mohammed bin Salman versus Ric Flair as a WrestleMania headliner in ECW Crown Cup.
I've been waiting for that match. What? Been waiting for that match.
Which one of these network were the best Saturday morning cartoon block when you were a kid? CBS Kid House, CBS Kids House, Fox Kids, Kids WB, or ABC?
What the fuck?
The Kids WV. What?
I can't remember which one was what.
Yeah,
I just remember the shows.
Yeah, that stuff wasn't on when I was a kid. When I was a kid, it was like Flintstones and the Jetsons.
Fraggle.
I would say my
Foghorn
favorite.
Leghorn.
It was
My favorite
Fireplace and Wall when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite Saturday morning cartoon was probably Muppet Babies, I'd say. But,
were you like? Did you think they were hot?
No, I just like the show.
He likes diapers, just in general. Sorry.
Wow. Hey, he's not Jimmy Jam.
Like
what are you talking about?
Sorry.
Yeah, see, he's into farting and spitting in your mouth and diapers. And Bruce is a cool guy. Bruce is open and open to a lot of stuff.
I'm into all this stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff.
See, he's a good man.
Yeah, I fake poop. Everything. Yeah.
Are you into wearing diapers, or do you like women wearing the diapers?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Like, just pee on the diaper. I don't care how you're wearing it.
What?
Just pee on it.
So the pee, but not the poop in the diaper.
Just the pee.
I don't know. Whatever. Just like let it fall.
Right.
Yeah. Get it out.
Hell yeah.
That's weird. It's real weird.
Lexar pays extra for that at the strip club.
Yeah.
If he's got a lot of money, he says just take the diaper off. All right. Nikia Callahan wants to know. Josh Alexander said the Impact Wrestling roster matches any other company at the moment. Do you agree? I mean, the roster might be good, but it's the old, if a tree falls in the woods, how the hell would I know?
I don't really know the roster, but
you don't know the roster. It's got Bhupinder Gujar in there. What the hell are you talking about?
No, what the hell?
Hell yeah.
And Speedball Mike Bailey.
Got Wildcat Chris Harris.
Yeah.
Johnny Swinger.
Masha Slava.
Johnny Swinger is pretty awesome.
Got hardcore country.
Got Abadoo.
Abadoo and his brother Scooby.
Yeah. And their cousin Scrappy.
Yeah.
Don Callis has been scouting Takashita. Do you see a future manager pairing with those two? Possibly. I think they could do a lot with Takashita. I think he's an excellent wrestler, but I also think they need to do it soon because he's never wins a match. So you can't have the dude a jobber forever because then people just see him as a job dude. So if you're going to do something with him, you got to start having some wins. He has great matches, but he never wins a match.
He's just earning his time.
And you can, I'm not saying if you lost to Moxley, you're a bum and all these things, but if all you ever do is lose to everybody, it's not a good look.
Oh, he's a bum. Welcome.
AEW is now entering its 4th year in business as the Jacksonville press conference is celebrating its anniversary. Did you watch a press conference live, and did you think it would still be here 4 years later? I did watch it live, and I did not at that time. No, I did not think it would be big. I was hopeful that wrestling would be big, but during the press conference, I didn't really have much hope.
AEW is now the only American wrestling company right now. Think about it.
I mean, GCW, but whatever.
Impact.
Fuck yeah, H2O.
Well, yeah, I guess Impact is
Canada.
Canada. Yeah, that's right. I wasn't thinking.
Damn.
Only major wrestling company.
The only televised one.
He said MLW ain't shit, huh? Damn.
Hot damn, fighting words. But he's right, though.
Fuck yeah, PWG.
Oh, Jericho Appreciation Society. Yeah. They invaded Pro Wrestling Guerrilla. That was kind of cool.
But they're not an American company, so fuck them.
They're a bunch of gorillas.
African.
You know, I read this the other day that gorillas learned to give blowjobs.
They recently learned them.
Would you like that?
It's in the last few years they started blowing each other, and it became like an epidemic at the zoos. Yeah, so and then like they were then they started separating them because they're all just sitting around blowing each other. And I was like,
I wonder where they learned that from.
I think that's terrible, though, that they got to be separated. They found out the joy of blowjobs. And then they're like, we gotta separate them.
They found out.
Are we gonna hear stories of Black Star getting arrested for climbing the fence?
Yeah, I was gonna say
this is how the real Planet of the Apes is gonna start, because now they're gonna rise up.
Yeah,
we want to blow
fucking blowing you.
Someone dropped their phone in the cage with porn on it, and someone was blowing someone.
Dicks out for
I saw and the gorillas just sitting back there like all chill, and the other gorillas just going to town. And then the fucking assholes are like, get the gorillas away. We don't want the kids seeing them blowing each other.
At the Columbus Zoo, I seen one eat its own shit.
Well, that's all right. They're like, that's fine.
Harambe didn't die for this bullshit.
Yeah.
My last favorite
He's
monkey
gonna show that kid a good time.
was the monkey peeing in its own mouth. But,
oh wow!
Is that where you learned that technique?
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Steven. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Oh, I
think Charlton Heston is rolling over in his grave right now.
Get
so
your
I think I'll tap
dirty paws off me.
Unless you're blowing me.
Mike Hawkhurst says, I wonder what Jack was searching to find out Gorilla's BJs.
I was looking up Pro Wrestling Gorilla.
Yeah.
How do you call a company Pro Wrestling Gorilla and you don't have any gorillas?
It's all bullshit. Well, they got separated. That's the reason why.
Exactly. You gotta keep them separated.
It's like they had this whole plan of bringing out the gorilla, and then the two gorillas just start blowing each other and like, oh shit.
Behind like a velvet curtain, and it's like,
yeah. I don't remember that scene.
They're like,
I never saw that in Gorillas in the Mist. Where the fuck's all the blowjobs?
You weren't looking hard enough.
That movie would have been 4 hours long.
You think Mighty Joe Young comes over and helps out King Kong?
Hell yeah. That would have been a good movie. It's one of the deleted scenes. Where the hell were we? Nikhil wants to know, what do you think about gorilla? What are your favorite memories of gorilla blowjobs?
Are you intrigued?
Thoughts on the comment by Tony Khan. Tony Khan responds to Vince McMahon's WWE return. Everyone at work is being so nice to me the past 24 hours. I thought that was very funny.
They're going to be really nice to him now.
I know, right? Damn, what is MJF gonna do now?
Yeah, it's like you can't talk about.
He's going to be
WWE.
cutting promos about his love for the prince. I guess that'd be pretty good heel heat.
I think the fans are going to know he's full of shit with that one, though. They're like, yeah, come on, MJF. You really expect us to believe that?
I think that they love Jewish people there, don't they?
Yeah.
He did bring up Jim Cornette, though. He was like, my biggest fan, Jim Cornette. He
Dead
brought up
spins
Disco
now.
Inferno. He was like Disco Inferno. What was the other name he brought up?
Cornette.
Yeah. What was it? There's
WC Eric Bischoff.
Eric Bischoff. Yeah.
Jade Cargill reaches 1 year as AEW TBS champ. Favorite memories of her. I'm a fan of hers, but I think they don't have a women's roster to have 2 titles. So you have her versus like a lot of like jobbers and then they're like long matches, and I don't think it does her a lot of good. So
the match she had with you talking with the belt?
Yeah.
Oh, just with the belt. I was about to say the Shaq match was pretty cool, but
I have nothing against her. I think she's greatly improved, and she has a lot of an aura about her and a great look. But the idea they don't have a roster to fill out to have 2 titles, because you have to have 2 separate feuds going for these titles. And then you have all these matches every week, Jade versus, the Sky Blue and these people that no one cares about. I mean, they're building up to Jade versus Red Velvet. I mean, no one cares about that.
Yeah.
It doesn't do the women's division good just to have more women on it. The idea is to have women that are over. So it'd be better. I'm not saying fire those people, but wait till they're ready to be on TV and really just showcase the women that are over and that are good. And I don't think you have enough women to do 2 separate singles titles, and definitely not one to then introduce the women's tag belt.
I liked when she came out dressed as the Thundercat. That was pretty cool. And the Incredible, the She-Hulk. She's had some good matches too.
Yeah, she's very, very much improved.
Athena,
for her level of.
She had a pretty good match with Athena, didn't she?
Maybe.
I think, yeah, because she busted up her wings and all that. It was a pretty good match.
Earl Bowen, actor in the Terminator movies, died at 81. Your favorite memories of Earl Bowen? I really don't know.
He was in the Terminator movies.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, it's a shame he died. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with him.
He was the guy who got killed.
Who got killed?
He's the guy who got killed in the Terminator movie. That guy.
He died in all of them? They just kept bringing him back to get killed.
Was he the one that Arnold looked at and said, "I'll be back"? And then he just
might be one of the cops.
Well, no, that guy lived. He's the guy who got killed.
WWE has reportedly signed ex-New Japan wrestler Carl Fredericks.
Okay. Who?
Yeah. Carl Fredericks. You think Jay White's going to go to WWE now?
If he's smart.
Everyone's going to go there now.
Yeah. Get that Saudi money.
Saudi money. The Vince McMahon's back.
I mean, they probably will pay well. Do you think?
I mean, if you're a guy, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, if Vince McMahon's back, it's back to like, what does it even mean? They could just fire you whenever they want.
Yeah, and he's gonna give you a dumbass gimmick. Change your name to something stupid.
Like, really, how much longer does he have to live? I mean, like,
You'll be surprised.
Maybe Saudis have.
I was thinking about that. I just didn't say it.
I mean, it's like, why are you screwing this whole thing up for everybody? Just, I don't know.
Like,
who's
he
gonna
made
stop
it,
him?
so like he can like break it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking about that.
Okay, so his grandfather ran it, and then his father then really took off with it, and then he had it. Then his like kids are involved. In all seriousness, wouldn't you want that to like go down through your family and be their legacy? Like, why would you even want to sell it at all?
And now the Saudi prince has it.
I mean,
what if he adopts the Saudi prince?
Yeah, maybe that's his goal.
It's like a drop in the bucket. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It's like
we used to debate back and
one
forth.
person owned it, and now it's just like nothing.
We used to say, who's going to have it, Shane or Stephanie? And it's like, what? And none of us would have ever thought Saudi Prince.
No. Even Golgo, he wasn't guessing the Saudi Prince would buy WWE.
Maybe Vince was hoping
and Golgo's a huge fan of Saudi Arabia. He's a huge Saudi mark.
He's got that Saudi flag in the back.
Exactly. Golgo, our boy, our pal, our buddy, our amigo.
That's a hell of an introduction for coming on the show. He's a huge Saudi.
Oh, no.
He loves it. Golgo loves it. If he loves he's not a bitch like Dax. He's gonna go cry. He's not gonna go start a podcast all about everyone who's had a harmless joke against them, and he makes it sound like they fucking killed his kid or something.
Yankee.
Do you think that Dax is thinking right now, maybe I better shut the fuck up?
Yeah, where the hell are you gonna go? You're gonna be stuck back on that plane like last time.
Yeah,
you're gonna be held hostage again.
Mm-hmm.
They'll do worse to you than make a stupid joke about your hillbilly accent.
Yeah.
What a putz.
Well, here's how I feel about that. If if Dax had a problem with it, then just shoot back at him.
Right.
Yeah, kill him.
They're supposedly old school, but yet he's like crying like a bitch about a dumb joke about his accent.
Unless he thinks Cole Cabana is like a veteran, he can't talk to veterans like that. I mean, to me, it's 2022 on the totem pole. Dax is way above Colt Cabana.
Look, I'm not a huge Colt fan, but I highly doubt he was being like really vicious, doing a dumb like hillbilly accent joke. And I'm pretty sure he's a guy you can joke around with.
He knows Colt is a shooter. He'd just stretch him in the ring if he had to.
I'm going to make fun of your accent. What are you going to do, hillbilly? You can't say nothing back. I'm the veteran here. Boom, boom, Colt Cabana. Yeah.
Don't make me tell my boys the elite.
I mean, I don't like JBL, but you think JBL would put up with that shit? I got to feel
honestly, I doubt he would mind someone making fun. He'd probably laugh along with you.
They'd be like, "Watch out, JBL." There's Joey.
I mean, that's like the most basic joke in the world.
Well, JBL, I could see him doing the goose step in front of Colt Cabana. So,
yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah,
that's funny.
You could joke back with someone.
It's funny. Yeah, I like.
It's like when I took that broomstick and put it up Lawler's kid's ass.
Yeah, I mean, there's levels of stuff. You know, you don't have to like rape the man with a broomstick, but I mean, then you could joke back to him. Now, if he was saying these guys rape me with broomsticks, I'd be like, okay, that's a line. Like I've made fun of Incher's accent. I've never raped him with a broomstick.
Not yet.
I wonder when Lawler's kid died. JBL went up to Jerry and said, "I'm sorry for your loss, but I sodomized them and it was funny."
You don't have a number yet, do you, Go-Go?
No, that's why I zoomed in.
I thought you zoomed in just to talk to us
about sodomy.
That too.
All right. So, we love you, Go-Go.
Yeah.
What is that? Number 17.
All right.
17.
I think that's a good number.
Yeah, it's like Winger said, she's only 17.
Whoa.
That song aged well, didn't it?
Yeah, even at the time, it's kind of creepy.
Yeah,
though.
I was
Different
like a little
time, man,
kid, and I
different
was like,
time.
Who? All right, so the count's down 17. Who do you want to come out?
I think as long as it's Cody, I'm good.
Everybody wants Cody.
I think you should change it to Mansoor now.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm waiting for Mr. Meltzer to confirm it. If you don't confirm it, it ain't happening.
He said he tweeted out.
I saw what he tweeted, but then the original.
That
tweet
is
was
the
deleted.
belief.
Mansoor.
What a goddamn
Well, what was the
coward.
original tweet? Because I didn't see the.
He said, guaranteed, Saudi Arabia bought WWE. This isn't a lie. This is the 100% truth. That was the original. Fucking liar.
He tweeted out Saudi or bust.
It was on Yahoo News, the Yahoo page.
Well, was it all wrestling news with news spelled NEWZ? If it's on there, you can take it to the bank.
Goosey, was it on wrestling news?
It's pretty much
it was on Fight.
What does Adam Martin say about it?
Adam Martin.
I have
Adam
a
Martin.
YouTube thing that says Dave knows wrestling. It says, should we panic now? ? Potential group therapy discussion of possible WWE sale. The video live thing.
As far as Saudi Arabia goes, if anybody doesn't want to watch WWE because of Saudi Arabia, to me, that's fine. That's cool. I'm not the moral compass, but when you go down that road, to me, it's like just about everything I own is from China, and they're not exactly human rights, pillars of human rights. Once you start going down that slope, you got to be really careful about what you're, boycotting. To me, I understand.
I'll watch it anyway, and I
I barely
won't
watch
it.
So. A lot anyway. But there's a lot of governments out there that you're supporting that do bad shit, and whether you realize it or not, I'm not I'm not going down the Tazo route, but it's just common knowledge. China.
He said you think he's crazy on the show? You should see the messages he sends me.
Yeah. Well, it just depends. A lot of people. Blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. Didn't that guy what's his name, Alex Jones? Wasn't he one of the people that was talking about Epstein before it came out? So there can be some truth in some of these things, but I don't listen.
Yeah,
to
but a lot of that stuff's almost like Nostradamus stuff. Like you can it's like almost in like this weird code, and then you say, well, he was right because he said this weird thing. But
yeah.
He's talking. They say he was right about saying that there's half pig, half horse, all these goat people stuff, and it was because they grow ears on skin and stuff off like a lab rat. But
only thing I ever heard him say is something made the frogs gay, which I just thought was funny. But other than that,
they made a song about it. I've watched Alex Jones off his because I was interested in, as crazy as his on interviews, like on other people's stuff. It's really whacked off his own website.
Yeah, I don't want anybody coming after me, but the other thing I heard him talk about, obviously, was not obviously, but the Sandy Hook stuff. That kind of pissed me off because why would you fake something like that?
Yeah,
I'm
sure
that's
there's
people
gross. Yeah.
But I did hear he was ahead of the curve on the Epstein thing, and I didn't know anything about Epstein till the controversy came out.
Yeah, but from what I understand, other people actually were saying it too. So,
and I don't know if he called out Weinstein. I didn't know anything about that guy until the controversy came out, and then
I had an interview with
Malcolm McDowell.
Who?
Malcolm McDowell.
Well, yeah, but he didn't talk about Weinstein. But I had an interview with
calling him out or something.
I'm trying to think who. It was a year before the Weinstein stuff came out, and he just started talking about it. Who's the guy's name? He made the Island of Dr. Well, he was making the Island of Dr. Moreau movie, and then he got ousted from it.
John Frankenheimer.
No, the guy that was making it before Frankenheimer.
Harvey Whippleman.
God, people. God, I can't think of the man's name. Trying to think of the movie he made in the 80s. He made Dust Devil. And Hardware.
I just assume anybody that's powerful.
All right, Richard Stanley, director Richard Stanley. So I had Richard Stanley on the show. And it was a really wild interview. And so he started talking about Harvey Weinstein. This was before anyone was talking about it. And he was like, he told the story about when Hardware came out, and the main actress in it, she called him when they were at Cannes Film Festival. And she's like, Harvey's outside my door and says, if I don't let him in, I'll never work again. Well, what should I do? And he's like, I wouldn't let him in. It's up to you. And so she didn't let him in, and then she never worked again. And he was telling all these stories about how awful he was. And he said eventually this stuff would come out. He said and I think it was around the time the Bill Cosby stuff. And he was like, there's a lot of Bill Cosby stories about Harvey Weinstein.
I don't think you're a fan of, because you said you don't watch The Simpsons, but you don't watch Family Guy either, right?
No.
Yeah, Family Guy, like, God, over a decade ago, might have been 15 years ago, they would do stuff about Cosby, make subtle hints, and so obviously people knew about Cosby's alleged putting stuff in the drink, and
now he's gonna have a comeback tour.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be front row, all about it. I'm gonna sit right next to Rudy. Hey, I still love the Cosby Show. I can separate, the show from the man. I still think that's great comedy.
Yes, but
Chris Benoit in the Hall of Fame. Wait,
are you watching DVDs? I'm not having any.
Oh, it's on. I think it's on like network TV One.
Oh,
it's
really?
Like they still show reruns of it.
Maybe they'll put him in the next celebrity wing of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Benoit's a little different. I never got the whole, let's put him in the Hall of Fame. It was Kevin.
Yeah, the WWE Hall of Fame's just
Kevin Sullivan.
I don't even understand why anyone debates it, because it's just like whoever they want to put in it. It's like it doesn't mean anything.
I like where it's like there's no physical thing, so why does it matter? Like, I love that argument. That's a good argument.
Okay, wait until the Saudi Prince makes the real Hall of Fame.
I know.
Then
Gold
we're all going to take a trip
shit.
over to Saudi, eat some locusts, and go to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm. See that wax statue of Andre?
Yeah, that's a good point, though. I did when all that shit went down with Benoit. Funny thing is, I wish we still had the message board up, because I remember the thread when we were posting about it in the old And You Had message board. I think I was the first person to say, I hate to say this, but I kind of feel like he may have killed his family. This is before Raw.
I said it right away. No,
Yeah.
I was saying, yeah.
I think I was first in the message board, but I guess we'll have to bring it, resurrect it, see if I can find it. But and speaking of somebody y'all were just talking about before, Regal was kind of ahead of that too, because
and you could tell on that show he didn't want to say anything.
But yeah, I threw away. I had a Benoit Horseman action figure WWE. I threw that out, and really, I mean, I'm cool if people want to still watch his matches. I don't watch his matches anymore, because to me that's a different level. Killing your kids, doing all that.
Yeah, I don't understand people who just really want to like. There's people over Facebook who just want to like celebrate the guy. It's very odd.
Yeah. And like I said, then you got the Sullivan nuts. Think Sullivan did it, and they're not joking around.
Yeah, I mean that's just
whatever
stupidity.
Yeah, it's like you just start laughing when people bring that up to you, and you're like, "Wait a minute, you're not joking." Oh,
yeah,
you really do believe that Sullivan did it.
Papacito, he said, just watching.
What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing?
Seeing you.
Does Mike Hawkhurst want a number? Let us know. So what's on your mind, Papacito?
Well, I got 3 little points to talk about if you have a second.
3 little points.
Well, I don't want to go on and on because I know you have questions and stuff. The first one, you probably already talked about it. So the Stephanie quitting / fired thing.
Oh, there's an update to that, Papacito.
What's that?
update.
Did you hear?
I read the article, and she's basically stepping down, which is almost hilarious because the guy with the cardiac issues is staying behind, and she's leaving.
Vince has now reportedly sold the company to Saudi Arabia.
Oh,
it ain't so.
You're bullshitting, or that's actually a report?
No, he's not.
Yeah, I'm not bullshitting, buddy.
What the
allegedly
word is?
Allegedly.
Oh, I thought the front runner was.
No, I mean, this is like everywhere. I mean, it's still maybe it didn't happen, but this is what's. I mean, if you just put it in, that's what everyone's reporting.
Yeah, but everybody always takes Dave Meltzer. You
But
just said earlier.
Dave Meltzer wasn't the guy who posted it, though. He just tweeted it. I didn't quote tweeted.
Wait, so who was the first person that did it, Goosey?
Some guy from Fight TV.
Right. So no name guy from Fight TV reported, and everybody ran with it.
Probably that Sean Rossap guy. Probably.
No, he said Fight TV, not Fightful.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
if the stock has been halted, do they always what time do they normally always halt? Or does it halt for every company?
Maybe for private sales it's different. I don't know. People got inside lines to people's homes.
The original poster was Stephen Mulhausen of a London-based MMA site.
Never trust a guy named Steven.
Our Steven, his first name's Toronto.
Yeah.
Stevie.
Yeah, so he's fine. He gets a pass.
Yeah.
The other thing I was gonna talk about was I'm starting to get a crush on BMD.
And
she's real.
And
starting to do it for
the betting site stopped taking bets on who's going to buy WWE.
The betting sites stop. Oh man.
Oh no.
Jack was talking about having a crush on his dentist earlier in the show. So.
No, I just was talking about her. You guys were like, "Oh man, check
He's hot for his dentist.
Did he drug you and do weird stuff to you?
Was your dentist
Jackson automatically just assumes the dentist is a man. He's like, no doctor can be a woman.
Yeah, no doctor who talks about gay marriage and stuff.
Oh man.
No, my current doctor.
Nah, I'm talking about your past dentist. Forget your current one.
Isaac.
Yeah. The mayor of Knoxville.
I don't know. I'm starting to find Britt Baker real cute.
You're starting.
I don't know. She's got like a really cute face. Yeah, I don't know. Like
Shivani says, get in line.
Don't get crushes on celebrities.
You want to put it in her butt, Papacito?
Oh man.
Look, how about you gonna do nothing? Don't worry about that. He's probably in the JJ position anyway. Don't worry about
Jimmy
that.
Van is saying that I will say this, which contradicts the Saudi rumors. WWE had just announced that JP Morgan was repping them. Usually a sales process takes months before shareholder approval. It seems too fast for a deal to have happened.
But you are dealing with old man Vince. He might have just cut out all that bullshit and just
between Jimmy Van and Stephen what's his face? I mean, I don't know who to believe.
Right. Well, I'm just saying though, like you said there though, if they've hired whatever, but then if the guy's just like, I'll give you $6.5 million, it'd be like, yeah,
sold.
Sold to the highest bidder.
Yeah. His daughter hauled ass.
That's
bro.
like earlier. I was selling a Dennis Rodman shirt that I had, and then someone, people were bidding, and then someone offered me $350. I know that's not $6.5 billion, but I was like, yeah, sold. So,
hell yeah.
Boom.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
take the money.
The last thing. The last thing I was going to talk about. I don't know if you guys saw this on WWE Network. There was a WCW. It was called The Big Bang. It's his documentary on WWE,
Mhm.
and they're talking about how
It's a
Bischoff had a
documentary
group
about me and
called
Intra
Five Dollars.
in the hotel.
Oh man.
Bang! Yeah.
You took that bang pretty well, Jack.
Yeah.
No, it was hilarious because
Intra wasn't laughing.
it's hilarious because they.
I was crying because it was so beautiful. How I was just, I ain't even gonna say.
You're bent over taking it so hard.
I was gonna say something a lot more foul, but I'm not even gonna say it. I don't even want to say it.
Yeah, save that for the Saudi show.
Sodomites and Saudi in your head pay-per-view. All right, what the hell you talking about, Papacito? Now I'm sorry, boy. The Big Bang.
Yeah, the Big Bang. So WCW, so in the documentary, anyways, this is probably all bullshit, but Bischoff had already signed an agreement with his group, Fusion or something with an F. His group, they had already put in a bid.
Yeah.
They put in a bid, and they sold the company to Bischoff's group. And then Bischoff celebrates by going on vacation. And when he comes back from Hawaii, they tell him that he's been pushed out of the deal, and the contract's been signed by the McMahons. And I was like, well,
yeah, it's a terrible day in wrestling.
It just seems.
I always heard that it was
if you look at the
because they took the
documentary,
TV off
sold
the
it,
deal.
bought it.
Yeah, from what I always heard, it was he was gonna buy it because he was gonna pay a lot more than WWE was gonna pay. But when they lost the TV, then there was no real value to buying.
Yeah,
correct.
That's what you get for taking a vacation.
No vacations.
And at that time, they didn't.
I'd be all up
They didn't know the value of the library because streaming really wasn't big in 2001. So without the TV, what was the point? You know?
Yeah, well, even now, you still have to have TV, really.
I mean, if it's a 3-year guaranteed on television, nothing's guaranteed. So I mean, I'd take it for as much money as WCW was losing.
Well,
anyways.
that's why the whole thing is very shady because other people offered way more money than WWE ended up buying it for, and they didn't even buy the contracts. So a lot of people stayed at home and Turner still had to keep paying them.
They bought some of them, like they got the Booker T.
Yeah, but like a lot of the big ones they didn't.
That's right.
They Goldberg, just stayed home. Sat. The only guy who just decided to take less was DDP, and then they got treated like shit.
That'll teach you.
Yeah.
If you want to go to WWE, they usually don't treat you very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's funny about it too is I don't know if you saw this part, but he had already reserved the pay-per-view date because they were going to take a year off from WCW, reset everything, and then start filming from the Hard Rock because he had already set up a deal to do something like Impact did with the Impact Zone. Like, okay, we're going to be filming permanently here. So he had a deal with that too, and there was a date from like a year exactly from the date of the closing of WCW to the relaunch, and that was the whole Big Bang thing. And this was pretty advanced. So I don't know whatever happened with that, if there was ever any graphics for a new logo for WCW.
I will say I was never a fan of the newest logo WCW had.
Yeah, I just found it interesting, because like he was so close, and then he goes on vacation and he goes to Hawaii with his family because he hadn't seen them in like 3 years, and then they take the company from him. I was like, wow.
He just likes getting bent over by Vince. Like when he hired him, had him move to Connecticut, then he fired him.
Like businessman.
Vince has always enjoyed doing that to people. He's going to continue today.
Yeah.
When he threw him in the trash, you remember that one? That was pretty sad too. Like, I forgot. I think it was Big Show or somebody that threw him in an actual dumpster trash, and like they did him like they did the Shredder and Ninja Turtles. Like they hit the whole thing. That was pretty crazy. Yeah, so that was my little talking points, man.
All right. Well, very good. Thank you, Poppy. believe we got a new Zoomer calling in here.
Oh shit! Brand
He's
new.
got a new name here.
Nice, brand new. Who's this guy?
He's calling in from Saudi Arabia. He bought WWE. Looking very confused.
Wondering how he caught.
Did he mean to call the show?
He's like, how'd I get here?
He's like, holy shit.
Where am I?
Let me ask another question here while he's connecting. Josh Alexander recently became the longest reigning world champion in Impact Wrestling history as he passed the 257-day mark in his reign. Are you excited?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Golgo 13 said he really gives a shit.
Yeah.
Good for him, because he's being loyal to the company and the company's being loyal to him. So that's good.
They need to be on a real station. Access ain't cutting it.
I do wish they would change it to something.
I would give it a chance, but I'm sorry, having to pay. I can't even watch it on YouTube. They require you to pay if you don't have access to TV. That's ridiculous. You're not big enough to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's true, but they don't explain it well. Even how to be an insider. The Impact
Intro of it, you've been paying for like 4 or 5 years and you haven't watched it in like 7 or 8.
Oh no, I canceled it a couple of years ago.
You pay taxes on the years intro? That's crazy, bro.
Mm-hmm. I canceled the Impact Plus.
Don's Journey in the chat. Very dark times await. This is not good news in terms of the product getting better and morale in the locker room. I would agree.
Yeah, I don't think it's good news at all, really.
Dude, am I the only one that thinks this is fucking hilarious? I'm so entertained by this.
I mean, it's entertaining to hear about the news, and here Jack goes with his sign.
I'm an AEW fan, so I love it.
I mean, this is the most Vince McMahon thing that he could do.
He's gonna ruin his own company and fuck over his family.
Well, no, not even that. Like ruin his own company, but it's just one last, ego boost before he expires. It's like he doesn't want to let his family take over.
Like, if you're worth $2 billion, are you going to be any happier worth $8 billion? I mean, there's a limit of like, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah, I also think
fire your daughter. That'll make you happy. Get the hell out of my company.
Well, it's a power trip.
To me,
that's what he
I
wants.
would think like passing it down to your family would make you happier than selling it off.
Well, to be fair to Vince, if let's just say, for sake of argument, Triple H and Steph may have been the ones to leak all that shit to the Wall Street Journal.
I said that earlier too. I think this whole family hates each other for decades. Yeah. I think that would make a good movie at some point about the like a real thing about the McMahon family, because I think they were all apparently, Lyndon. Everyone knew Lyndon and Vince had been together for decades, and
somebody on the board,
they were on and off with Shane, and then when they fired Stephanie not that long ago, and like were trashing her like publicly, and then she came back, and then all this stuff got leaked out about Vince. Yeah, I think they're all just like stabbing each other in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy. I'm surprised she got fired that fast. I thought they were going to make
I think
Albert
she did quit, but
the fall guy.
She stepped down, but it was like her resigned or whatever. But I think she's seen the writing on the wall.
Weird.
Most definitely, because it's not like.
So I mean, even if it's not sold to Saudi Arabia, I think she does it. McMahon's probably going to run it again, and she doesn't want to be associated with it.
Yeah,
but I agree that it's good for the show. But it's not. I don't think it'll be good in the long run for WWE.
Dude, all wrestling is going to be dead in the next year, and all you have left is like Lexar and deathmatch wrestling to cover. That's all you're going to have.
Impact Wrestling. It'll never go away. Total nonstop action.
A lot of people are saying how is if Saudi Arabia buys WWE, how would they make money off of it? Because it would be a lot of backlash.
I don't think they want to make money off of it. I think they're rich enough where they just want to buy it for their own entertainment and just put it in their backyard.
Yeah, because they don't make money off the shows.
They don't give a shit. They don't care.
They
have
own,
so
like,
much money,
soccer
dude.
teams and like all kinds of like
They
British
just-
soccer teams and all kinds of stuff. Like,
Well, I mean,
it's just like one little tiny thing that they have.
Yeah, it's like a toy.
But-
It's like buying a toy.
Yeah.
This is like nothing to them.
they've been trying
It's
to
like that movie, The Toy, with Richard Pryor.
It's classic.
That little I love that.
Well, when they
Master
do those
Bates.
Crown Jewel shows, it's really just a big ad for the country.
Yeah, but they've been doing the things with the golfers and stuff, trying to get.
Oh yeah,
the
that
live tour.
that tour. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this is just another step in that direction, I would say.
I don't blame any of them guys in the PGA going to the Saudi golf tour if they admit they're doing it for the money. Don't tell me, oh, I'm doing it for the love of the game.
Doing
Some
it
of the
for the
guys will
love of
come out and
Saudi
just say we're
Arabia.
doing it for the money. I can at least respect that, being honest.
Sand traps are my favorite.
I mean, they're offering these guys stupid money more than the only guys that really wouldn't go is like Tiger because he's already making a shitload from PGA. But I mean, I don't think it's. I mean, you can say I wouldn't take the money, but until it's in your face, it's kind of hard. I don't know what I would do.
I agree 100%. I think 90% of us would take the money.
Yeah,
realistically, I think a lot of people,
depending on
it's
your
easier to sit
financial
here.
situation, unless you're already.
I agree with it. It depends.
Yeah, but-
Because if Vince McMahon doesn't need the money, I wouldn't.
Right.
If I was a billionaire, I would definitely not take the money.
Right. I'm speaking on the based on
If
the
you're
average.
a normal person, or even you have money, but you're not necessarily set for life, then it's a different situation.
I don't know. Wrestling's kind of like the fan base now is.
I mean, the
kind of
dude's like
based
80
on the-
years old and has billions. I mean, it'd be one thing if he's 30 and it's like, well, I'm going to live the rest of my life. I'll get as much money as I can. But it's like, you get like 10 years. You're going to fly through this $2 billion.
Yeah, but he also thrives off of like pissing people off and
Oh,
going against the grain.
that's what
Like,
I think is his motivation here.
Yeah, I
don't
think
it's
him
really money.
destroying everything and pissing people like the cancel culture and the PC culture. He hates that shit. He doesn't want to fly like rainbow flags all over the place. He's not about that, dude. He doesn't care about any of that stuff.
And wrestling media doesn't. It's all about like the controversy. Like they don't care about like how good someone does like a chin lock or like it used to be. Like people are like like he doesn't have the claw on right. Like it's more about like, oh, this person backstage is a.
What really depends on I mean, like whatever you think of Meltzer, he does like actually really care about more than he needs to, but he does really care about. That's his deal. He loves in-ring wrestling. What he likes in ring. But it depends on the I mean, like clickbait stuff's all about.
Yeah.
Here's your number, Shaheen.
29. Oh, beautiful.
29. Yeah, that's a good one.
What are they going to do with the winner this year? Execute?
We're not sure at this point.
It's an execution on the pole match.
Just cut Sami Zayn's head off right when he wins.
MJF will be fine, seriously, because they didn't do anything to Goldberg. Apparently, the caveat is you can't be a Jew from Israel. That's where you might have some problems. But if you're just from the USA, Jewish.
Yeah, but I mean, are they gonna? Is he gonna? Like on AEW? I never even like it when he cuts promos anyway, saying I want to go to WWE. And
well, that's Tony's fault.
But no, I'm not saying it is whose fault it is. I don't think it's good for your TV.
Awful.
But it's going to be really bad for your TV if he's on there saying I want to go work for the Prince of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, I don't really want to see those promos.
That's like how bad could AEW be?
Yeah.
You think they would move the operations there? Like, would they actually have most of their shows?
Titan Towers is there, and
like, does everybody move to Saudi Arabia? Like, what
that in all honesty, I could see a lot of people. Then it's a different story. It's like we got to move my family to Saudi Arabia. I gotta move my daughters to Saudi Arabia.
Live in like 120-degree weather and shit. Like, what?
I don't think.
I want to break in the business to move there. Yeah.
Or if you're a female wrestler, do you want to move to Saudi Arabia or even be over there very often?
Jack, I know you're probably friends with some indie wrestlers and stuff on Facebook stuff. I know a lot of indie wrestlers, and the amount of like I call them shindy wrestlers, the ones that have like no hope of actually like getting to anywhere. They just like they're like weekend hobby wrestlers, right?
Yeah.
The amount of them like putting posts up about this is detrimental to our business, and like, dude, Vince, stop it. Like, you're not. This is come on, man. Like, you got to know your level, you know. Like, you don't have to worry about ever. I don't want to crush your dreams, but realistically, WWE getting ruined does not affect your life, bro. Like, you're not in WWE. You know what I mean? You're wrestling in front of like 35 people. It's just kind of, I don't know, man. I don't miss wrestling, honestly. I haven't been involved with it, but it grosses me out how much, like, how desperate people are to like get involved with it and just pretend to be like hobby wrestler. And I just see that so fucking often. People that I've known for like 13 years wrestling, and they're still wrestling in New Jersey on weekends.
Yeah, I mean, if you just do it and you have fun, like, that's cool.
Yeah, but then don't pretend that like it's destroying your industry. Like, bro, you're not. Stop it. What industry? Like, you come on, man. You wrestle at a gym, and that's cool. Like, that's fine. But you're not in the industry. Like, Vince McMahon has no effect on you, man. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. But New Jersey wrestling for you.
As long as they don't run over and break Lexar's legs again.
That's true. Yeah, I can't believe that's the same fucking guy, dude. I had no idea that was Lexar. Because
I love that.
Oh my fucking god, man! I was there for that show, and like it was huge news. Everybody was talking about it because people legit thought he died because it was like it was scary, man. You know, hearing some guy get like run over on the freeway, and I had no idea it was fucking Lexar till years later. I was like, oh my god, I had no idea that was you, dude.
I'm still trying to wrap. Is he trying to cross the freeway? It doesn't seem like the smart. There has to be like crosswalks that would.
Yeah, it was a car like a German Shepherd.
Yeah, it was in Howell, New Jersey, and it wasn't like a highway. Like, I guess the speed limit was probably 45 or 50. It wasn't a full blown highway, but yeah, I mean, there's no parking. Every car is going 50 miles per hour, and I guess he was catching a bus. But it was pretty late because, I mean, the show ended I don't even know what bus he would catch at that time, really. Because it had to be like around midnight. The show didn't end till like 11:30. So I don't know.
Well, we're glad Lexar's alive.
Yeah, man, he got lucky, man. That was scary.
Yeah. Let's see. Next question. On this day in WWE 25 years ago on Thunder, wouldn't that be in WCW? But anyway, the WCW World Heavyweight Championship is controversially declared vacant after Sting versus Hollywood Hogan bout. Did you watch this live? Any memories or thoughts on this decision? I probably did, but I honestly don't remember this at all.
It was terrible.
I don't recall.
The whole Hogan Sting, they built it up so great. It was the best thing they ever built up.
Oh, so this is at the
after the controversy.
Yeah, because that was one, like, I mean, they legit built that really well for a whole year, and then they really screwed up the match. Really? I mean, it was real simple to do. You really just, there was no other way to do it. You just have Sting, beat him. And
yeah,
the Bret Hart thing where Bret Hart's like, oh.
Yeah, the whole thing was really bad.
Bringing him in as a ref.
Did you see where he said he wished he never went to WCW? And
I mean, I don't blame him, but what would he have done though otherwise? I mean, no one.
I'm sure his bank account would disagree.
Yeah, I think his bank account wouldn't agree
because Vince wasn't going to pay him that at the time. Because before they blew up.
I would much rather not have a stroke and
well, even
have
that,
some extra money.
I don't think you can blame that on Goldberg. I mean,
well, the stroke happened after he fell off the bike.
It happened after.
But the concussion that ended his career was after Goldberg.
But the stroke, he like went ass over tea kettle on that bike. He was riding a bike and he had a stroke.
Yeah, I remember that story as well. So I don't think Goldberg can be held responsible for that. I mean, yeah, the kick probably didn't help. But
the kick essentially ended his career because he got the kick, and if you remember, he had a hardcore match with Terry Funk or something, and got hit in the head. Didn't put his hands up, and then his brains got scrambled again. So yeah, because they brought Funk back for a little bit when Russo got taken out of Power, and they brought back Sullivan.
Yeah,
which at the time I was all for because I didn't like Russo when he came in because I was really a smart mark, and I just thought you could tell when he came in, it really WCW just changed for the worse,
I agree 100%. Yeah, I mean, It was because I always watch both shows. I was always more WCW, NWA guy, ECW. Like I like WWE, but it was always goofier and not really my style of wrestling. And then when Russo came in, he made it more like the goofier WWE stuff, and that wasn't what I like.
But we know how Vince is as far as like using people. He's good with them for a while, and then he gets kind of cold on them sometimes. You think he would have kept Bret Hart at the level he was?
At that time, yeah, because he was he just couldn't keep him though because they were they were losing money stuff. But that was the best stuff Bret Hart ever did was that era. Mm-hmm. Being a heel here, babyface in the United States. That was really the kickoff of the Attitude Era, his run with the Hart Foundation. But it probably came down to if there wasn't so much animosity with him and Shawn Michaels, maybe they would have had a easier. They probably would have came to some type of, deal to keep him, and maybe had to pay him less or something.
You know what I just saw on Facebook? Rob Black from XPW is advertising Stephanie McMahon coming into XPW. And he put coming like CUM.
Did XPW ever restart? I kind of lost.
Yeah, they did. They just started out like a year ago. Rob Black.
I like to see Stephanie get through a table. Or
that's fucking hilarious. That dude's got some balls, man. I think
he's going to go to control your narrative. That's my big prediction. All right, I got to get the heady ballots up because we're only a couple weeks in, and not even 2 weeks in, but a lot of crazy stuff's already happening.
Yeah, really.
The hell were we? It's Game 7, Elite versus Death Triangle, and the Escalara de la Muerte match. Who's winning tomorrow? I'd like to see the Elite win.
I think the Death Triangle could probably use the win more.
But I disagree. I think it would be better to put the trios belt on like the more over group, because then I think it's a better way to establish the trios titles as something important and not just kind of like a throwaway kind of deal.
But they've already established that the Death Triangle will cheat, so they could cheat and get the. But
can you cheat in a? It's like a no rule. Is it some kind of crazy gimmick match? So I don't know if there is. Really. Everything's legal. Can Jack do his German and Spanish impression? Well, my German impression is he's just very angry. So like, then you scream. That's German. In Spanish is I just remember watching ECW at 2 a.m. on the Spanish channel, and I would hear "Sábado gigante football mas." That was the ads after every commercial. Stephanie McMahon has resigned from her role as CEO. We've really went over this stuff. WWE has announced a new SMS group to keep fans updated with various happenings. Fans can now text "Tune in" to 7948 to opt in to updates on WWE superstars, breaking news, and live events. Oh boy, I'm sure to do that. Golgo, are you getting your live updates?
No,
Pre-sales and more. WWE's. Oh, I don't care about the Switchblade. Jay White is reported leaving New Japan Pro Wrestling. They think he's going to go to WWE.
I wouldn't advise that. I think I would hold your horses on that one. Maybe just stick with New Japan or go to AEW or.
Yeah, even if Vince is there, I would foresee him just being like an NXT guy.
I will say if the Saudi government treats this WWE acquisition like they did when they started the Live Golf Tour, I mean, wrestlers are going to get paid more than they've ever gotten paid before because money's nothing to them. if they actually take it seriously and want to like get the best talent from, let's just say AEW.
Yeah, they're gonna try to get Yokozuna and Ultimate Warrior.
I mean, it's literally no object money. They just got tons of it to spend. It's nothing. So it might not be the greatest thing for AEW long term if they really start spending money. I mean, I know Tony's got more money than Vince, his family, but Tony ain't got more money than Saudi Arabia. So,
But I mean, I know you guys think everyone just does everything for money. A lot of people do for more money, but I think a lot of the people in AEW left there to go to AEW because they just weren't happy.
Well, I can see somebody like this is obvious, Brian Danielson. He's made it kind of clear because I don't think he went to those shows when he was with WWE.
Right.
But it's few and far between.
Yeah, and I know Rock turned him down. Not that Rock's going to wrestle. I mean, maybe he would. I don't foresee him going to AEW, but I don't think if they sell to Saudi Arabia, I don't foresee The Rock doing WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I don't think Cena will either, because I think Cena stopped doing them after the first couple.
But I think that's more because he doesn't have to, because he's already loaded. I'm sure if he didn't have the movie career.
Yeah, but I'm saying he also didn't want to be associated after, they
right.
dismembered the man. The Bollywood boys appeared on Dark and being the Elite, teasing joining the Dark Order. Oh God. I'm an AEW fan, but the Dark Order should just be ended. I mean,
too many factions. Kill them.
I actually like the show being faction heavy, but that doesn't
I like
every
factions too, but I like good ones.
Yeah, right.
Not jobber ones that should have been.
I don't mind a couple jobber ones just because I think it can be kind of fun. Like I do I never see them, but I get a kick out of the swingmen. The time when they were out there with the petition signs, I thought was kind of funny. And I'll say QT Marshall is a guilty pleasure of mine because he's just this guy and he clearly thinks he's like this big deal, and that's funny to me. But I'm not saying he should be like champ or nothing. But I agree. Like the Firm is terrible. There's a few of them that are very terrible. That new one with Swerve Strickland, that might be the worst.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask you about that one. The one that's got like the bootleg Brock Lesnar and the
it's got
tattoo guy.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, AEW's been great since the last ROH pay-per-view, but there's still stuff on there that like so there's like all this good stuff, and then they have stuff like that. And it's just I don't know why that guy, they have such a big roster. That guy should not be on TV at all.
Which one?
The fake Lesnar guy.
Lesnar,
yeah. Or the other guy. The other guy looks like some like prison dude.
Yeah, I haven't seen any like wrestling at all, but I saw pictures of them and they kind of look like wrestlers. I don't know anything about them though, but
yeah, he's the Lesnar guy. Both of them are just so green and pitiful, like they're just armed. Everything that's very bad looking.
It's bad, yeah.
Yeah, and like there's a time you could kind of get away if you were big and like weird looking, but you have to be fairly decent today for people to like you at all, and especially in AEW, because if you're not like if you're a bad wrestler, they're the fans are just not going to be into it.
How long have they been around?
They just I think both guys are like really new.
Yeah.
That one guy's like a amateur or like baseball player or something. The guy with all the tattoos looks like a prison dude. And he was like a minor league baseball guy. And I was like, why would you? I could see if he was some name of some sort, but I mean, who cares about a minor league, baseball guy?
Yeah, really.
If anything, he does look like crazy. So I could see signing him and keeping him on Dark and see if he improves, and then maybe putting him on TV, but not like signing the dude and he's super green and just putting him on TV right away. I'm not a big fan of Swerve Strickland, but he's clearly, better than those guys.
I like the match that he had with AR Fox. I thought that was some good stuff.
I'll be honest, AR Fox has been good on AEW.
Dude, he used to wrestle in CZW, and he like hated me because I would like interview people, and I had him on one time, and I asked him why he smiled so much because like his character was just like he shouldn't be smiling the whole fucking time.
Right.
And I just remember for the next 2 years, every time he would come out of his entrance, he would just kind of like heckle me. So that dude like fucking hated me. for years. It's kind of surreal seeing all these guys like blow up now and just like become like these fucking huge stars.
Yeah.
And I'm
well,
like,
he's not really a huge star,
but
yeah,
still
but I
though,
see
I'm
what
like,
you're saying.
God
Yeah,
damn, dude, I like fucking saw this guy in the parking lot for years and years, like doing nothing. It's weird. Even MJF, man, fucking MJF was a nobody around, the New York and New Jersey.
He's still pretty young, so you always have to start somewhere.
Yeah, but even him though, he came out with Maria Manic, the girl, the Teddy Hart girl, right? Like he debuted with her, and the first debut, man, in CZW, I just remember people fucking threw in at least like, I don't know, 100 paper towel rolls and toilet paper rolls. So instantly you knew this guy.
Yeah, he definitely. The first time I saw him, you could tell there's something special about the guy. He definitely has like the it factor, this charisma.
Did you know he's Feinstein's nephew? He's just like disowned that completely. He's like,
I don't blame him.
I don't either. He just pretends like that's not a thing.
If he wants to get heel heat, he could probably bring it up. That's probably heat that he doesn't.
No, that's not the type of heat you want, man. It's funny because Rob will try to like put posts up about him and shit, and like this guy's not selling it at all. He's not trying to do all that, man.
Dark Order's trying to recruit Juice Robinson. Juice declines and says he's Bullet Club for life. Okay, I don't know. Nothing against Juice Robinson. He's fine, I guess, but to me, that's just like a worthless like signing.
Yeah, I'm not.
When you have so many people, you don't need like him and Matt Taven and Bennett. Like they're all fine, but like they're just guys on the roster. And when you have like a million guys, like if you were just starting out and you need like people, that match and stuff, that's fine. But at this point, I don't really see what the point of any of those guys are.
I think those guys are only valuable if ROH got on a real. I mean, maybe this is old thinking, but to me, it's not important if it's not on TV. ROH on YouTube or whatever isn't to me.
Yeah,
that's
it's going to be the Honor Club.
Yeah, I
Honor
agree.
Club.
Because it's too bad because I love the last pay-per-view, and I like the setup of Claudio's world champs, Mojo's TV champ, and the Briscoes as tag champs. That would have me interested in watching a show like that. But I agree. There's just something about if it's only on YouTube, it doesn't seem like a big deal, even if it might be a great show. I don't know.
Because I watched ROH every week because I never got to watch it before because it was just DVDs and stuff, and then they were on HD Net, which I never got, but then they were on the local Sinclair affiliate, and I would watch them every week from when they started on that, like 2011. But to me,
that Briscoe's dog collar match with FTR, I mean, that was awesome in that last movie.
But to me, I need a television to build up a pay-per-view.
Oh yeah.
And I'm kind of surprised Tony hasn't gotten it yet. I figured with his connections, he could get something, because they put anything on TV,
Yeah, I mean, they need there's so many networks, not networks, but so many sites, streaming sites that they need a lot of content, and the wrestling, provides a lot of hours of content. Did you enjoy the 6-month X Division title reign of Doug Williams?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't remember.
He was all right. He was all right.
I don't even know.
He was a buddy.
Was he one of the British guys?
Yeah, he was with that British with what the NWA guy that left NWA, Nick Aldis, and big Terry, Rob Terry.
Rob Terry, yeah. He was. You probably wasn't remembering.
Rob Terry was the guy who was so jacked
I remember
up,
Rob Terry. Who was the guy intro asked one of the guys on the show about A1 sauce?
Yeah, that was
Team Canada.
A1?
Yeah,
no,
that was A1. Yeah.
Fuck Dancer. I smell a work. WrestleMania's coming up and they're grabbing
I think that was Robert Roode asked that.
Like, they're not going to work selling the company to Saudi Arabia. I mean, if it's not true, it's just not true. But like WWE wouldn't work that. Like, what would be the benefit of that? Not everything's a work.
Yeah, I think Stephanie's stepping down and this news coming out. I think it's
no true. One would be like, what? They're selling to Saudi Arabia. I got to go buy WrestleMania. It doesn't make no sense.
Nobody's going to be thrilled about that in the States, I don't think.
It's a lead into the greatest WrestleMania.
Do you remember when Abyss was hulking up and being given Hulk Hogan's Hall of Fame ring?
Yes.
I don't remember that, but it sounds pretty
completely.
terrible.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I remember that. That was pretty
Anytime
fun.
you're given the gimmick of you're like a Hulkamaniac, it's not going to be good. If your gimmick is you're a big fan of another wrestler, it can't be good.
Yeah, really? I was going to become a wrestler and be a big fan of Hulkamania.
You should become a wrestler and just be a big fan of me.
Well, you would have failed, dude. Be glad you didn't. You would have been like that WCW guy, like Kevin Sullivan's brother. What was his name?
Yvette Sullivan.
Yeah. Wasn't he like a fake
Jimmy
Hogan for a while?
Ed Sullivan.
No, wasn't he playing like a fake Hulk Hogan for a while?
Yeah, it was the word. He was like a mentally handicaed Hogan.
Yeah.
And he had the awesome theme music.
I want to be a Hulkamaniac.
There's
my family and friends.
Ebot is Dave spelled backwards, kid.
Yeah. He'd
Just
write
like
it on
Red
his
Rum is
forehead.
murder.
Yeah.
Or kill or relic. Relic is killer spelled backwards.
What?
I listened to a band Nadass, and it's like Satan spelled backwards, and then it's like Satan. It doesn't matter how you spell it, still means the same thing. Anyway,
who's Randy Hogan? Do you know Randy Hogan?
666 backwards is 666.
Whoa,
it's factual.
It's like a palindrome.
Randy Hogan, yeah. I was gonna have him on the show, and then he started making all these demands. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, wasn't he the old NWA jobber?
Yeah. No, I think
he's
he
a
was
fake
just the guy
Hulk
in the
Hogan, too.
crowd. He was just a fan, right? I'm thinking of like Hope Piper. What's the guy who was just a fan who would go to the shows?
Tie-dye guy.
No, not tie-dye guy. He was like a Hogan fan who would just
He
go
was
to the
in
shows.
WCW forever. Wasn't like he was a fan.
No, that's Booty Man.
You talking about the guy that always sat in the front row in the WCW
Yeah,
shows?
in the crowd.
I remember him.
Yeah, and in like WrestleMania, I don't know, something. Not the skinny dude with the glasses, but yeah, the whole guy.
He was like WCW's version of the redhead guy
Yeah.
in WWF.
I met tie-dye guy though at a Mohegan Sun, and he really like smelled bad.
Nice.
I'm sure he's a nice guy.
It's because he never changes his shirts.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. We did that. Taz asked this question on Twitter: who in AEW is homegrown for me? It's the guys that I didn't know: MJF, Jungle Boy, Darby, Hook, Guevara, Hangman Page, etc. I mean, that makes sense. Stephen Butler, do you think Baron Corbin will pin Roman Reigns again? No.
I don't think so.
I don't even watch a show, but I highly doubt Baron Corbin is. They're going to have like a 2-year reign and it's going to end by Baron Corbin. I don't foresee that happening.
It sounds like something Vince McMahon would do.
Yeah, you got to put the belt on somebody.
Yeah, I think you just keep it on Roman Reigns before you just put it on Baron Corbin. You can't build up something for 2 years and then have Baron Corbin end it.
Vince can do whatever he wants.
Even Vince wouldn't do that. I don't foresee that. I don't know who you do it with, but I would bet against Baron Corbin.
I got a question for Shaheen, if you don't mind, real quick.
Do you mind? No, of course not.
Yes, sorry. Shaheen, I've been listening to the show, and you used to talk about working with wrestling companies and doing T-shirts. Did you ever do a poster, and did you have any experience on that?
Doing posters? Yeah, I did I did a ton of posters. I used to do all the posters for GCW. I did a bunch for ICW. I did CZW. A ton, man. I did a ton of posters for people.
Did it help with like your profile as an artist, or was it like basically like same nothing?
I mean, I started out as doing nothing. I did it for free, a bunch of times, and I saw it from the beginning that there was no money in wrestling. As far like no one's gonna pay you. You have to take opportunities. So my way to kind of make it worth it for me was I would offer my work to companies and they would trade me free spots to set up tables and sell my art and shit like that.
Like the vendor table, yeah.
Right. So I would end up making a lot more from the vendor table than I would have if they tossed me $50 for a poster that took me an hour to make, you know? So it made more sense for me to just kind of do that. And then through that, I just started doing conventions and then I started bringing wrestlers in. I mean, I don't know. I work with a ton of people, man. I brought Sabu in, I brought Jimmy Harden, Bill Apter. Who are the guys? Shit, this is terrible. I brought them in. I don't even fucking know their names. The Ascension. The Ascension. Yeah. I got them right out of WWE.
Well, that's a team. After they were like, I know they did a couple things, but you never hear about them anymore.
Yeah, no, I got them fresh out of WWE. I think it was like a month after they came out. So I had, and it was a wild weekend because we had Sabu, them, and Jimmy Hart all riding together, and when I had to like keep these guys responsible. And Jimmy Hart, you know, he's not like the same as he used to be in the '80s. So these dudes are like, you know, wilding out, and he's freaking out the whole time. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I work with a ton of people, and then you know, Jim Cornette thing happened, and I kind of got soured on wrestling and just kind of got the hell out of there.
Specifically what I was going to talk about, because like I know you had an issue with one of the shirts, but if your art is on a poster, it's different. I mean, I don't know, because like I'm an artist too, so I would figure it'd be harder to rip off a poster that's seen by everybody, that is the icon of the event, as compared to a T-shirt that they can like bootleg or steal whatever and change the colors. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I mean the T-shirt thing. That's, you know, I could do a whole show on that eventually, but that blew out of proportion, and you know, ended up being 2 years of pain in the ass, going back and forth with lawyers and all kinds of craziness.
Yeah, because I know other artists as well, and they're like, "Oh, that's my art," and you're at a convention or whatever, and people get hot, and like, I just want to know if you had any experience doing posters.
Yeah, man.
That was all right. Cool.
Buck Dancer says the feud between the McMahons is what will sell the event. I mean, I just don't foresee that happening. What's Vince McMahon going to wrestle Stephanie? I don't think you could also do all this. Maybe you can have someone resign when you have shareholders.
Maybe like Triple H will come in and
do the job.
No, you'll use the sledgehammer for real. I want Vince McMahon kill him.
It'll be too late by then.
Too late.
Yeah.
I think the fact that he would sell it and like kind of give up on his family taking over, I don't think they're going to want to be involved in any way, shape, or form.
I think that's why Stephanie resigned.
Yeah, I just don't see any of them wanting to ever do anything under the umbrella of Saudi Arabia owning this now. Like, what? They're going to be like, dude, are you serious?
The last year there, Vince came in and really destroyed Triple H's baby. Like, fired everyone until he changed the NXT, and then as soon as he was gone, he rehired all those guys. What are they going to, is Vince going to fire all the guys they just rehired?
Yeah,
I love it.
I mean, I don't know why this is so surprising. I mean, just think about how he took the business from his father. Like, he never had his family in mind with the WWE, so I don't see why everyone's like, "Oh my God, why didn't he leave to Shane?" Or nah.
Well, I mean, you had Stephanie it seemed like he was going to give it to Stephanie for the last 10 years or so.
You really think so?
20 years. Yeah, I think so. I mean, he had her the face of the she was the face for the last several years.
Well, she was there for a job, but I mean, as far as her taking over, it never seemed like he would just give her the reins.
That was the ultimate carpet pulling moment. He was like, I've been building this for 10 years.
Damn, yeah, maybe that was it. He's just like, let me just keep on faking it, and then bam, Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
The big swerve, pull the company right on.
Shane's been gone for a while, right?
Yeah, Shane keeps leaving. Like, he comes back and leaves. Now, if Shane took over the business like Vince did, maybe he'd have some respect from Vince, but Shane doesn't have that kind of money.
Oh, I don't think he I don't think he ever wanted to give it to Shane, but
no.
Jujubee, did you know that? Yeah, I saw this earlier. Right, if you go to righttocensor.com, it brings you to All Elite Wrestling. So apparently they bought righttocensor.com and just redirected it to. It was kind of funny. But then I thought, like, who the hell is going to righttocensor.com?
Saudi Arabia.
Like, do they just buy like every like little term you can think of?
Yeah. People who are still 10 years behind, not even 20 years.
Stevie Richards, Marks. I like him. He's the man.
Big Stevie Cool.
He's awesome.
I will say, as much as I like Big Stevie Cool, people talk about people slapping their thighs, but he was the first guy I really noticed. That's how they did the super kick. Was those Stevie?
Nah, he was bad.
I know, I like him, but yeah.
Yeah,
but he was very obvious in slapping the thigh.
Yeah, he definitely was the first one.
Yeah. Before that, even like when I was a kid, I'd see a lot of times I see Shawn Michaels do it. And I was like, man, I would hear that noise and just think like you kicked the guy. But then when Stevie was doing a lot and he made it very obvious, and I was like, oh, that's how they do it.
Well, he also kind of did it as a jokey joke, didn't he? Like,
yeah, right. Because he would do it like in camera and
yeah,
he was the fake Shawn Michaels.
I was exposed. So you could get maximum.
Anthony. Again, though, people are like they're very against the thigh slapping, and I mean that's really how a lot of things that like Bobby Eaton's punch, he'd slap and it looked great. So I think the idea of being against all the slapping is kind of silly. You should be against making it obvious, as opposed to no one should ever slap their thigh or their whatever.
Not anymore.
Anthony,
what's going on, folks?
First time caller.
Hey, Anthony.
First time caller, long time listener.
Excellent. Well, it's good to see you here. And we'll get you a Royal Rumble number, but what's on your mind?
Honestly, I can't speak for anybody else but myself, but I'm not surprised by any of this. I've always had this kind of like prevailing thought that when it came down to brass tacks, that Vince would rather the legacy of his company die with him than to live on and be recreated in somebody else's image. So it's jarring to see a potentially WWE go on without a McMahon at the helm.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, but yeah.
But I'm not surprised by it. The only thing that's kind of disheartening, and the one thing that I really don't think is really not the most important thing, especially if you work for the company and your livelihood is at stake. But the one thing that I really think is an issue, and I've always thought this is the issue with WWE being a monopoly, is them having total ownership of like all of that footage, the historical history of pro wrestling.
Right, because they bought AWA, World Class, and it used to be people thought, well, it's better someone would have it, than nobody, and like a home for it. But then like they barely ever put any of it on the streaming, and then like you said, someone else buys it, then they own it.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking like if you sell it to the Saudis, hypothetically speaking, they don't care about anything. So if I could just picture somebody in the studio somewhere, and if it's something that crosses their mind, like, no, that doesn't align with our ideals, what's to stop them from destroying it? So you know what, get that out of here. Get that out of here.
From my understanding, WWE has even besides the stuff they just bought recently, they kept all like all the house shows, and like they have a lot of archival footage.
Yeah, and it's just like one of those things where it's just like you would and initially, I kind of like breathe a sigh of relief because okay, at least a wrestling person ended up with it. Right. But when you think about Vince's track record of he only cares about money at the end of the day, and this is proving it, that if you sell it to somebody else, it becomes their baby to do with as they please. And who's to say that they're going to have the same level of care that a wrestling person would with that footage?
I think even without Saudi Arabia buying, I thought that about anyone buying it, like because it's one thing if your family owns the company, you're gonna, even when the things are going bad, you're gonna do everything you can to keep it going because it's your company. Yeah. But like in the mid 90s before the Attitude Era, before Austin blew up, if someone else owned it, they might have just like, oh, this has run its course, it's over, let's just end this show.
So it's basically like everything comes down to the bottom line. So it's one of those deals where whatever entity ends up with it. Because whether the Saudi thing is true or not, the company, I think we can all agree that the company is as good as sold before the year is out.
Yeah, it seems that's what will be happening.
And my question to you guys is, what do you think happens if, hypothetically speaking, the new owners, they don't see the wrestling side of things, the actual business side of things being viable? What happens to the company from there? Do they just shut it down and just try to make whatever they can off the library?
I said to me I don't think they will right away, but I do think like when there is a big down period at some point, if that happens, that they would just close the show as opposed to like thinking, oh, we'll turn this around and make it big again.
Yeah.
Because if it's just part of this giant thing you own and it's got all shows come to an end. The only things that really last forever are like sports, NFL, NBA, that kind of thing. But every TV show ends. Even giant shows. Well, I guess The Walking Dead has spin-offs, but I mean that was a giant show for a while, but eventually it ends. And Game of Thrones, everything comes to an end at some point.
Yeah, but can we all just take a moment to just process this thought that if this comes to pass, Impact will have outlasted WWE? That for the past couple hours, if that happens.
I don't know. Well, you mean like the WWE name? Because I mean WWE's been around for decades.
Yeah, I mean, but just like in terms of like, whenever I think about it, they're like the cockroaches of pro wrestling.
Right.
To me, like what they've outlasted WCW, they've outlasted all of these historical companies. And just the fact that they will still exist in some form, they obviously won't be WWE's legacy. But
right.
Just
I think WWE will exist for a while yet. But I think when someone else buys it, it does have a limited life. I think it might be like 10 or years or more, but I do think eventually it would probably end when someone else buys it, eventually down the road.
That is kind of crazy though. Like I never thought in my lifetime, I always thought WWE was going to be around, but realistically, like when you put it in that perspective, it's not a sport. It is a TV show. Like at the end of the day, when the family's not involved and that passion and 55, 60 years of, dedication to it isn't involved and it's just a purchase as a hobby, then you're going to be like, fuck it. I'm not dealing with this, man. Let's just close up shop. We had fun with it.
94, whatever. If someone else owned that, they probably would have just been like, this was big and now it's not anymore. And because no other TV shows go like this. It's like they go up and then they start to go down and eventually then they'll just cancel. But no show has like a big spike, then goes down, then spikes again, a regular TV show.
Yeah. Like I really like Jim Henson and the Muppets and stuff. And like, he was the Vision, and then he died, and it hasn't been the same since. It's like they're around, but it is not. The spirit is gone. If someone bought
WWE, like they could do like let's do a cartoon with Hulk Hogan and Macho Man and Iron. They own the characters and stuff, but like being like an actual show, it's on every week, and they tour. Like I don't think it would be around forever.
Sad.
The Saudi prince will make sure it lives on forever.
He's a fan.
Look at his face. Look at him.
Look at his. He loves that belt.
That's why I do think whoever buys it, because if like Saudi Arabia buys it or Disney or whoever, I don't think they're so into wrestling that they like know that a lot of people don't like Vince McMahon anymore and stuff. So they're probably like, well, this guy ran it for 30 years, whatever. Let's bring him back and run it because he knows what he's doing. But the flip side of that is all the sexual allegations is going to look bad for most people who might buy it.
Yeah. I think the reality of it is, that same title that everybody respected for so many years and, took care of and polished and all that stuff is going to end up in Saudi Arabia in some kid's room, getting thrown up on until it's showtime, and they'll give it to the wrestler and they'll walk it out and he'll give it back to the prince and he'll give it to his kid. That's the reality of it, man. That's kind of where we're headed with this thing. It's a personal property, dude. He's buying this as a fucking hobby. This is a toy.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a big man's toy.
Big man.
Yeah.
All right, Anthony, you get yourself a number here. Hold it up. Number 4.
Nice.
It's
like the four horsemen over here.
Hopefully that will work out for you.
Fingers crossed.
Who are you rooting for in the Rumble this year?
Dark horse. I'm going to say Sami Zayn. If he's still even.
Yeah. He is one of the more entertaining guys in the company.
Man, he's going by tomorrow. He's not gonna make it.
How long before Triple H walks? Because I can't imagine him sticking around if Steph's not there no more.
Yeah, I was. That came up, bro. I don't foresee him staying around. But
next heart attack.
The man is a Syrian refugee, man. He's not sticking around.
No, I was talking about Triple H. I know Sami.
Oh yeah. I mean, he was a guy they just legit when said couldn't go to those shows. When they do the crown,
they'll kill him, man. He's a refugee. He ran away from that religion. They'll kill him.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, for Jonathan Jackson out there, Dave Meltzer says he's going to be going live soon.
You better not go live during the show. Unless he zooms in, of course.
Oh, everyone gets your wet wipes ready.
His Rumble number.
I
will say Alvarez copied our Rumble contest. Jason Mitten, would you rather watch Monday Night Raw or eat a piece of toast?
Toast is good.
I don't eat toast because it's good. I try to stay away from carbs.
What's the problem with toast? I like
it's carbs. I try not to eat a lot of bread or.
I'm just saying.
He thinks he's better than toast.
I'm just saying. Toast.
I don't know. I mean, it's Jason Minton. His humor never makes sense.
Yeah.
Idea. I thought maybe you'd get it because the Southern dudes. I thought maybe share the same sense of humor. So I thought maybe Golgo and Intra they'd be like, "Oh, toast, yeah." No. So you're saying his joke makes no sense to anybody.
That's biscuits and gravy, man. You're mixing them up.
Biscuits and gravy.
You get that going, Incher's popping right up, dude.
Maybe a man.
I love watching that video of like
it is pretty sweet.
It's just their faces and shit.
I did offend my friend Robin out there in Virginia when I made fun of what's the restaurant that has biscuits and gravy all day?
Cracker Barrel.
The Cracker Barrel. Because I went there once. I have to say I was not a fan.
I ate at the Cracker Barrel today, actually.
Get lost in the gift shop, like.
I don't know. I thought it was. I was kind of excited because I never ate there, and I just thought everything was just very, very bland.
Same, man. I was really excited to have biscuits and gravy because all my life it's been overhyped, and I'm like, holy shit. I'm finally somewhere down south. Like I should try this, and I tried it, and I was like, "This is the most bland, overhyped this is food I've ever heard in my life."
Biscuits and gravy.
You got the wrong shit.
Bob Evans has good biscuits and gravy.
Yeah,
dude. See, I have a Bob Evans here. I can try it here, and I guarantee you, I'm still gonna be all right. I'm gonna try it. I have a Bob Evans
for
here.
You. It's too late.
I think it's terrible.
Tiny,
I get excited trying someplace new. It doesn't have to be expensive. It could be a cheap place as long as I don't have it. But that was not exciting. And I was looking forward to it.
Actually, I had it with Weebs too, down in Louisiana. Yeah, I went to WrestleMania and Weebs picked me up and he took me to a fucking it was like a corner store, but it was like a casino / strip club / gravy joint. I don't know.
What the hell?
Louisiana's weird. They got like 5 things going on at once. Yeah. And he took me there and he was like, "Oh man, you got to get some biscuits and gravy." And then I tried it and I'm like, "Wow, this shit is terrible. Like this is not good."
Do you put salt on your food? Or?
Yeah, hell yeah. I put salt and pepper on there.
Helps gravy.
Okay. Yeah, salt. I love salt on gravy.
Yeah, because it was very bland.
Yeah, and pepper is like the main key too.
Yeah, I put a ton of pepper and salt on there. I mean, it made it better, but I mean, still, I don't want to.
Gravy is.
You got to add stuff to it. It's terrible.
I thought it loaded with salt already.
Gravy and shit.
I thought gravy's like loaded with salt.
Yeah, it should be. I mean,
it's just flour.
Fat
it's
and
just
everything
you're
else.
eating a bag of flour.
Dude, that's exactly what it tasted like.
Flour. Yeah, they just put flour and water
then
like
more
idiots.
flour.
Dude, that's why it was bland. It was
sausage fat in there.
They're supposed to mix it with whatever they cooked as far as the meat for breakfast. So they cook it like idiots.
They pour down there.
I mean, my grandmother used to make not biscuits gravy, but she made gravy
Shit on the shingle.
She had she made really good chicken gravy when she would make fried chicken, and it was white, and it would have a lot of flavor. It was very salty, but
well, that uses like chicken bouillon, right? For
well, she would fry the chicken, and then she would make the gravy off the drippings of the actual fried chicken.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Most yeah.
That's why you're supposed to do it.
That's the best kind, like sausage gravy.
Not just put flour and water and pour it over a biscuit. What the hell?
That's not. That's
that's kind of what it tasted like. It was
every morning.
You gotta get sausage gravy.
Like, I was a chubby kid, like growing up. All that southern food.
So if Weaves is still listening to the show nowadays, man, what the hell did you do to me, dude? They're saying you gave me some garbage. What is this? You gave me flour and fucking biscuits.
He set you
up. It's like flour on top of flour.
Yeah, sausage gravy's like.
Let's pour some flour over this flour.
You're supposed to get the gravy, then get a lap dance. Then it would taste it better.
Not if you saw what part of Louisiana I was in, man.
Like man gravy.
Hell no, man.
I had etouffee for the first time not that long ago. Last year, it was very good.
Everybody smelled like the swamp over there, dude. I'm not trying to get a lap dance.
Jesus.
Fuck that.
I was driving home and I almost drove my car into like a swamp once because the
Getting
road was just like up. Yeah.
I love Louisiana though. It's a wild place, dude. I walked into this one store. Oh man, it's like a different country, man. You would even swear you're not even America.
We lived in Mississippi, and she was like, "Don't go over there." We live like 30 miles from the border. Like,
yeah,
like stay in Mississippi, Bruce. Don't go over there.
Dude, they had
Mom.
They had live chickens in cages, and they were selling them at the gas station. I was like, "What?"
Gas?
It's like this is the shadiest thing I've ever seen in my life, man. What is happening right now?
I bought and boiled crawfish at a gas station.
Oh yeah, that's like a regular Tuesday morning thing to do in Louisiana. Just,
They gave me one of those flat things for like 6 packs of beer, those cardboard things, and a bag, like a plastic bag full of crawfish, just to throw the shells in the cardboard thing.
Yeah, I can't eat those.
Okay. Yeah, I've never. Etouffee is made out of.
Yeah, well, I'll just say I never like crawfish normally because I always think they taste like mud or something. But when I had the etouffee at the Cajun restaurant in Boston, I was gonna get it with shrimp, and the guy's like, "No, you don't get the shrimp one. Get the." I was like, "I normally don't like them." He's like, "No." So I did get it, like and it was very good. I have to admit, but they were out of the shell, and they were, however they do
my
it,
uncles
with all the
would be
spices and stuff.
Suck the heads, like
right.
They
were
suck the head.
shelled in the stuff. So.
Like, not that way. It's a southern thing.
Yeah.
But see, that would make me gag. I can't be sucking meat out of shells and stuff, dude.
No, you're sucking the brains out of the.
Sucking the head does make people gag sometimes.
Oh, what the fuck, man! I'm trying to suck the membrane out. Oh my god.
All the juice and shit.
Oh fuck! I'm going vegetarian by the end of this show, dude. This is
sucking the head turns Shaheen off.
Yeah, all the juices from the membrane, man. No, thank you. I'm okay.
Jason admitting is Saudi Arabia making offers to buy In Your Head.
Dude, that happened like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
didn't they try to buy you guys a while ago?
Yeah.
It's on the hush.
We're ahead of the curve here.
Yeah, you are.
Jason admitting the Chris Benoit murder house is not on Airbnb, so we cannot stay there when we go to Atlanta. So that's a shame, Jason. Yeah, I'll be in Atlanta. Well, it's actually not Atlanta. They say Atlanta, but it's in Georgia. March 1st through the 5th, I think I'll be there. So if you're in the Atlanta area, though, you can come. Are anyone here in Atlanta area? Where are you go?
Virginia.
I don't know. My friend ends in Virginia. Might be going there later this year. So, but if you're in the Atlanta area, the Once and Future Smash and in Zone 2 will be playing at Renegade Film.
Make sure your valuables are out of sight this time.
Was that?
Your valuables, remember? The car got broken into and all your shit.
I know. They stole all my stuff. They stole my camera. They stole my audio equipment.
That was Prez. He did it.
The people at the convention like, oh, I bet it was an inside job. I'm like, yeah. My friend broke the windshield of his car to steal my old camera.
Didn't you tell Ron Simmons like later that day? And he's like, "Yeah, that sounds about right."
He went, "Welcome to Atlanta." I wish he would have just went, "Damn," but he went, "Welcome to Atlanta."
He didn't want to say damn because he had your camera in his pocket.
I remember going around Atlanta and everywhere had like signs. You just go to a restaurant and said like all these signs, "Don't bring your guns in here." And I'm like, that's never a good sign if they have to have a sign up to not bring your gun into like a hamburger.
So what do? You just put them in the gun basket outside?
I don't know. That was, where was it? Was that where we went? Oh, I don't want to bring it up because I don't want to get Intro upset, but that's where we went to the Spindiffits, right?
They had a no gun sign on that.
They had them everywhere in Atlanta.
Yeah. That was like one of the only. Yeah, we went to there.
Yeah, that was when we were at
places
at Fan Fest. When the stuff was stolen was I was at Days.
Yeah, I wasn't at that one. Yeah.
This is not really in Atlanta. It's like the suburbs of Atlanta, but every place always just says it. When you go to the conventions, a lot of times they'll say like Chicago, but it'll really be like someplace next to Chicago, and it'll be Atlanta, but it's like Peachtree City. Because I guess it's saying, Days of the Dead, Peachtree City doesn't sound like really cool.
Like Rockville, we were actually like. Then did they say it was Washington D.C.? And we're in Rockville.
But I know even the last time they had Rock and Shock here, which is in Worcester, and they said in the Boston area, and it's like an hour and a half from Boston. I'm just like, because I had like friends, who were guests there, and they're like, "Oh, can you show me around like places to eat in Boston?" I'm like, "Yeah, but this is like an hour and a half from Boston. It's not Boston." Let's see here. Brian Matthew Clutter. Does Stephen Butler know Carl Reiner passed away already? Make him redo his death pool. Mike Bezel. Last week we did a death pool and he put a dead guy on it. Does anyone else want on the death pool? Not in it.
I mean, if we're including Saudi Arabia.
Oh, you weren't here, Jack? Oh, yeah, you weren't here. All right, so you have to pick a wrestler and a non-wrestler for the death pool if you want on it.
Oh.
Who will die this year? It's a very upbeat segment here on the show.
Oh, shit, I want to join this. This sounds dark as fuck, man.
All
Jesus.
Okay.
I thought it was... Okay, all right. We're getting weird.
You can't pick anyone that's already been picked, so if you do, I'll let you know.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I'm gonna go young because why not? So I'll say for wrestler that's gonna die this year. I'll say MJF.
Oh wow, geez,
Jesus gracious. Good God.
Let's just say a freak accident. Who knows? And as far as a celebrity, let's go with let's kill off The Rock. Let's say The Rock.
Oh man, wow. You're rooting for. I didn't say. Well, not rooting for. You're predicting that.
Oh no, I'm rooting for it.
All right, Shaheen,
I want to be the angel of death. I heard Nick last week. He's like, "Oh, I don't want to be." Nah,
it's your new gimmick for the new
Jesus.
year. The angel of death, Jonathan Jackson. Shaheen, who are you picking?
Is Ric Flair taken for wrestler?
I think he was, but maybe not. Oh yeah, Lexar picked Flair.
Lexar picked him. You son of a bitch. What about Vince? I'm sure he's taken, right? He's taken.
All right. Yeah, Inter has Vince.
All right. Well, let me think about the wrestler for a minute. But non-wrestler, I'm going to say Morgan Freeman.
Could be a violent ending to
He's kind of getting old. Wrestler. I'm going to say Jim Duggan.
Okay. He's overcome a lot, so his 9 lives are probably coming up.
I mean, I want you to live. Just.
Oh yeah.
So this is a very dark segment. There you go.
And with the
breaking my house stuff guy.
Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah. Go. How about yourself?
Well, funny enough, I was going to save this bit for the Royal Rumble, but you got Joe Pesci here.
Oh man.
Oh man. I hope not.
Those man. Oh please.
Jesus.
I'm going to break into this house. No, you're not, tough guy.
Then how about for wrestler?
Wrestler, I'll go with Teddy Hart.
Teddy Hart, all right.
That's a solid pick.
Yeah, that's
you can't be mad at that one.
So intras, Vince McMahon and John Carpenter.
Oh, damn. John Carpenter, man. You put him in the death hole?
It was all I could think of. And like, he is an older dude.
He is. Jesus.
I love him, but
don't say that, man. Take that back, dude. You can come up with better than that.
Lexar's got Ric
I actually
Flair.
did think of somebody else, but I can't.
Yeah, don't put that in the universe, man. If John Carpenter dies this year, we're gonna have to blame you.
Yep, I'm gonna blame him too.
Oh, no. Has he done a good movie recently?
No.
No, but he hasn't done any movies recently.
That's true.
I think it came out recently. He's gonna do a third Escape from New York. It's like Escape from the World.
Escape from Philadelphia, and then you just don't escape. Everyone dies.
Escape from in your head's death pool.
I think it's Escape from the Earth.
Yeah.
Lexar has Ric Flair and Wendy Williams.
Oh, that's a good one, man. Wendy Williams is kind of a shitbag.
Bruce here is Marty Jannetty and Dolly Parton.
Damn, another good one.
Nice.
Even Simmons is sad one as Mongo and Clint Eastwood. The songman is Billy Jack Haynes and Jack Nicholson. I've got superstar Billy Graham and Dick Van Dyke.
I can see it in his eyes. I think Anthony wants in.
I was gonna say, dude, you gotta join the death pool, man. We're getting real dark here.
Anthony Tazo as Bill Mercer and Ron Jeremy. Juicy's got Jake the Snake and Joe Biden. Stephen Butler's got Bill Watts and Carl Reiner.
Cheater.
Vic Schiavone's got Tommy Rich and Mick Jagger. And then we've got everyone from tonight. So Anthony, who do you want for, or who do you
want?
I have to be careful how I word this. Who do you
want to die?
Yeah, gee, wow. Man,
a wrestler and a non-wrestler.
Yeah, somebody took my pick. I was gonna go superstar Billy Graham. That was easy.
Yeah, that's who I picked. Yeah.
Oh, his hate keeps him alive.
He's been dying for like 30 years. But...
All right, so
pluck out your eye.
I got to think about the wrestler, but actor, and this hurts me to say, but I'm gonna go Bruce Willis.
Oh yeah, that's a sad, but yeah, that one makes sense.
Damn, I didn't know he was that bad.
Yeah, he's
he is really bad.
Jesus,
rough shape. Wrestler.
I honestly thought half of these people were already dead.
Carl
I'm not even
Reiner
joking.
They did.
Yeah, we're
did.
going to have to make
Don't
him
worry.
pick. You got to make Steven redo that one. 'Cause you can't
Yeah, I
have
mean,
that
but he
dude
automatically
doing that.
loses though, so it's not like he's.
Man,
Now,
we could Google and see if they're dead, but I'm sure there's a database somewhere where we could just type it in. And
I
it'll
actually
just
even thought he
come up.
might have been dead, but then I didn't want to say anything because then I felt bad, like I'm saying someone's dead.
I'll look up death
So
database.
still need a wrestler.
Another one that's gonna pain me to say, just because he's, I might have to say, I'll say good old JR.
Oh, okay.
No.
Jim Ross. All right.
My dad gets Bell's palsy, and it's no joke.
Yeah, my
And
mom had it a couple times too.
my dad
not in a long time, but
gets it over and over again, and it's sad, but yeah.
Yeah, not even that. I just think like ever since his wife passed away, he just ain't been the same.
yeah, which is understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah, it takes a toll on you.
Micah Besselar wants to know favorite memories of Joe Ledoux, other than the time he cut his arm on live TV. I think that's what everyone knows about Joe Ledoux when he cut his arm with the axe.
I think I was made aware of him when I seen that clip, so I have no other thing to compare him to. So
Joe Ledoux. I'm thinking the Lafoot guy, Pierre Lafoot.
They're like the French Canadian guy or something.
Yeah,
I
now
think
he's
they're
coming
brothers,
back
Butcher.
now. But get the eye patch.
Oh yeah. We had him. He's the like the Frankenstein guy.
Now, yeah.
Also, has anyone on the show ever had the barbecue rib patty sandwich they sell at Circle K? It gets 3 out of 5 stars from Mike Bessler.
No, I don't have a Circle K around me.
I assume they're all those things are always pretty much the same. All those like rib Q things.
Yeah, kind of like a McRib.
They opened up a Circle K in a town I lived in, and they sold a
Circle
my
K is
friend.
good coffee.
I don't even know what that is. We don't have that.
It's like a 7-Eleven.
It was like in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. They're like, oh, Circle K. But they sold my friend a hot dog, but they didn't have anything. I don't know, even. So he had a napkin and a hot dog, and he walked out with it in his hand like that. Okay.
Did he eat the napkin?
Yeah, like Epic Mealtime, that YouTube show.
Right.
Like they'd get girls to wipe their mouth, and then they'd eat the girl's napkin to be all like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna fuck this girl."
Damn.
Anyway,
Sounds hot.
they're like, "Oh yeah, eat the napkin."
Yeah, they need to put them people in prison.
Yeah.
Tony Oberstar, which but we used to when I worked at the nursing home, that would be one of the meals we would have.
Napkins?
The napkins. There was I think they were called Ribicue on the package. But honestly, they're all about the same thing. Tony Oberstar, which duo would Incher rather have a threesome with, and why? Rhea Ripley.
I think I'm tapping now.
We're almost done here.
All right.
Rhea Ripley and Buddy Matthews.
Rhea Ripley, Buddy Matthews.
Lexar and Tazo. Hulk Hogan and Horace Hogan.
Jesus.
Or Buff and Judy Bagwell.
What the fuck, man?
Buff and Judy Bagwell. I've been wanting
hot.
some of that Judy for so long.
It'll be Judy on Incher's poll.
There we go.
And Buff's just there like strutting, like going.
Keep the forklift. Yeah.
Jonathan Jackson. When was the last time you risked it for the biscuit? Now he posted this 7 hours ago. He had a premonition we'd be talking about biscuits and gravy.
He just knew. That or he hacked the website.
Could be. He is a big time hacker.
That's true.
Jackson of the hackers.
You'll never know.
You still wish Clint Williams, President Clinton, was still with us to hang out again. He's dead to me. If you don't zoom in, you're dead to me.
Whatever.
What's your favorite deli meat? I should have put Clinton on my death wish. Or not the death wish. That's a whole other. That's my secret one I have. Just small group of people. The death.
It'd either be ham or turkey. I think I'd go with ham.
I'd probably prosciutto. Clint Williams. So Stephanie lost her job. What's up with that?
Well, I think we know what was up with that. So.
She got impatient. She snitched on her old man.
The Saudi prince. That's what's up with that.
So let's see.
How would Vince know, though? How would Vince know?
Know what?
Who snitched on him?
Oh,
because there's probably only a few people that knew, and
there has to. Yeah, I assume there's probably just a limited.
I don't know. He's been doing it for years, and then the paralegal girl was like, her friend was all saying it about him. So,
well, Steph knew all that stuff.
So he's got nobody to blame but himself.
Oh, I don't think we're saying that it's not his own fault.
Nah, Stephanie put him up to it.
She's like, sleep with him, Dad. Peeny
You
weeny.
need some, Dad. Get out there. Don't be gotta use it or lose it.
And, if anyone here in the chat, since you made it all night, there's only one more question. If you want a number, let me know, and I'll give you a number for being in the chat all night. Peeny weeny wants to know peen or ween.
One of my favorite bands is Ween.
All right.
So I'll go Ween.
I don't know anything or anything else named Peen than the Peen.
I say Peen a lot.
The final question of the night. Save this one. Well, I didn't save it. It's literally the last question. If you could PAFO yourself, how many times would you do it daily?
I'd never stop.
I know. Nah, I don't know. Let's go with four times.
Would you do it to see how it felt or how it tasted?
Good God.
You gotta answer the question, asshole. It's your turn.
Man, because of your guys' show, every time I see an interview with Lanny Poffo, I think of him giving himself a blowjob. Because of your show
just like
for
Vince
years.
McMahon, you can't put the blame on us. He did it to himself, literally.
Yeah, you just made me aware of it.
He should have got him a pet gorilla.
You're the rat on him. Oh shit! Have them do it both together. He just mimics the gorilla.
I was wondering, do you think he did it to completion? You can't just blow
Of course
yourself
he
to
did.
stop.
He didn't do it for the taste.
It was just a party trick, Jack. Just a party trick.
Like, hey, everybody, look at this.
Yeah. It was the 80s, man. 70s,
yeah, it's like, even if you can do that, are you telling anybody about it? I mean, you don't have enough sense not to tell nobody about it. I mean,
you seem proud of it.
Yeah. Do you think he's so? I think to be able to do this, you have to, or maybe a combination of these things. You have to be very limber, very well hung.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'm done with the show. Good night, everybody.
All right. Well, I had a good time. Mike Hawk Hurts. Last chance. You want a number? In Murky Waters, if you want a number. Otherwise, we're gonna get out of here. We got not very many numbers left. We'll give them away next week, and then we'll talk about the Rumble. Sean Oliver will be on soon. I'll have the ballot up for the headies. We'll do that this month. And join the group, the Facebook group, interact with us. It's a fun time. Subscribe, hit the icon, not the internet icon, hit the little icon, get all the notifications. Get yourself some poop here from Bruce. And
it's clean.
It's a clean poop. You always got to polish the turd. Here we go. Mike Hawk Hurts gets himself a number 14.
14.
So there's not very many left. We'll give them out next week. All right. Until then, the balcony is closed. We'll see everybody
See you all later.